Hi, welcome back guys. This is your friend, Parallel Deku. Back with another fanfiction. This is the series of What If Deku Was Trained by Stain. Now before starting, please give this video a like. And subscribe to the channel if you want more videos like this. Now let's get into the fanfic. Today had not been a good day, to say the least. The school day had come and gone as usual, filled with bullying and taunting from his classmates and cold shoulders from his teachers. To make matters worse, the only person he had remotely considered to be a friend literally told him to commit suicide. If you think you'll have a quirk in your next life, go take a swan dive off the roof. That's right, Izuku Midoriya was one of the 20% that was born quirkless nowadays. His lifetime dream was all but shattered before he reached 6 years old. That alone had been bad enough, but the utter torment that came with being powerless in a superpowered world was like salt, vinegar, and hot water in an open wound. When he first found out, he hoped Katsuki Bakugo, or Kaken, as he called him, would be at least supportive despite his shortcomings. Alas, that obviously was not to be, if his last statement was any indication. That single sentence rang through Midoriya's head all the way to the fish pond where his burnt and now soaked notebook was floating. He gave a sad sigh at the sight of his hard work figuratively tossed in the trash but literally thrown out the window. As he flipped through the pages, he was allowed to feel relief at the surprising lack of damage. Just the cover was scorched, and almost all of his written notes were still legible. Now, Midoriya was not suicidal by any means, but as the days went by, parts of him were slowly chipped away. Each quirkless and freak thrown his way etched deeper than anyone knew, and enough etches could bring down even the largest statues. And every now and then he found himself wondering if anyone besides his mom would actually care if he took Bakugo's words to heart. In his depressed state of mind, he failed to notice the mass of sludge bulleting right towards him. That is, until it was too late. Before he could register what was happening, ooze and slime was all over him, cutting off his movements and shoving itself down his throat with disgusting ease. Fighting was useless, and no one was around to hear him in the underpass. "Calm down, it'll only hurt for about 45 seconds, a sickening voice said. Despite his fear-driven attempts, not a scratch or grab hurt the attacker. His vision was darkening, and his strength was diminishing by the second. The painful choking sensations were burning his throat and lungs more, yet everything seemed to be going numb. A few tears welled up in his eyes, hopelessness once again filling the young boy. The last thought that went through his mind was, "I'm dying." If he had managed to stay conscious for just a few more seconds, he would have known that today was not his day to die. Darkness. That's all he saw, and whatever he heard was fuzzy. He could barely make out a man's voice, and started wondering if he was entering the afterlife. Maybe Katsuki was right. If there was another life, he might get a quirk this time around. Slowly, everything began to clear, except the situation itself. "Hey kid, get up," the voice commanded. With a grunt, Midoriya forced himself into an upright sitting position. A few blinks, then more than a few later cleared his vision. Who saved him? There weren't many heroes that stick around this area. Maybe a passerby with a useful quirk. Izuku risked a glance at his savior and almost wishes he hadn't. The infamous Stain. The hero killer. The last person he ever would have guessed had been the one to come to his rescue. Instincts took over, and Izuku found himself backpedaling into a wall. Now that he's been introduced, I want to mention that Stain will be somewhat OOC in this story. Calm down, I'm not here to kill you. And no, that doesn't mean I'll hurt you either. The man, or whatever he should be classified as, offered. Why did you save me? Midoriya sputtered, fear once again becoming the focus in his brain. Because despite my reputation, I'm not one for letting innocents die. You're not one of those fake heroes. You're just a child. If anything, you deserve a chance to prove yourself worthy. Or unworthy. While he spoke, a few pages flipped in his hands. For the first time, Midoriya saw Stain was reading his notes on heroes. He wanted to say something, to take the book back and run, but nothing in his body would let him move. You've got quite a brain in that skull of yours, kid. You looking to be a hero? And think carefully before you answer. Stain warned, sending more than a few chills down the kid's spine. I want to. But I can't, he replied, which seemed to grab Stain's attention. Oh, and why is that? He responded almost amusedly while holding the notebook out to its owner. Cautiously, Midoriya reached for the book and pulled it into his chest. Because I don't have a quirk, was his reply, and tears welled up again as he remembered every time he was told he was worthless. Every time he was called a freak and a quirkless nobody. The time his own mother apologized for his misfortune. Maybe that's true. But let me ask you a question. Does everyone that does have a quirk become a hero? Or even put it to good use? The psychopath questioned. Well, no. There are civilians and villains like you, Midoriya said and quickly covered his mouth at the last bit. Either Stain didn't care or was willing to let it slide, because he continued regardless. Got that right, kid? Not everyone uses their quirks for the benefit of others. Hell, most of them don't. Here's a follow-up question. Does a quirk make a hero? The answer was obvious to the point of feeling like a trick. No. It's like the last question. Not everyone with a quirk becomes a hero. They make that choice for themselves. Exactly. So who's making the choice for you? Stain asked. I am? Midoriya responded, finally grasping where the hero killer was going with his questions. And that's your problem, he said while standing up. You don't have what it takes to back up your dreams. At his words, Midoriya once again felt wetness filling his eyes. He was on the verge crying, but Stain cut that off for him. Not yet. I can train you to be someone powerful. From there, it's your choice. Meet me here at 11 tonight. I've already been in one place too long. Do not tell anyone. Without giving the sad child a chance to reply, the villain known as Stain disappeared with frightening grace and agility. Not a sound escaped the underpass, except for Midoriya's breathing. How long did he stay there? A minute? 10 minutes? An hour? Truthfully, he had no idea. All he knew is that whatever happened, shouldn't have. He shouldn't have let himself be grabbed by the slime monster, which he just now realized had disappeared without a trace, barring the awful memories and the lingering taste in his mouth. He shouldn't have answered the hero killer in the first place, should have let him leave thinking he was mute or too scared to reply. All he knew he should do is call the police. He quickly pulled his phone from his pocket when two different conversations replayed in his mind. If you think you'll have a quirk in your next life, go take a swan dive off the roof. I can train you to be someone powerful. From there, it's your choice. This was wrong. This was nothing but wrong. But his phone was soon back in his pocket, having made no calls that day as he ran back home. Streets and sidewalks blurred past him as he ran. He hadn't called the police, but he still had no idea where to go from that point. The one and only Stain told him he could be a hero, yet was he the best person to take career advice from? Even by the time he walked into the apartment he and his mother shared, an answer eluded him. The moment he entered and called, "I'm home," his mother enveloped him in the biggest hug she could muster. Not a very big one for those wondering, but big enough to get the job done. "Oh, Izuku. I was worried. Are you okay? Are these rips in your clothes?" "I'm fine. And I." No good excuses came to mind until he looked at the television. The news program was showing footage from a recent villain attack. Kamui Woods, MT Lady, Death Arms, and a few other heroes were facing a very familiar slime villain who had captured yet another teenage boy. Only this time was different. "Kakin?" the green-haired boy asked no one in particular as he walked to the television. Soon enough, the firefighter-styled hero known as Backdraft used his hoses to wash away the sludge villain into a makeshift container Death Arms created with large chunks of rubble. All that was left was Bakugo coughing up greenish ooze as the villain was surrounded by the heroes. Once Midoriya was able to tear his eyes away from the scene, he somewhat somberly made his way to his room. "I have homework to do. Call me when dinner's ready, please." His mom gave a comforting okay, and Izuku closed the door to his bedroom. Instead of homework, he worked on packing up whatever might be necessary for the trip later tonight. He kept telling himself he should be doing the exact opposite of whatever he's planning, but the idea of being trained was admittedly tempting, and seeing what happened to Kakin only made him want to get stronger. Katsuki not only managed to stay conscious the entire time, but he even managed to attempt at fighting back. His backpack was soon filled with clothes, snacks he could gather, money, some of his notebooks, and a few basic necessities. Several rough drafts and crumpled papers later, a not-so-happy note was composed and stored in his desk. About halfway through his homework, his mother called. "Honey. Food." Inko had put together a delicious meal, which the two ate in silence with the occasional small talk. Midoriya did the dishes and Inko turned on the news, hoping not to see another one of her son's classmates under attack. "Thanks, Mom. I have a little more homework to do," he offered before returning to his room. He really had no idea what to expect from Stain. Maybe he'd tell Midoriya it was all a joke and things will proceed like the two never met. Maybe he'd take the boy as an apprentice. Maybe he wouldn't show up at all. Maybe the entire conversation was some sort of near-death experience hallucination. Even once his homework was finished, there was still an hour and a half before he would even head out to meet the man. The only consolation was his mother goes to bed earlier than he would leave, so he can get out and return without her knowing. To kill time, he logged into his computer and opened YouTube and watched the video of All Might a few times before switching over to Markiplier. At 9 o'clock his mother wished a good night from outside the room, and the apartment went quiet. The minutes ticked by, but Izuku was, strangely enough, not feeling any sort of "I can't do this" feeling in his gut. Maybe the years of torment and degradation finally got to him. Time passed slowly, until it's just over half an hour before 11. Midoriya slung the backpack over his shoulder and grabbed the note from his desk so his mother can find it. He took one more reread to make sure he didn't leave anything out. "Dear Mom, I'm sorry, but I had to leave. I do not know when I'll be back. I was offered a chance to be a hero, and I want to take it. I know I'm being selfish by leaving, but they always say, follow your dreams, so I'm following mine. I can promise I'll miss you and think of you more often than anything else. Please do not worry about me, I'll be in good hands. You can do whatever you see fit with my room. Your little hero, Izuku Midoriya." A sad sigh came from his lips as he placed the note on his pillow. As he made his way down the hall, he took extra time to take one last look around the place. Things he had gotten so used to seemed to be brand new, like the photos of him and his mother and his drawings of All Might. Before he realized, he was out the front door and quietly locking it. By the light of the street lamps he walked to the underpass where he almost died earlier that day. When he got there, an understandable reluctance to pass through gripped him like a vice. But he forced himself to go, because the best chance he had at becoming something was waiting for him. "I was wondering if you would actually show up." A familiar voice rang from the shadows. Izuku swallowed whatever had gathered in his throat and pushed forward. The man who saved his life stepped forward and emerged from a shadow. "I want to be a hero. And despite your career, you're probably the best bet at getting me anywhere close to that," Midoriya bravely stated. Stain smiled. Not an overly sinister smile, but a scary yet happy smile. "I'm not the best bet, kid, but I'm the only one willing to give you a chance. Isn't that right?" Midoriya shakily nodded, and Stain continued speaking. "Which is why I feel it necessary to give you a warning. If you so much as act suspicious, like you're calling the cops or a hero, I won't hesitate to kill you. And just so you know, the only reason I'm giving you a chance is because I see potential in you. If you turn out to be just another fake hero, I'll treat you like I do any other fake hero. Understand?" Stain loomed over Midoriya by the time he asked the one-word question, and the utterly terrifying aura Stain gave off was more than enough to convince Izuku to agree. "Good. Now come along. Your new life starts now. I'll take you to where we'll be hiding out and training," the villain stated, then ran from the underpass and through the streets. How he had yet to be caught is something Midoriya might ponder later. When they finally arrived at an abandoned building on the outskirts of town, Midoriya was about ready to collapse. His breathing was hard and heavy, which matched the feelings of his legs. "Well, no wonder no one thinks you can be anything. Look at you." Stain coldly spat out. "Did you really think you would be so much better if you had a quirk?" he asked, but clearly rhetorically. Midoriya couldn't even answer, which only really proved Stain's point. The taste of blood was slowly receding from his mouth, but he still needed to spit a few times. "Before we can even begin training, I need to whip you into shape. But for now, come with me. He led Midoriya into the structure, which looked slightly better on the inside. There wasn't much, but he saw a few files on heroes and a lot of gear. If I may, how did you get those without a printer? Midoriya asked with a point at the papers. I have my ways, he answered. Get some sleep. We begin tomorrow, he explained before heading back out. If you're not here when I get back, I'll assume you went to get a hero and I'll be gone without a second's hesitation. The mattress is mine. Understand? Yes, sir. Midoriya offered, and Stain left to do who know what. Probably something unpleasant. There was nothing to sleep on besides the mattress, so Izuku called dibs on the floor. It was hard and uncomfortable, but toughening up would be necessary, so he toughed it out and thought of his mom. She wasn't going to find out about his disappearance until the morning, but he wished there had been an easier way to let her know. Slowly, the exhaustion from the day caught up and Izuku was asleep on the floor. He didn't wake up when Stain returned. He didn't wake up when the villain went through his stuff and greedily read the notebooks. You're gonna go far, kid, he muttered to himself before laying down on the mattress. Hopefully he won't have to kill him in the future. Everything was uncomfortable. No matter how much he tossed and turned, his bed still felt like it was a stone slab. I said wake up or your training will be worse, a slightly angry voice snarled. Understandably surprised, Izuku rocketed into a seated position and took in his surroundings. He was well, he didn't know exactly. You're only making it harder for yourself, the man said. Naturally, Midoriya turned to the source and was greeted with Stain not scantly tossing a plate of something at him. Oh yeah, that happened. Hurriedly he grabbed the plate and ate whatever it was. It didn't taste bad, mostly because it didn't taste like anything. What's this? And what's training going to be like? He asked between mouthfuls. That's a nutritional mix. And we'll start with speed and agility, and get into strength training later. Now hurry up and get your butt outside. Midoriya made a mental note regarding the change in attitude. Yesterday Stain was almost kind, to the point of not being what one would expect from a guy named Hero Killer, Stain. Now he was getting somewhat closer to fitting the name. The green-haired kid quickly finished his breakfast and skedaddled outside. Stain followed and led the boy to a long, abandoned alleyway. Run, was all he said. Despite his confusion, instinct forced Midoriya to take off at a dead sprint. Something in the atmosphere changed, and he glanced backwards to see his mentor coming after him with bloodshed in his eyes. If he had enough wind in him, he definitely would have screamed. But he was too busy running to waste any oxygen, so he kept running until Stain tackled him from behind. You're slow and clumsy. Even if you avoid fighting, you couldn't run to save your life. The weight lifted off Izuku's back, but the dread stayed with him. Slowly he pushed himself until he was standing, and was greeted by Stain's knife pointed at his neck. If this was the real thing, I could have killed you many times over, he said before pointing the way they came from. Midoriya was already on the move before Stain could give him the order. Fast learner, he noted, and tackled him just before the kid got out of the alley. Once again he let the kid stand before addressing him again. Remember what I said when we first met? About you not having what it takes to back up your dreams? Well, that's what you need to work on. So get running. Once again Midoriya took off, and was once again tackled by his mentor. That's the way it went for hours. Running, tackling, insult, repeat. After a few hours Stain brought Midoriya back to his hideout and pulled out some of the heavier gear. Put this on, he ordered while handing him his backpack. He did as he was told, and Stain filled the bag with knives, rocks, and anything else he could find until it weighed 20 pounds. Give me 10 push-ups. Just 10? Midoriya questioned. You want to give me more? The villain rhetorically asked, which prompted his trainee to get into a push-up position. He managed 13 before his arms gave out for the time being. I'll admit I didn't expect you to give me more than 10. You're dedicated, and I like that. Pride swelled inside the boy's chest, until it was squashed by doubt. Should he actually take the praise? He hardly actually did anything, and shouldn't it be bad to be complimented by a villain? Sir, I have a question or two. But they may turn into a few, Midoriya stated once he caught his breath. Whatever. But I am by no means obligated to answer, Stain replied while doing his own exercises. How exactly did you save me from that sludge villain? Simple. I let him see me and told him to drop you and run. I see. Also, will you force me to hurt heroes? Or kill them? I know you're doing so much by taking me in, but I don't know if I have what it takes to do that, Izuku nervously stated. Suddenly the ground seemed very interesting, and Stain was quiet for a little longer than expected. I cannot say for a fact I won't make you kill. But hurting people will be necessary. If you want to be a hero, you'll have to get used to that. Even killing is a possibility with the work. But heroes don't kill. And I don't want to. Become a villain. No offense, he offered. I get it. But that doesn't leave you with much, unless you want to be a soft-core vigilante. That might suit you better than being a hero anyway, Stain responded while doing practice stabbing. Even though he felt uncomfortable with the idea of using a knife, Izuku did his best to memorize the moves for when Stain inevitably added combat to the training. Why do you say that? About me being a vigilante? The green-haired boy asked. Well, the big-shot heroes like All Might and Endeavor face some tough bstrdis. I do too, but I have my ways around them. You, on the other hand, don't. At least not yet. And even if you suddenly become some hotshot hero, there'll be questions about how you became what you are. And I think you'd like to avoid that. For both our sakes, Stain explained. Midoriya couldn't help but give a weird look at his mentor. Whenever he appeared in the media, he was some crazed madman that you wouldn't want to be within eyesight of. Yet here he was, surprisingly calm and logical. You're wondering why my attitude is different, aren't you? He asked, almost like he read Izuku's mind. He couldn't offer an excuse, unless you count tripping over your own tongue an excuse. It's simple. I'm always crazy. I have psychotic urges, and the mindset you see on TV or whatever is never less than a hair away from breaking out. It just comes out most when I'm in the presence of those self-righteous, fame-hungry heroes. He said with a venomous tone at the mention of fake heroes. I guess that makes sense. It's like a trigger for you, the heroes you don't like and all, Izuku concluded aloud. Like I said, you're a smart one. No matter how much training I give you, it won't be useful unless you keep that mind of yours sharp. Thank you. Don't expect too many compliments, kid. Now get up, Stain commanded. The two returned to training, and by the time Midoriya went to bed he was exhausted past the point of exhaustion. He found himself thinking about his mom and hoping she wasn't too worried about him. He knew she was though. That's how she is. He made a mental note to ask about visiting her right before he fell under the comfortable embrace of sleep. All too soon, tomorrow became today and Midoriya was once again being pushed farther than he knew his body could go. In whatever downtime he asked whatever questions came to mind. Unfortunately, Stain wouldn't allow him to go into public just yet, so visiting his mom was out of the question for a while. As he promised, he found himself thinking about his mom and a cozy bed whenever he had the luxury of reminiscing. The first few weeks were the hardest weeks he had experienced, but they suddenly took an odd turn. So what's the plan for today? Midoriya asked once he gobbled up the breakfast sludge he had been given. Today you're learning to blend in, his mentor cryptically responded. His usual mask was removed and replaced with a baseball cap. A medical face mask was pulled over his mouth and he replaced his entire outfit with scarily casual clothes. What? You thought I just stuck around places like this all the time? Even I have to eat, drink, and use other basic necessities. And today I'll show you how to fit in a crowd. But first, a can of blonde hairspray was pulled from nowhere accompanied by a pack of colored contact lenses. You need experience before you can go out as is, he explained. Izuku nodded and allowed Stain to spray his hair while he put the lenses in his eyes. It'll have to do. Just don't let it get too wet, the hardly recognizable Stain warned. It was unsettling to see him so easily disguised that it made him wonder if they've actually crossed paths before. Silently the two made their way into the city and visited a few stores and pharmacies. Every now and then Stain would point out how to spot cameras, guards, or employees along with how to inconspicuously slip something into his pockets. Isn't this hypocritical to a degree? You always preach that heroes should be willing to put their lives on the line with no intention of rewards, yet here you are teaching me how to shoplift, Izuku questioned once his teacher had simply walked out of a store with a package of painkillers. First off, we're not heroes or those low-life criminals. Or at least, I'm not. I purge the weak to make the world a better place. Secondly, we don't get paid, so we have to find other ways to get what we need. If you don't like it, you can starve for all I care, Stain whispered. What happened to him? All he wanted was to be trained to be a hero, not a thief. But something in the back of his mind kept reminding him that Stain was the only one willing to take a chance with him. The best he could do was bite his tongue and hope they didn't get caught. The next visit was the mall that was rather close to the UA campus. The first thing that ran through Midoriya's mind was, what if someone catches Stain? He had no doubt his mentor had more than a few weapons on him. But if anything, the thought made him more uncomfortable. If you still want to be a hero, I assume you'll want to go to UA, the man next to him wondered aloud. Yeah, but the entrance exam in less than a year, and I don't know if I have what it takes to make it yet. Besides, it's probably too expensive anyway, Midoriya replied. Back before any of this happened, UA was the only school he could see himself going to. Now though, he wasn't sure. For starters, a bit of research has led me to believe that UA is mostly funded by the state. Not to mention all the creation and building quirks that they use to make anything necessary. And we're not done training yet. At one point, Stain walked into a bathroom and left his pupil outside. As he took in his surroundings, a very familiar woman caught his eye. She was stapling a paper to a wall, and he already had a bad feeling about what he was doing. His legs carried him somewhat against his will over to the wall and browsed the posters and other sheets people had put up before glancing at the poster she was putting up. Have you seen this boy? The title read, with a more recent photo of him below it. That your son? He asked his mother in a deeper voice than she would recognize. Yes. He went missing a few weeks ago. She was clearly holding back tears, and Midoriya had to fight the urge to hug her, to tell her he's all right. I don't know what I did wrong. At the first chance he got, he just left. I've called the cops, but no one has any clue where he went, she choked. I'm sure he's okay wherever he is, he offered, then saw Stain emerging from the bathroom. I gotta go. I hope you find him, he said with a gentle shoulder pat before leaving. Guilt was starting to churn in his gut, and he was seriously considering going home. That's your mother, I take it? Stain asked upon his student's return. How'd you know? Midoriya replied with a final look back. She had finished putting up the poster and was leaving the giant shopping mall. You look a lot like her. An intuition, Stain explained. After a little more looking around, the two stepped outside and boarded the first bus that came by. No one gave either of the two a second glacé, except a few who seemed concerned about the medical mask. Weakened immune system, Stain casually mentioned to a bystander who was caught staring. After several stops, the two got off closer to the outskirts of the city, where they proceeded to walk back to Stain's current hideout. So, what did you learn today? Stain asked his apprentice once they were inside. Let's see, to always keep your surroundings in mind, but don't look like you're keeping your surroundings in mind. Never go for anything larger than your pocket unless necessary, and never grab anything you can't say you accidentally put in your pocket and forgot about, the now yellow-haired teen listed. Good. And how's your body? Feeling rested? He followed up with. Yes. I presume we're going back to strength and all tomorrow? Izuku questioned. He was going through his notes for the heck of it, and every now and then made mental notes about his teacher. Yes. So I'd advise you get your rest, Stain recommended. Midoriya did just that, and was waking up again before he knew it. Weeks turned into months, and months turned into half a year under Stain's tutelage. Over the course of 6 months, Izuku went from a scrawny little thing to a well-built teen with surprising knowledge of combat and fighting. More than once Stain commented on the kid's nearly photographic reflexes, which enabled him to learn multiple forms of martial arts and excel at parkour faster than anyone had the right to. And it wasn't just fighting. Izuku was a fast learner in general. He quickly mastered picking most kinds of locks, hot wiring, simple hacking, and could even give off his own threading aura. You know, kid, I wouldn't be surprised if you surpassed me soon. You've memorized pretty much anything I've thrown at you, and you haven't even learned anyone else's styles, the villain praised between dodges. A knife whizzed by less than half an inch from the side of his face, and his apprentice was already prepared to throw another. Thanks, But I learned from the best, he replied with a grin. He was good, but not perfect. Being able to copy moves wasn't the exact same as knowing how to dodge them. Stain managed to close the distance between the two of them and get a lucky slash along Izuku's arm. Before Izuku could stop him, he liked the blade and temporarily paralyzed his student. Well, I'm running out of things to teach you. It's probably time you learned from others, Stain said as he dragged his limp student inside. You mean? Yep. We're going out tonight. I'll be keeping an eye on you just in case, but I think it's time you finally put some of your experience to the test. A few minutes later Midoriya was finally able to move again, so he stood up and applied some stitches to the fresh cut. Self-care was just another field Izuku had quickly picked up from his sensei. Once the bandages were wrapped over, he started planning where he would go. The prospect of going outside was really exciting because Stain was usually overly strict about that. Even when he was allowed to go out he had to follow strict rules, and more often than not he could just tell Stain was watching him. But this time, there was going to be more freedom. Also, if you're still looking at UA, you should pick up a bit more strength training. Everyone else will have quirks that put them at an unfair advantage physically, so you need to close the gap as much as possible, Stain advised. The entrance exam was still 4 months away, but that was 4 months of training and practicing to make himself even better. He needed to be in tip-top shape if he wanted the slightest chance at making it in. But right now, he would settle for working on his aim. Time and practice had given him amazing accuracy and precision with throwing weapons, even when he released multiple projectiles from the same hand. But still, he always found somewhere he could improve upon. Just another one of his traits Stain had to admire. After half an hour he switched to sword-based combat, always trying to add even a little more speed to his strikes and recovery. Swords then became knives, which became bare-handed methods, then staffs and even a fairly long metal chain. I can appreciate your dedication, but you need to keep enough energy for tonight. I don't want to save you from falling off a building because you fell asleep mid-leap, Stain recommended. Reluctantly, Izuku dropped the weapons and took a short break. As the minutes ticked by, Izuku found himself getting more and more anxious. He wanted to go out on his own, just be let free to run and jump and watch the streets as he traveled from rooftop to rooftop. But he held it in, because Stain always taught him not to let his emotions control him. After an hour or so, Izuku found himself spraying his hair blonde and putting in a fresh pair of contacts. His typical outfit was a hoodie with a slot he had sewn inside to hold a notebook and a pencil, along with a black lower half mask that he kept in his pocket until needed. Stain also changed into his casual clothes and the two gave each other a nod. The disguised pair walked together until they reached a bus stop closer to the edge of the city. Just to make things interesting, I'll give you a 2.5-minute head start. If you manage to lose me, I'll meet you back at the hideout at midnight, Stain offered. This certainly grabbed Midoriya's attention, as Stain hardly ever actually let him go anywhere alone. A little while later the bus arrived and the two hitched a ride into the city. Once they and a few other passengers stepped off, they snuck into an alley and finished their disguises. Here, take this, Stain told Izuku as he pulled out a knife sheath attached to a belt. Just in case. Midoriya nodded and looped the belt around his waist before pulling the hoodie over the knife, effectively hiding it from unexperienced. Timer starts once you leave, the teacher noted aloud. His student gave a sign of understanding and did a few quick stretches. Once he was ready, he gracefully hopped from wall to wall until he was at the top of the 5-story building. The moment he was out of view, Stain started counting in his head. 6 months. 26 weeks. 180 days. No matter how Inko looked at it, her little boy had been gone for far too long. Ever since that fateful morning, happiness had been hard to come by. The note, long since stained with tears, was in her hands yet again as she reread it for the 100th, maybe even 1000th time. It never got easier. Izuku, where are you? The woman asked the air surrounding her. Just a few days ago she had met with some of the best detectives in the area, only to be told once again that there was no sign of Izuku anywhere. Every day she found herself questioning what she could have done differently. Part of her knew that Izuku would be thrilled at the chance to become a hero, but she figured he would have at least told her first. Or was he afraid that his own mother would deny him his greatest dream? The silence was broken by the sound of a gentle knock. Then another. Hoping against all hope, she rushed to the door. Maybe someone found him, or maybe he was back. When she opened the door, no one was there. The only thing that stopped her heart from dropping beyond saving was a slip of paper at her feet. She cautiously picked it up and turned it over. What she read took her breath away. "Dear Mom, words cannot explain how sorry I am to have been gone for so long. Please do not worry about me. I'm alive and well. In fact, I'm better than I've ever been. I know this won't really change anything, but I needed you to know that I am okay. I cannot come home quite yet as I still have training to do. But don't worry, I still plan on coming home as soon as possible. It may be a while, but I will come back. I'll make you proud. I love you. Your little hero, Izuku Midoriya." The moment she took in the words, a weight worth 100 pounds came off her shoulders. Her little boy was alive. And he was going to come home. For the first time in what felt like forever, Inko allowed herself to not just feel hope, but to feel happiness. Meanwhile, a few buildings away, a hooded figure crouched near the edge of an apartment complex much like the one the green-haired woman stepped out of. He watched as she picked up the note, and had to wipe his eyes at the display she put on once she finished reading. It hurt him to know how much he had put her through, but a little relief came when he saw her eyes light up a little, even from the distance he was at. Maybe things would go back to normal sooner than expected. Despite the silence on the roof, he felt a presence approaching. In his case, it wasn't a threat, even though anyone else would be scared crapless. "I know this isn't what you wanted me to do, but I had to do it," Midoriya said. The approaching figure stepped next to him and looked at the apartment his pupil was intently watching. "True, I didn't let you go gallivanting around just to drop off a letter, but if you can prove your worth I'll let it slide," Stain replied. He and his student stood up and the latter looked at the former for instructions. "I'm following you this time," Stain stated. In other words, Izuku would have to lead the way. A quick survey of the area showed multiple paths to take, so he decided to let his instincts take over and just ran forward. Midoriya had always been partial to Stain's speed and agility training. Once it moved past getting repeatedly tackled in the alley, that is, when the two were just running from rooftop to rooftop, he could finally take in his surroundings. Breathe the fresh air. Stretch his wings, so to speak. He came to a stop at a single-story ledge overlooking an almost empty street. Down below, two men were attempting to mug a woman. "Come on, lady. Give us the purse and we'll leave you alone," one of the men offered in a mockingly friendly tone. Fortunately, the woman had pulled what appeared to be pepper spray. On the other hand, none of the three seemed to be giving away their quirks, so there was the potential the spray would be useless. Without asking for permission from his mentor, Izuku dropped from the ledge and landed between the two parties. He stood up straight while keeping his head leaning forward. The two muggers jumped back a little but quickly regained their composures. "Sorry guys. I think she's closed for business," the hooded figure joked. "Run," he said to the woman, which she did after a quick, "Thank you. I guess someone's looking for trouble." Each man pulled out a knife. The two blades glinted in the moonlight, and Izuku took a fighting stance. For the first time he looked up, and his eyes met theirs. Their blood may have well been frozen with a glare. No matter how loud they told themselves to move, no matter how hard they tried to get their muscles to work, they simply couldn't. You guys ever hear the story about Medusa? According to legend, just looking at her could turn you into stone. He slowly approached the two, his walk having shifted from that of a human to that of a ferocious predator stalking its prey. Their only replies were the whimpers they could hardly manage to force from their lungs. It's true she was just a myth, but I always found the concept of stopping my opponents just with a look to be rather intriguing. He was right in front of the two and relieved them of their blades. "Let's make a deal. You two can run along home. If you can keep out of trouble, I'll leave you alone. If not..." A knife was held to each of their throats, making his point very clear. Then, just as fast as he dropped in, he left. A powerful jump got him high enough to climb onto a streetlight, where he jumped onto the store roof. "Interesting. You managed to resolve the conflict without causing any injury. But you know they will go back to their old ways?" Stain asked once he and his student had started moving again. "I know they probably will. But the way I see it, they could have called a hero or the police on me if I attacked them. Then I would be the one in trouble, even if they started it, because I would have made the first move, Izuku explained. That's civilian thinking. Heroes and villains can't be afraid to make the first move. If either side falters for even a moment, it could be the difference between life and death. Izuku took the scolding and thought about it all the way to the next point of interest. From the roof, he caught a glimpse of Kamui Woods and a lady patrolling the street. He pulled out his notebook and started scribbling notes on MT Lady's uniform design and the way the two heroes interacted. Stain just watched as Izuku mumbled his findings and occasionally hopped to different buildings to get better angles of the two. You need to work on your mumbling. It could give away your location someday, Stain advised. His student went silent for a little while until he closed the notebook and slipped it into the pocket. Sorry. Old habit, he apologized. So what did you learn? The villain asked, eager to see how detailed Izuku's findings were. Well, I already had a good entry on Kamui, so I skipped him. On the other hand, I don't know a lot about MT Lady other than her quirk is gigantification. She's also new to the Pro League, so she isn't quite used to working in a team, if that argument they were having means anything. Interesting. And how would you face her in a fight? Izuku rubbed his chin and let out a long as he put together a fake scenario. Well, her quirk is most useful against larger opponents. But her strength is also her weakness. In her enlarged state her mobility is lower, so it'd be easier to actually get a hit. On the other hand, I wouldn't be surprised if she still learned some martial arts to counteract that scenario in her normal form. All in all, I'd probably go with an ambush attack when she's beginning to revert to normal size. The two stood watch over the street in silence for a few minutes. You know, Stain, you always manage to surprise me. I never thought I would get used to your calm and collected side. Yet here we are. Stain let out a slightly humored chuckle which sounded more like a throaty rasp than a laugh. The world is full of surprises, kid. Sometimes you just need the right perspective, Stain replied. Before the night was through, the duo had observed another two heroes, both of whom passed Stain's test. For the time being, at least. Maybe we should head back. I want to dash. Midoriya started before another figure caught his eye. A boy about his age with spiky blonde hair and red eyes was walking out of a grocery store. I'll be back, Izuku told his mentor, then hopped off the roof and onto the fire escape below. A few more drops left him on the ground, where he slowly snuck up on his former classmate from behind. Hey you, he called out. Bakugo didn't acknowledge the call until he felt a hand on his shoulder. Get your hands off me, he shouted while quickly turning around. He stood face to face with someone he had known forever, yet had not once met. Sorry, but you're Katsuki, right? The kid from that slime villain attack about half a year ago. Yeah, and what's it to you? The blonde snarled in return. Some things never change, the masked teen thought. I just thought it was really cool how you fought back. There was nothing cool about it. I had to be rescued. His anger was flaring and his pride was on full display. Hey, calm down. I'm not trying to start anything. I'm sorry if I hit a nerve there. But you're looking to be a hero, right? I mean, I saw your quirk, and it's badass. At the mention of being a hero, a small part of Katsuki's demeanor changed. Yeah. I'm going to beat All Might and prove that I'm the strongest, he shouted with angry determination. But that's not very heroic, is it? I can get wanting to be famous, but isn't that a bad reason to become a hero? Just to be known as the strongest. Who are you to decide what's heroic and what's not? If I beat up the villains and save people, I'm still a hero. He was definitely getting riled up now, and small crackles and pops were emanating from his palms. If you insist. But what about those who will look up to you? What'll you say to them? Especially the quirkless ones. I'll tell them even if they become heroes, they won't surpass me, Bakugo stated with a thumb point at himself. And if they want to try, I'll show them what happens when they challenge the best. If you say so. Well, I have to get going and I'm sure you have places to be. Until next time, the masked teen offered before walking away. Once Bakugo suspected him to be out of earshot, he let out an indignant PSH and grumbled something about not getting the respect he deserves. I take it you and him don't have a pleasant history, Stain assumed out loud when his student returned. That's an understatement. He's the main reason I had confidence issues when we first met, and the last thing he told me was that I might as well kill myself. That's not something a hero wannabe should say, Stain said. Well, he's not a hero yet, and he's still young. He has time to change, and I'm sure he'll find out the hard way once he gets into UA. Speaking of, we should probably head back. I want to be able to get enough rest for training tomorrow. Stain gave a nod, and the pair agilely ran off until they found an empty stretch of sidewalk to hop down to. Izuku removed his mask and pulled out his notebook to disguise himself as a student while Stain took up making small talk to portray the role of the kid's father. It had been awkward for both of them the first few times, but they had gotten used to the fake roles as time went on. The bus ride was as uneventful as usual. It was just after midnight when the two finally stepped back inside Stain's abode. Don't worry, Mom, I'll come home soon, Izuku whispered to himself before allowing sleep to take him. Throughout the following weeks, Izuku continued to push his body more than he ever had under Stain's training. His clothes would be soaked in sweat before noon, and more than once he found himself injuring himself from trying too hard. Your dedication has always been something to admire, Midoriya. But you can't push yourself so hard that you hurt yourself more than you strengthen yourself, Stain scolded as he bandaged his pupil's back. During a training session with a Kusari Fundo, he had whipped the chained weapon too hard and caused it to swing into his back. Quick note, a Kusari Fundo, aka Manriki chain, is a chain that has a weight attached to each end. Sorry. Geez, when was the last time I lost control of this thing? His student replied. A grunt escaped his lips when Stain pressed on a particularly sore spot, but he managed to hold most of it in. It's been a while, but that just shows that no matter how good you are, you can still push yourself too hard. After applying the last of the bandages, Izuku was told to roll his shirt back down, covering the countless scars he had obtained over the course of his training. Just remember that the entrance exam is in 3 months. If you hurt yourself anymore, you may not be in prime condition. You wouldn't want that, would you? Stain asked. No, sir. But now that you mention it, there's bound to be some kind of form I have to fill out to get in, right? That there is. But it's not due until a week before the exam, so you can fill it out then. And use your real info. Once you're finished here, we'll have to go our separate ways. The idea of leaving Stain was oddly saddening. Sure, he was still the hero killer, but he had become the closest thing to a father figure Izuku had ever had, albeit a criminally insane father to a point. After the Kusari Fundo incident, Midoriya stuck to basic strength, speed, and agility workouts with a few sparring sessions here and there. The next few months just added to his already impressive physique and knowledge, turning him into something even Stain could be proud of. Before he knew it, the months had flown by until there was just over a week until the entrance exam. In fact, Stain had told Izuku to take a trip to the city library to fill out the forms before he forgot. Even with the excitement that came with the notification that he was cleared to attend the entrance exam, he was more excited to actually see his mother again. Once he was enrolled for the exam, he took a stroll around the city to see what he missed. There were a few sequels to movies he watched as a kid and a lot of new All Might merch. But what caught his attention was a newspaper clipping the briefly mentioned All Might's employment at UA. This is too good to miss out on, the teen thought to himself. He picked up the pace and quickly returned to his mentor's current hideout. I'm signed up for the entrance exam. Now all there is to do is wait and see, Izuku mentioned during lunch. But it's about time I moved on as well. I've spent too long out of the game, and I don't want everyone thinking I've just disappeared, Stain replied. Maybe we'll run into each other again. Hopefully we'll be on good terms. Maybe, was Stain's reply. You should probably take it easier for the next few days. You'll need as much energy as possible for the exam. Stain telling me to take it easy. Never thought I'd see the day, Midoriya chuckled. Even Stain gave a grunt in response to the jab, but it was an amused grunt. Time skipped to night before the entrance exam. It had been almost 4 months since the note had appeared in front of the door. Ever since that day, Inko had once again been filled with hope that every call would be her son. Every day she went shopping, she half expected Izuku to come up from behind her. But after 4 months, it still had yet to happen. Someone knocked on the door, and while she hoped it was Izuku, her logical side told her it wasn't. Sadly, the logical side turned out to be right, as Naomasa Tsukachi was waiting on the outside. "Hello, Mrs. Midoriya. May I step inside?" he politely asked. "Of course," Inko replied, carefully shutting the door once he was in. "What do I owe the visit?" Detective Tsukachi was silent. Something didn't bode well, and Mrs. Midoriya prepared herself for the worse. Izuku was found dead or involved in big-time criminal activity. The thought of her little Izuku being involved in crime was unbearable, but it was preferable over him being found dead. "We have a lead," he finally stated. He pulled a few sheets of paper from his coat, and Inko couldn't help but notice the large UA logo in the upper right corner. "Not too long ago our search algorithms alerted us to a registration at UA High under your son's name. By the time we arrived at the location he had disappeared, but the librarian did admit to seeing a kid with green hair using one of the computers." Within that moment the entire world froze for Inko Midoriya. Her son was still alive, and was still striving to be a hero. She desperately wanted to find him right now and hold him as tight as she could, still deciding on whether that was before or after slapping some common sense into him and giving him the scolding of a lifetime for just leaving without a word. While we cannot be 100% sure this is Izuku, we have a good feeling it is. We have been given permission to observe the exam, and if our efforts prove successful we will bring him back. By now her eyes were watering something fierce. For almost a full year now she had been without her son, yet for the first time there was a genuine possibility that he would be returned to her. "I promise we'll bring him home," Tsukachi offered seriously. "Please do," was all Inko could manage at the moment. This was it. Tomorrow was the big day, the entrance exam. Soon he and Stain would go their own ways with no guarantee of meeting again. Yet now he almost wanted to stay. This man had given him so much more than he could have accomplished on his own. Had anyone told him almost a year ago that he would bond with a killer, he would have called them crazy. "Will you still be here when I wake up in the morning?" Izuku questioned as he gathered up what he still had that he had packed. "After all, you did say you've been gone for too long." "No. I'm leaving early in the morning to move on to the next city. But before I forget, I have something for you," the hero killer replied. He held out the Kusari Fundo, a retractable extendable staff, and a short sword. All of them were stuffed into Izuku's bag and almost filled it to the brim. "Those aren't it, by the way. I was going to give them to you anyway. They don't draw enough blood to be useful for me." He walked over to the mattress and pulled what appeared to be a sleek wrist gauntlet with a glove from underneath. "You've always been one for rooftop running, so I used a few of my connections to have this made. It's a wrist gauntlet grappling claw," Stain started after handing the gift to his student. "The glove acts as a control panel. The claw rests in a slot at your forearm and can shoot up to 25 meters. It should be able to embed itself into concrete and even most metals. To shoot it, you just need to form a fist without your thumb. Once the claw clamps onto a surface it will stay that way until you open your fist. Pressing your thumb to the fist will force the mechanisms to rewind, releasing your thumb will stop it, and releasing your pointer finger will allow it to unwind. The cord can hold up to 250 kilograms and is resistant to most forms of damage." "Wow, this is amazing," Izuku dumbfoundedly muttered as he aimed the device around the room. Despite being told a while ago that Stain didn't get paid, he always had a hunch that he had some kind of affiliates or supporters that secretly aided his mission. Right now the safety's on. "It's this little switch here," Stain said with a point at a tiny switch near the wrist. "I don't think you'll need it for the entrance exam, but I figured you would need some time to get the hang of it for when you start classes." "Thanks. And not just for this, but for everything you've done. Before you found me I was nothing. But now, I'm something. I can become a hero, or maybe a vigilante like you suggested," Izuku said. He then did something neither of them would have expected. He hugged the hero killer. And Stain reluctantly returned the gesture. "Okay, that's enough," he said after a few seconds with a push. "Yes, sorry. Just got caught in the moment," Izuku responded almost sheepishly. "Just get to bed. You need your rest." Stain didn't say much after that. Neither of them did, as Midoriya wrapped himself up with his hoodie and fell into a slumber. For a long time Stain just watched his student of nearly a year. He had seen something in the kid when they first met, and was coming to terms with the fact that he had grown fond of the little bugger. It was well past midnight when Stain started packing the rest of his belongings and prepared to head out to his next destination. A last glance at Midoriya resulted in a grin that the mentioned teen wouldn't see. Minutes later the hero killer was stealthily rushing to who knew where. With a yawn, Izuku woke up and immediately stretched his limbs. He had long ago gotten used to waking up on the hard floor, but that didn't mean he liked it. A quick look around revealed that Stain had indeed left before he woke up. There was a disappointment that came with not getting to say goodbye, but the entrance exam came to mind before he could dwell on it for too long. After checking the time on a phone Stain had ordered him to shoplift, he hurriedly made sure everything he had received from his mentor was packed. He lifted his shirt and wrapped the kusari fundo around his torso like a bandolier and pocketed one of the knives he took from the muggers. The sword itself was just short enough to be covered in the bag without sticking out. When he walked to the door, he stopped for a moment. "Don't worry, Stain. I'll make you proud," he promised aloud before leaving the place he had come to call his second home. Even by the time he stepped foot in the city, he had a good hour before he needed to get to the UA entrance. Izuku took his time to look in the windows of the few new stores that had been set up in his absence and made a note of which ones to visit first. He had just enough money to buy a breakfast sandwich from a coffee shop, and he practically swallowed it whole as he picked up the pace to the campus. "Wow. This is UA," the green-haired teen thought in amazement. The pictures he had seen online hardly did the building justice. For just a moment he stopped paying attention to his surroundings and paid the price in the form of bumping into a stranger. He saw her start to fall and instinctively reached for her when a light pink outline glowed along her body and her fall stopped. "I'm so sorry about that. I got a bit distracted," he offered to the girl who was righting herself. Her light brown hair that had been floating as if immune to gravity dropped, and her brown eyes met his green ones. "It's fine. I understand. This is a big step for all of us. I'm Achiko Uraraka." "What's your name?" the girl asked with a friendly tone. "Izuku. Izuku Midoriya," he replied. "Well, it's nice to meet you. Come on, we don't want to miss anything," she exclaimed, then rushed into the giant building. He followed suit and took the paths directed by the arrows throughout the halls until he came to his destination. Inside what appeared to be a lecture hall, the attendees were seated based on name cards. That would have been fine, until Izuku got a good look at who was next to him. Of all the people, of everyone he could have been seated beside in this crowd. "Deku?" the red-eyed teen asked. There was still that anger that always accompanied addressing the green-haired teen, but there was also underlying confusion. Maybe after 10 months he would treat his friend differently. "What's your quirkless but doing here? And where the hell have you been for the last year?" Or not. Maybe some things truly never change. "What? Afraid I took your advice to heart," Izuku coldly retorted. Katsuki opened his mouth to say something, but was cut off by the speaker. Whether ironically or unironically, Izuku couldn't decide, but the fact that voice hero, present Mike was the speaker put a small grin on Midoriya's face. The pro hero went on to explain the rules of the mock urban battle they would take part in. "You will soon be taken to the battle centers specified on your cards. The battles will be 10 minutes long, and you may bring anything you want with you," Mike stated. Izuku read his card and noted he was going to Center B, whereas Katsuki was assigned to Center A. "Demon. I won't get a chance to crush you now," the blonde teen complained. Izuku had to hold back his laughter, but allowed a quick scoff to escape his lips. He immediately returned his attention to present Mike, who had begun explaining the 3 types of robots that were worth different point values when an attendee a few rows ahead stood up and raised his hand. "May I ask a question?" he very formally requested, and was granted his request. Apparently, he read ahead and was asking about a villain present Mike had failed to mention and went on about how UA should be better than making a simple mistake. "SCK up," Izuku muttered to himself, which was also caught by the boy next to him. This entire time he had yet to hear the typical muttering or fanboying that Izuku had been known for before his disappearance. Bakugo just knew this was Izuku, yet he was nothing like the kid that went missing 10 months ago. For some reason this made him angry. probably because he would have to find new ways to remind Izuku that he's better than a quirkless nobody. Yes, I see the confusion. The truth is, that's more of an obstacle than a mock villain. The robot is worth 0 points and goes crazy in small spaces, so it's better off to avoid it than engage it, the hero explained. I'm sorry for my interruption. Please continue, the attendee offered with a bow, then sat back down. A few choirs of mumbles and whispers between friends and attendees echoed through the room. Some students referenced the villain as a video game obstacle, whereas others questioned the reason of having a faux villain in the first place. Moments later, Present Mike gave a short quote from Napoleon Bonaparte, which was followed by an enthusiastic reciting of UA's well-known motto. After that, everyone was herded onto buses based on the battle center their cards designated. The ride was short, and Izuku spent most of the time with his eyes closed and keeping his breathing slow. When he felt the vehicle come to a stop, he stood up but left his bag when he saw others placing their belongings to keep their seats. Izuku stepped off the bus and into the crowd. To say there were people of all shapes and sizes was a bit of an understatement when he saw someone with 6 arms. He also noted the girl from the gates and the guy that asked the question during the speech were in the group as well. He figured he should get a good starting position and gently pushed his way to the front of the crowd. He still had the Kusari Fundo under his shirt and the knife in his pocket. The regulators probably didn't expect any actual weapons when they said to bring whatever they wanted, but rules were rules. Okay, start, a familiar voice shouted from above. While caught off guard by the lack of a countdown, Stain's training taught him to react without hesitation, and he was the first one through the doors. He heard Mike tell the others something about there not being a countdown in real battles, but ignored it when the first robot came after him. A quick grab and pull from under his shirt unraveled the Kusari Fundo and whipped it right through the hinge that connected the head to the long neck. The strike was powerful enough to cut clean through the joint, and he was already on to the next robot before the headpiece hit the ground. Halfway through the battle, he had racked up 50 points and showed no signs of slowing down. 3 robots came at him from different directions as he swung the weighted chain in a circle next to him. A hard pull sent the weight crashing through the legs of a 2-point robot and brought it to the ground. Without a second's hesitation, he spun on his heel and swung the chain into the second attacking robot and severed its right arm before sending the chain crashing into the headpiece. Lastly, he spun the chain above his head to build momentum before letting it fly into the body of a 3-point villain. The last one wasn't immobilized, but before he could strike again, a blue laser sliced through the robot like a knife through butter. Izuku turned to the one who fired the beam. His eyes fell upon an oddly styled boy with blonde hair and a white shirt with frills along the upper half of the zipper. Merci. We make a good team. Sorry to steal your points, but adieu, the boy said before running off. Whatever, Izuku whispered to himself. He already had more than enough points to pass, so allowing a few to slip his grasp was allowable, albeit annoying. He tried to take in his surroundings, but all the noise made it harder than necessary. A handful of powerful jumps landed him on the top of a short building where he proceeded to run towards the most active spot. It was eventful to say the least. Everyone was trying to take out as many robots as possible with whatever methods their quirks allowed. The one from earlier was firing lasers left and right, Achiko was making the robots float before letting them drop, and the Question Kid was running inhumanly fast and taking out robots with powerful kicks. As Izuku caught his breath and wrapped the chain weapon around his chest, the sound of something large approaching caught everyone's attention. All eyes fell to the source. A robot that dwarfed even the largest buildings in the battle center had come from nowhere and was threateningly advancing upon the hero wannabes. Of course, most of them ran, not even bothering to look back at the ones they stampeded over. Less than 2 minutes left, Mike shouted from the entrance. Not that many heeded his warning at the prospect of getting crushed to death. However, 2 didn't run. Not because they were fighting, but because they couldn't. Achiko was pinned by a piece of rubble that was crushing her lower leg, and the laser shooter was trying to force his arm out of a similar situation. It's always you, Raraka, isn't it? Before he could question his judgment, Izuku jumped from the building and rushed to the girl. She was still struggling and didn't notice his arrival until he groaned from the effort of lifting the concrete slab off her leg. She thanked him, but he didn't pay attention. All he focused on was the giant robot that was getting uncomfortably close and the other person who needed saving. "Your quirk makes things you touch levitate, right?" he asked just before reaching the occasionally French-speaking boy. "Why yes, but if I use it too much I get nauseous," she replied just before holding back a sick look on her face. The moment he got to the other person in need of rescue, he grabbed her hand and placed it on the largest chunk of rubble that pinned the boy. Another powerful lift unburied it from the smaller bits of debris on top of it and freed the second victim. "Let go of the slab and touch yourself and him," Midoriya ordered as he wrapped an arm around each of their waists. Achiko gave a weak nod and brought her fingertips together with a release. As fast as she could, she removed the gravitational pull from her and the other boy. Upon feeling the sudden loss of weight, Izuku sprinted as fast as his legs would carry him, struggling to avoid broken robots and large pieces of debris without having his arms free to balance himself. A loud buzzer rang throughout the entire center, and every robot that was still standing came to a halt, including the zero-point villain behind him. "Ugh. Release," Achiko groaned, and the two he was carrying regained their weight and fell from his arms to the ground. Finally free to use his limbs, Izuku bent his legs and used his knees to prop up his arms as he took heavy breaths. Achiko held back as much as possible, but failed and ended up puking next to her savior. Oddly, there was rainbow-colored light emitting from her mouth. "Merci," the boy on his other side offered. Izuku turned to him and replied, "You're welcome," between gasps. "My name's Yuga Aoyama." "What's yours?" "Izuku Midoriya," he responded. My, you all worked very hard," a voice belonging to an old lady commented. Everyone looked at the short woman who was handing out gummies to the tired participants. She quickly walked up to Achiko and gave a long kiss to her cheek, then gave the same treatment to the boy. Most of the other participants made confused noises at the unusual treatment, but fell silent when both of their limbs took on a green glow. Any damage that had been done slowly faded until it had disappeared completely. That must have been very tiring. "Have some gummies," she offered Izuku, which he gladly took and popped in his mouth. "Thank you, recovery girl," Aoyama said, earning a head pat from the nurse. "Rest up. You'll need to recover the stamina used to heal your wounds," the old lady instructed. Achiko and Aoyama nodded, and recovery girl took her leave. "That was really brave of you, Izuku." "Thank you." Izuku returned his attention to Achiko, who looked like she was ready to puke again. "What kind of hero would I be if I just left you too?" he asked with a shrug. Many of the other participants flinched at his question even if it wasn't meant for them. They had all ran and not once looked back, too scared to even think about helping others. Most of them thought about it all the way back to the bus until a man in a large tan coat intercepted everyone. His eyes silently skimmed the crowd until they fell on Midoriya. "Izuku Midoriya?" he asked. The green-haired teen nodded and walked up to the man. "I take it you're my ride?" he guessed. He had a feeling someone was going to come for him at some point or another. Detective Tsukachi nodded and gestured for Izuku to step into a black car. "Hold on, just let me get my bag," he requested before rushing into the bus and grabbing his belongings. Just as quickly he got back off and waved to Aoyama and Achiko before sitting in the back seat of his ride. Tsukachi took the seat next to him and closed the door. The first few minutes of the ride occurred in silence, until the detective spoke up. "You understand we'll need to ask you several questions regarding your disappearance and such." "Yeah, I figured," Izuku replied. Obviously Stain had prepared a list of contingencies for the inevitable questioning his student would receive, yet there was simply no way it could encompass every possible question. Silence once again washed over the two like an ocean wave. Izuku rested his head against the cool glass window, the occasional pothole causing his head to thunk against the surface. An all too familiar building entered his field of view, and the car came to a stop in front of it. "She's waiting for you." "She's been waiting for the last 10 months, Tsukachi stated once they had both stepped out of the car. The usually short trip to the door seemed to stretch longer than any distance Stain had him run during training. He got to the door, raised his hand and knocked. Knock, knock, knock. At the sound of knuckles hitting the door, Inko got up and ran over to the entryway. Ever since the good detective had told her about Izuku registering for the entrance exam, she had been nervously waiting for this exact moment. Her hand, shaking like crazy, wrapped around the doorknob and pulled. As soon as it was open wide enough for a person to get through, she felt arms wrap around her. There wasn't a chance for her to react in any way. "I'm so sorry, Mom. I'm sorry I left with just a note. I'm sorry I never visited. I'm sorry I never called and only left a second note. I'm sorry for everything," Izuku remorsefully wept. Inko, on the other hand, was left speechless. She had prepared for this all day, yet now she didn't know how to respond other than wrapping her son in her arms. "It's okay, Izuku, it's okay. You're back, and that's all I care about. We can talk about it later, but for now I'm just glad you're back." Detective Tsukachi left without either of them noticing. He himself had been rather moved by the display, and decided to come back in a day or two to check up on Izuku and his mother. Many minutes later the two finally separated, wet streaks running down both their faces. "Look at you, you've filled out so much," Inko commented once she finally got a look at Izuku. "Yep. And you've been told about my participation at the entrance exam?" he asked. "Yes, I have, and I'm so proud of you," Inko offered. "I just wish you would have said something, anything, before you left." "I wish I could have too, but Hida told me not to tell anyone," Izuku replied. "Others may have, but still." She looked down upon saying that. "Don't worry. I'm perfectly fine," he assured her. The two were left in awkward silence until Inko Maid took the initiative. "Well, your room is just how you left it. It's been pretty lonely here without you," Inko stated. Izuku nodded and walked down the halls he had not seen in so long. Everything was more or less the way he remembered it. Just walking into his room was like a full nostalgia trip. The All Might figurines and posters were exactly where he had left each and every one of them. A few were picked up and examined before being placed back down. The bed could have been made this morning as far as he knew, and the laptop screen appeared freshly dusted as well. The books on his shelves were in equally good condition. Really kept the place well kept, he thought to himself. He slid his bag under his bed and pulled the Kusari Fundo from under his shirt and slid it under the bed as well. He then flopped onto the bed and almost jumped off due to how far he sunk in. Months of sleeping on an uncompromising floor had definitely left an influence on him. Instead of trying again, he laid down on the floor and found it much more comforting. Not physically, but more just because it was closer to what he was so used to. The carpeting did make it pleasantly softer though. Maybe he could replace the bed with a futon. He would have to think about it later, as he fell asleep on the floor from the effort of the exam. Meanwhile at UA, "There are some promising students this year," a man stated. He, like the other judges of the practical exam, were in a darkened room reading the scores the various participants had received. Yes. But this Izuku is rather interesting. Second place in total villain points, first place in total rescue points, and he's quirkless to top it all off. The woman's voice was understandably surprised. "Yeah, and second place has no rescue points at all. Then there are those like Achiko, Uraraka and Itsuka Kendo who have more rescue points than villain points," another man added. "If I may, what do we know about this Midoriya kid?" a tired voice asked. A file was brought up on the screen and the occupants of the room skimmed through it. "We know he's quirkless for one thing. He went to the same middle school as Katsuki Bakugo, the second-place overall participant. However, he went missing without a trace over 10 months ago and just recently re-emerged. Clearly the disappearance has something to do with his sudden surge in capabilities, as his teachers described him as an easily intimidated child with no notable skills like the ones he displayed today." "Yeah, I had a front row seat and he was on FH. Mike shouted with some kind of DJ gesture. "I must admit, I never thought anyone without a quirk could score so high. It almost makes me ready to completely rethink our system," a speaker from earlier stated. "True, but there's only so far he can go in the superhero world without a superpower," the tired man retorted before leaving the room. "I, for one, look forward to having him at our school," a slightly high-pitched voice offered. "Speaking of, it's probably time we start recording the acceptance letters for the lucky ones." Back at the Midoriya household. "Izuku, dinner's ready," Inko called from outside the room. Calling him for dinner was something so small in her day, yet she couldn't help but smile at getting to actually call him for food for the first time in months. "Okay." Coming, he replied from the other side of the door. She went to prepare the plates and was just setting down a generous helping of spaghetti for him when he walked in. Smells good, he offered. Inko smiled at seeing him this way. After whatever he went through, there was still that little boy inside him after all. I'm glad you think so. Now eat up, she ordered. He almost ravenously ate the spaghetti and helped himself to half of another helping. Did you actually eat while you were gone? His mother asked wide-eyed. Yes, but it was just stuff that helped rebuild muscle and filled me up. It hardly had any taste, so it's good to have something with actual taste again, he explained. Well, that doesn't sound like a lot of fun, Inko muttered. It wasn't most of the time. But there were parts that were enjoyable. For one thing, I got to learn a bunch of cool martial arts. I'm glad for you. You followed your dream and will probably get into UA. I can't express how proud I am, she praised. Izuku let out a glowing smile and returned to his second helping of spaghetti. Maybe things could go back to normal. On the second day of his return, Detective Tsukachi stopped by and asked Izuku a lot of questions such as the expected, "Where were you?" and "Who were you with?" Izuku followed Stain's plan exactly and managed to satisfy the detective with information that would lead to believable results. A few hours later, the detective stood up and shook Izuku's hand. I know you've probably heard this more than enough, but I'm glad you're back safe and sound, he said. Izuku gave a quick, "So am I," and Tsukachi left. The mailman was outside the door, just having dropped off the main into the container by the doorway. Pardon me, the detective said. The mailman tipped his hat and moved on to the next apartment. Inko, having saw the man through the door, got up and brought the mail inside. The first thing she saw was a thick envelope with the famous UA seal. Is Izuku, she stammered. The boy looked up and the envelope was rather forcefully shoved into his hands. His eyes widened and the envelope was opened before he realized he was ripping it apart. A small disc fell onto the table and made a booting up sound, then started glowing. I am here as a projection, a familiar-looking man shouted. Both Izuku and Inko froze at the sight of the one and only All Might being the one to give Izuku's results. His theme song started playing softly in the background as he went on with his speech. First and foremost, I must say you put on a most spectacular display at the exam. If it weren't for you, the gap between first and second place would have been much greater. He pulled a remote from his pocket and pushed a button. A television screen behind him lit up with names and scores. Naturally, Bakugo was at the top with 77 points, then he himself with 54. Third place was someone named Yosetsu Aways, then Tetsu. Look at you. All the way up there. Inko happily exclaimed with a point at the scoreboard. But that's not all. Being a hero school, we cannot simply judge abilities based on how well you destroy robots. Naturally, there's .rescue points. Everything from a complete rescue to a simple assist of another is graded by a panel of judges. And let me just say you simply blew everyone out of the water, the projected All Might shouted. He quickly turned, pointed at the scoreboard, and pushed another button on the remote. A third column labeled Rescue Points extended from the second column with ranging numbers for each participant. Izuku got a good laugh seeing Katsuki with absolutely no rescue points. He had a full 62 rescue points. Most of the other participants had well over 30 points, but there were a few with 10 or less. Bakugo was the only person with none. The rows rearranged to take the new column into consideration and he was at the very top with 113 points. Almost a full 40 points better than Bakugo. Impressive, if I do say so myself. All Might let out at the numbers. He then turned back so he was facing Izuku. Young Midoriya, you have just proven that quirks aren't the only important factor in today's society. You've shown us that dedication and commitment are more than capable of making up for your lack of a quirk. His voice was no longer the happy, entertained voice he had always known the hero to use. Now it was much more serious, as if Izuku had just proven the world wrong. All Might reached his hand forward almost as if expecting Izuku to reach into the hologram and grab it. Come, young Midoriya. This is your hero academia. The video ended and the hologram disappeared. By the end of the video, Izuku's eyes had started watering. There weren't tears yet, but he was so close. Having a feeling he got in and listening to All Might tell him he got in were two very different things. Inko wrapped both of her arms around him and started crying into his shoulder. Her tears were not those of sadness, but of joy. Made it. You made it. Why? I did. I'm in, he replied. A sudden thought came to him and he started laughing. What's so funny? Inko asked with a sniff. But Kugo's going to kill me, he managed between laughs. He's going to be so mad next time he sees me. Inko let out a small chuckle at the idea of his longtime bully getting a little bit of what he deserved. For the first time he noticed some sheets in the envelope as well. He pulled them from what remained of the envelope and quickly skimmed through them. Most of them were statements regarding behavior that would or wouldn't be allowed and other details regarding expectations. However, there was also an ID card with his picture, name, and other relevant information. The back of the card explained how he would need it to get onto campus and wouldn't be allowed on for any reason if he forgot or lost it. Wow, look at this, he muttered in awe. He handed the card to his mother, who looked at it with similar awe. He wasn't dreaming. In April he was going to start classes at UA. I'll be in my room, or do you want me to help with anything? I'll be fine, Inko replied, so he grabbed the disc and walked to his room. The disc was carefully placed on his desk and he replayed the video again. He was on the 5th replay when his mother called. Dinner's ready, he heard his mom shout. He rushed to the table and dug into the fresh concoction. In return, he did the dishes and cleaned the table and kitchen so his mom could relax in front of the TV. When he was finished, he went back to his room and pulled the grappling device from under his bed. He still hadn't gotten a chance to try it and had an itch to now that he was holding it. After shrugging to himself, he put the device on his arm and pulled on his hoodie. His hands were stuffed into the pockets to conceal the glove on his right hand. Hey Mom, I'm heading out for a little bit, he offered. Probably worried that he might disappear again, Inko put up a little fight. Do you have to? Don't you want to watch the news for any hero reports? She asked. Don't worry, I promise I'll be back before 10:30. I just want to walk around and see what's new, he offered, which seemed to settle his mother's nerves a little. If you promise, she conceded. Izuku gave a warm goodbye and was out the door. A few minutes later he was on the rooftop of a good starting point. Okay, time to test this thing out, he whispered to himself. He got a running start and aimed the claw at a higher building. The claw zipped from underneath his fist and clamped onto the ledge of a nearby building. Still running, Izuku reached the edge and jumped, letting himself fall to gain momentum before putting his thumb against his fist. A strong mechanism pulled him through the air with amazing speed. Before reaching the end of the line, he opened his fist while keeping his thumb pressed. The claw let go and was pulled back into the gauntlet as his momentum carried him the rest of the distance. Whoa! He had cleared the distance much faster than he expected something as relatively small as the gauntlet to carry him. He couldn't help but smile as he aimed it at another building and fired again. After a few dozen attempts, he was able to swing from building to building without having to stop, unless he decided to run across the rooftop rather than swing over it. And this is amazing, he said to himself as he inspected the device yet again. He then realized it was almost 10 o'clock, so he parkoured his way to the ground and did some quick window shopping on his walk back. A few things caught his eye, especially a revamped figurine of All Might in his young age costume. It was 10:22 by the time he walked through the door. Did you have a good time? Inko asked when she heard his footsteps. Absolutely. I'm going to hit the hay. Good night. Inko returned the wishes and left for her own room as well. By instinct, Izuku rested himself on the floor and, after placing the gauntlet under his bed, fell asleep with dreams of the near future. The first day of school came slower than he had expected. Izuku found himself spending a fair share of his free time training in his room or practicing his grappling skills deep in the woods he and Katsuki used to play in. The days passed one at a time, and his patience was rewarded with the first day of school. You sure you have everything? Writing utensils? Notebooks? Hanky? His mother asked in a small frenzy. Yes, I made sure at least 4 or 5 times yesterday. He nervously scratched the back of his head and opened the door. Wait, before you go, I just need to tell you, you're really amazing, Izuku. Whatever you went through, you're simply the coolest, his mother stated. She looked down when she said it, but he could tell she meant every word. Thanks, Mom. You're really amazing as well, he returned with a quick hug. Gotta run. Goodbye, see you later. The run to campus was fairly long, and by the time he got to the gates the entryway was empty. He spent a few minutes running through the halls until he finally found the large door labeled with a large red 1A. This is it, the start of my hero career, Izuku thought to himself. He put his hand against the door and pushed it open. Please get your feet off the desk. It's rude to the others who use it and those who made it, a familiar formal voice demanded. You really think so, you extra? What junior high were you spawned from? Bakugo shot back. Not taking the hint, the classmate introduced himself as Tenya Ida from semi-private academy. So, you're a snob elite then? Guess I'll enjoy crushing you. Katsuki retorted with an eye roll. He caught a glance at Izuku, who turned out to be Ida's next target. Good morning, my name is Dash, Ida stated loudly while marching towards Izuku. Don't worry, I heard. Good to meet you, I'm Izuku Midoriya, he said, cutting off the tall boy. Hey, Izuku, a girl exclaimed from behind him. He turned to the voice and ended up facing Achiko. I knew you would pass. There's no way they could have turned you away after saving me and the one with the giant belt. Yeah, glad to see you passed as well, Izuku offered. Who knew after everything Stain had trained him for, his weakness would turn out to be a nice girl. On the other side of the room, Bakugo glared at the green-haired kid. After having gone missing for 10 months, he was suddenly able to pass the practical without a quirk. His blood was boiling. Something's definitely up, he thought to himself. What do you think we'll be doing today? What do you think our teacher will be like? She asked energetically with pumping fists, slowly getting a bit closer to him. If you want to play at being friends, you're at the wrong place. The three that were still in the doorway froze in shock, then slowly turned and looked down. Down. A face that was barely sticking out of a yellow sleeping bag stared back at them. The zipper came undone at the top and a protein shake emerged before being placed in the man's mouth. The person inside the sleeping bag stood up and unzipped it fully to step out. Besides the light gray scarf, one of the first things Izuku noticed about the teacher was the very tired look on his face. I'm Shota Aizawa, your homeroom teacher, he introduced, which got a loud, questioning shout from the students. He reached into the bag and somehow pulled out 20 identical uniforms. Put these on and go out to the field, he instructed. The students got up and hurried to the changing rooms or nearest bathroom while Mr. Aizawa left for the field. Izuku stepped into a bathroom and changed in a stall. The gym uniform was flexible and breathable, but had medium-length sleeves. Everything from just above his elbows and below was exposed, leaving the numerous scars he had received from Stain's training to be seen. When he got to the field, he was greeted with a few stares at his arms, some worried and others confused. Despite the attention, he did his best to make a friendly first impression with the others, some of whom included Kyokujiro, Hantashiro, and Fumikage Tokoyami. His homeroom teacher appeared soon enough, and once the last few students arrived, he gave them the plan. Today you'll all be taking a quirk assessment test. Today you'll all be taking a quirk assessment test. A quirk assessment test? Most of the students shouted back. Achiko asked why they weren't doing something simple like an icebreaker game, and Izuku was willing to bet others were wondering the same thing. Except Bakugo. He was probably ready to shout out about his lack of a quirk. Training to be heroes shouldn't involve such luxurious activities. That's what makes UA different. We don't take the beaten path. We forge a new path with every class. Now, you should remember taking physical assessments in junior high where you were not allowed to use your quirks, the teacher stated, receiving a bunch of nods and agreements from his students. Bakugo Katsuki, you had the most villain points. Please step forward, Aizawa requested. Izuku noticed a strange reluctance from his old classmate, yet he did as asked. Aizawa procured a softball from somewhere and handed it to the blonde. What was your best throw in junior high? 67 meters, he replied. Throw the ball, but use your quirk this time. Bakugo did a few stretches then took a throwing position. I'll show everyone that I'm the strongest. Deku must have gotten lucky when he got the most points, he thought to himself. He used the building anger to leak into his throw, which he powered further with a blast. "Die!" he shouted, and the sphere went flying. The dust in the air was momentarily suspended in the shapes of rings, and a powerful air current formed in the direction of the projectile. "You will all find the upper limits of your quirks," Aizawa stated as the ball fell. A device in his hand bleeped and he turned it for his students to read. 705.2 meters. "Wow, almost a full kilometer," a boy with spiky red hair exclaimed. "So we can use our quirks? This could be fun," a floating uniform happily shouted. Many in the class agreed, but Izuku felt somewhat differently. He didn't have a quirk to strut, and his raw physical abilities alone may not be impressive compared to what others could do. "You think this'll be fun?" Aizawa asked in a menacing tone. "What if I tell you I'll expel whoever comes in last?" Silence reigned over the students, but only for a few moments. "But it's only the first day of school. That's not fair." Achiko whined. Ida seemed to take it more seriously, and the rest of his classmates were all somewhere in between the two. Now Izuku was starting to get somewhat worried. In this world, there is so much that's out of your control. Natural disasters, accidents, villain attacks, all of them happen at random. Would you rather send someone who barely passed or someone who more than passed, even if both were at the bottom in their circumstances? No one answered his question, which was an answer in and of itself. "But let's get started," he tiredly instructed. The first test was a 50-meter dash. Ida and a girl named Tsuyu Azui were the first to go. Right off the bat, Ida set an unbreakable time of 3.04 seconds. While not as fast, there were several impressive times. Izuku went at the same time as Katsuki, because of course that's who he'd get paired up against. Bakugo used his explosions with his palms facing backwards to achieve an impressive time of 4.13 seconds. Izuku wasn't too far behind, finishing in 6.14 seconds. Following the 50-meter dash was the grip strength test. Izuku was nowhere near the six-armed boy's 540 kilograms, but he was still more than satisfied with his 72-kilogram output. Next was the standing long jump, then the repeated side steps, and then the ball throw. The whole time, Izuku had yet to stand above the rest. He knew that unless it came down to a quirkless test it would be impossible, but he wanted to show them quirkless didn't mean useless like he had been told throughout his childhood. By now Katsuki was getting mad that Deku hadn't completely failed at anything yet. There were so many mysteries that hardly lined up in his mind. The sudden disappearance, the reappearance, his sudden growth in physical abilities, the scars all over his arms, and placing first in the freaking practical exam. He knew something was going on, yet right now there was simply no proof. It's looking bad for Midoriya. He has yet to face a test that suits him over anyone else, Ida muttered aloud. Maybe he's saving his energy for a later test? Achiko suggested. He's goddamn quirkless. He's never going to be the best. Bakugo shouted, resulting in not just the two, but all his fellow students to turn his way. Are you sure? I saw him at the exam, and I wouldn't be surprised if he had a general strength and speed enhancement. Or maybe a weak time perception quirk. He's quirkless. Has been his entire life. Bakugo retorted. Ida rubbed his chin in thought while Uraraka worriedly watched Izuku prepare. For the ball throw. He wound up, pitched and lobbed the ball. When it finally landed, Aizawa showed him his result of 92.13 meters. Way beyond what even Bakugo was capable of unassisted. His hands balled into fists almost tight enough to draw blood from his palms. Even that wasn't proof that he had a quirk, but he was so much better than he had a right to be. It only got worse after the seated toe touch and sit-up tests, where Izuku's intense training paid off. He came in second in the toe touches, just placing behind the pink-skinned girl in the class. In the sit-up test he came in first, easily beating everyone else with his endurance from Stain's tutelage. The last test was the distance run. Ida came in first with an odd strategy. He would push his engines to gain a massive lead, but then needed to let them cool for a little while before running again. Bakugo took second with his explosive speed move from the 50-meter dash, and Izuku came in third, once again thanking his heightened endurance. Once everyone was finished with the distance run, They were told to return to where they started. Slowly but surely the slower students and Mr. Aizawa returned, even if their breath was far from back. "Well, we're all done. Here are your results," he unenthusiastically said. A hologram display was projected from his phone, and everyone quickly looked for their names. Izuku sighed in relief upon seeing he was in the top 10, even putting aside his frustration at seeing Bakugo in first place. He hadn't had any spectacular results other than the sit-ups, but he was much more capable in tests than those who had quirks that were inapplicable for the tests. "No," the short boy with purple ball for hair screeched. Minoru Mineta was at the very bottom, meaning he was going to be expelled. The hologram disappeared, and Aizawa turned his back on them to head inside. "By the way, I'm not actually expelling anyone. I just needed you to give it everything. Now hurry up before you're late for your next class. I have handouts for the class curriculum back inside. You'll have more tests tomorrow, so get ready." He walked back inside, and everyone, especially Mineta, let out various displays of relief. Well, of course he wasn't going to expel anyone. It wouldn't really make sense to throw away a potential hero, a girl with a large ponytail stated. "Pretty nerve-wracking, wasn't it?" Hannah asked the red-haired boy. "Please, I'll take the challenge anytime, any day," he replied confidently. The class returned to the room once they had all changed. Present Mike interrupted the many different conversations with his entry, which led into him teaching their English class for the day. Lunch followed and everyone in Class 1A was sent to the cafeteria. The pro-hero known as Lunch Rush spent a fair bit of the PRD sharing conversations with the groups of students who were enjoying his creations. The last PRD of the day was deemed a study hall, but some of his classmates had heard rumors that the teachers simply had a little more to prepare, which was why there was no actual class that day. Soon the first day was done and Izuku, accompanied by Ida, was heading for the gates. "I thought for sure he was going to expel one of our classmates. It would be expected from the best of the best, after all," Ida stated as Izuku listened. At first he hadn't really cared for Tenya or his antics, but throughout the day he figured it would be best to get used to his ways. After all, he wasn't even that bad, just bolder than most of his other classmates. A hard grip took hold of his left shoulder and pulled him in a circle. Red eyes he knew all too well stared at him, and the mouth just below was baring almost every tooth. "Let me tell you something, Deku, I don't know what your game is, but I came here hoping to get away from you. So as long as you're here, I'm going to make sure you're still below me," he snarled. Then he let go with a push and left, leaving Ida and Achiko to watch him with confused stares. "Hey Izuku, what was that about?" Uraraka asked once she caught up with her two classmates. "And why does he call you Deku?" "He has a superiority complex that's been growing since even before his quirk manifested. As for the second question, my name can also be read as Deku, which he always said was short for Dekunibo, or good for nothing," he explained nonchalantly. "Are you really okay with that? If not, you should ask him to respect you and stop calling you that," Ida suggested with frantic karate chop motions. "You really think I haven't already tried? He's not going to stop anytime soon, so you might as well get used to it." Achiko looked like she had an idea, which was proven true when she spoke. "You know, it also sounds like the abbreviated Japanese word for can, as in you can, or they can, so maybe you can take it as him saying, you can do it, or something like that," she offered. "I don't think I can actually imagine Kaken encouraging anyone but himself," Izuku said with a chuckle. "Well, I like it, Deku," she happily replied. He could tell she was referring to him in her own way, and was rather thrilled that someone had found a new meaning for his old name. "If you want to call me that, I won't stop you." Achiko clapped her hands together and excitedly let the other two switch the topic of conversation. Achiko, Ida, and Midoriya held several interesting debates about the possibilities of the next day until they got to the station. Izuku excused himself, letting them know that his apartment was close by and a train ride was unnecessary. The three waved goodbye as they went their separate ways. "Mom, I'm home," he called out as soon as he entered the apartment. The smell of something cooking filled his nose and his stomach growled at the idea of food. "Hi honey. How was your day?" she asked from the kitchen. Izuku walked in and helped her move a few things while speaking. "Great, actually." Everyone's nice, or at least respectful of each other. Except Bakugo, but that's to be expected at this point. Oh, and I made 2 friends. Real friends this time, the green-haired boy explained. His mother took in all the highlights of his day with a smile and open ears. After 10 months, she didn't plan on missing anything that he had to say. Well, these, Achiko, and Ida, kids you keep mentioning sound like nice people. What do you have tomorrow? She asked just as she put the finishing touches on their food. Probably the same as tomorrow, but hero basic training should actually be in session. The 2 sat down and enjoyed dinner. Once he finished cleaning the dishes, Izuku excused himself to his room to do homework. Most of it was easy, given they had just learned the material that day. When he finished, he dropped to the floor and did a small exercise regimen, which led to him planning for tomorrow. He didn't know if the grappling claw was necessary, and bringing it could lead to it being damaged. But if he was put into a situation where it would be useful, having it on hand would naturally be preferable. After weighing both sides, he placed it in his bag along with the chained weapon and the staff. The blades were slid underneath his bed, which he still found to be too soft for his tastes. Besides, the floor was much better when he used his sheets as additional padding. The next day was, in a sense, similar to the previous day. Yet at the same time, it wasn't. There was no quirk assessment test they had to go through, but the lack of excitement would more than be made up for later. At the moment, Izuku was talking to the ponytailed girl, who he learned was named Momo Yaoyorozu, and the yellow-haired boy who he found out to be Denki Kaminari. Before they could get too invested in each other's quirks, or lack thereof, Aizawa walked in and everyone rushed to their assigned seats. I don't have anything for you today, other than an announcement that your hero basic training class will indeed happen today, he tiredly said, then slipped into his yellow sleeping bag. Do whatever you want, just within reason and not too loud, he requested. At the note of hero training being in session, excitement quickly became the most notable emotion in the room. Did you hear that, Sue? Hero training. What do you think it'll be like? The pink girl asked the girl behind her. She put a finger to her lip and thought about it quickly. I think it'll involve fighting robots like the practical exam, or maybe some light sparring to test our strengths and weaknesses. If it's anything like the practical, I won't come in second to you again, Bakugo whispered to himself with a quick glance at the person behind him. Izuku, Mineta, and a few others were introducing themselves to each other, oblivious to the glare towards one particular member of their party. What is UUPP? Everyone turned to the doorway, where an excited present Mike was starting to make his entry. That's my cue, Aizawa muttered before scooting out the door like an actual caterpillar. English and lunch went by uneventfully. Everyone was waiting for the class right after lunch. Hero basic training was about to begin, but there was still no sign of a teacher. Most of the students were eagerly awaiting, which was rewarded beyond their belief. I am. A powerful and well-known voice started in the hallway. Coming through the door like a normal person, All Might proudly announced, while coming in the door in a way most normal people would cringe at. Countless cheers of, "It's All Might," echoed through the room as the very symbol of peace did a strange, exaggerated walk to the podium. Isn't that his costume from the Silver Age? One student asked, while another described the goosebumps they were getting. As you can probably tell, I will be your teacher for hero basic training. First off, I would like to apologize for the lack of class yesterday. Paperwork is something even I shudder at. Many of the students laughed lightly at the image that came to mind, but Izuku felt his inner fanboy rising back to the surface. No matter how many times he blinked, the All Might was right there. Even though he read about it in the clipping that one time, it did little to prepare him. Most of your units will be taken in this class, and many of the basics of being a hero are taught in this course. So let's get right to it with, he stated, then held out a card that had battle written in bright red. Combat training. That's not all. You also get these, he shouted with a point at the side wall. 4 panels slid out revealing fancy suitcases labeled with numbers from 1 to. The designs and requests you made before school were sent to a company that excels in designing costumes for heroes of all ages. Everyone change and gather in ground beta. All Might instructed, which everyone was more than willing to comply with. However, Izuku had never sent in a request for obvious reasons. But that didn't mean he had nothing to use. He was more than comfortable in his light hoodie and mask. He quietly wrapped the Kusari Fundo around himself and slipped the staff into the slot he normally kept a notebook in, then left for the very first class of hero training. There's an old saying that goes, "The clothes make the man, and women in our case." Just remember that starting today, you are heroes. All Might addressed the approaching students. Surprisingly, Midoriya wasn't the only one with a somewhat casual outfit. Kaminari and Jiro had similar costumes, and some were too much for him to take seriously, like Aoyama's knight-like armor and Mineta's whatever. "Hey Deku, your costume looks really down to earth. I wish mine was like that," Achiko said once she noticed him in the crowd. Her feelings were understandable given her costume was mostly a skin-tight bodysuit that showed a few to many curves. He was struggling just to keep himself from tripping over his own tongue. "I love the hero course," Mineta quietly said, but was still caught by Izuku. "Everyone please focus. We will shortly begin the combat training," All Might announced. "Sir, will we be facing more robots like in the urban battles?" A modern knight armor-clad Ida asked from beside him. "No. Despite what you may think, indoor confrontations occur at a much more alarming rate than outdoor battles. That is why you will all be split into groups of 2 and participate in an indoor heroes versus villains exercise. Before we begin, there are a few details to go over." A small pamphlet was pulled from his costume, which most realized was a script. In this scenario, the villains have hidden a nuclear weapon in the hideout. The heroes must stop the villains or retrieve the weapon before time runs out, while the villains must protect the weapon or capture the heroes, All Might explained. "Now all of you on this side, line up and draw for your partner," he ordered while pointing to his right. Izuku went first and prayed to every deity that he wouldn't be partnered with Katsuki. It seemed they would have mercy for now, as he was paired with Uraraka. Ida, however, wasn't as lucky. "And the first teams will be..." He reached into a box labeled Hero and one labeled Villain. Uraraka and Midoriya as heroes against Bakugo and Ida as villains. He excitedly exclaimed upon reading the letters on both ball. "You have got to be kidding me," Izuku complained internally. "And the first teams will be..." He reached into a box labeled Hero and one labeled Villain. Uraraka and Midoriya as heroes against Bakugo and Ida as villains. He excitedly exclaimed upon reading the letters on both ball. "You have got to be kidding me," Izuku complained internally. "As for everyone else, let us head to the monitor room." "Yes, sir," all but 4 students shouted. Izuku spared a sideways glance at his opponent, who was giving him a full-out, "I will kill you" stare. Not one to be outdone, Izuku returned fire with his own glare. It wasn't an overly powerful or threatening one, but it was enough to momentarily shock Katsuki before he and Ito were told to prepare their defenses. "Go all out, don't be afraid to get hurt. However, I will stop things should they get out of control," was All Might's last instruction. As if waiting for that very command, Bakugo shot one last glare at Izuku, who was too busy memorizing the floor plans to notice. Tenya and Ida quickly walked up to the 5th floor and into the room All Might had told them to find the weapon in. "It's papier-mâché," Ida deduced after a few quick taps. "Hey, you're sure Deku has a quirk?" Bakugo asked. "Well, I can't honestly say. He did show exceptional speed, strength, and overall skill at the practical exam. Yet, there's nothing to guarantee he does have one, as anyone could just as easily get those abilities by working hard. If you truly believe he is quirkless, then I would assume the second option," Ida replied. "But if I may, you seem to have a strong disliking for Midoriya. Is there anything I should know before the battle begins?" he asked. "You don't need anything for eyes," he coldly retorted. Inside Katsuki's mind, both possibilities were being considered. True, there weren't many quirks that just gave mild boosts like Tenya suspected, and 10 months was enough to put in extraordinary effort to gain muscle and skill. "There's a lot to memorize in these floor plans," Achiko muttered to her teammate. "But on a happier note, All Might is just like on TV, and no one is going to get punished, so I guess we can relax." "No. We're up against Kaken. And I'll bet Ida's good too," Izuku responded. Kaken? Is that a name for Bakugo? Hachiko asked. Oh yeah, it's what I used to call him when we were kids. I thought I had broken the habit, Izuku replied, then examined the side of the building. There were a few open windows and fire escapes, and a plan started forming in his head. Okay, I have an idea. Let me know what you think. 2 minutes later, All Might's voice echoed throughout the building. Team A and Team D begin. Hachiko and Izuku nodded at each other and went to the side of the building. After positioning themselves below a series of windows, Uraraka used her quirk to make herself float while Izuku hopped up the fire escapes. Both climbed in a window at the second floor, and Izuku put on his hood and black lower half mask once inside. You look like a gang member. Or a hoodlum, Hachiko giggled, which earned a slightly amused look from her teammate. Blind spots are everywhere, so keep a constant eye on your surroundings, Izuku warned. He led his teammate down a maze of halls, careful to inspect each corner before turning. Several pages of his notes on indoor and tight space battles were rushing through his memory, along with many of Stain's teachings. They were about to reach another hall when something caught his ears. Bakugo came bounding across the corner and launched an explosion towards the two heroes. Izuku, having expected his old friend to attack first, quickly pushed Uraraka and himself out of the way without getting harmed, save a few burns to the edges of the hood. You okay? He asked without taking his eyes off the newly formed smoke. Yeah, thanks. Come on Deku, don't bother dodging, Katsuki said, then cleared the smoke with a wave of his oversized gauntlet. Had a feeling you'd come after me, Izuku stated while standing up. Back inside the monitor room, everyone was watching with bated breath. The exercise had just started and there had already been a first strike. A surprise attack already? One of the girls asked. That's cheating and you know it. That wasn't manly at all. Kirishima shouted, accompanied with a punch to his palm. Actually, a surprise attack is an excellent strategy. Remember, they're treating this like the real thing, All Might offered, eyes still on the screen. The words had barely left his mouth when Bakugo went for another attack. I won't let All Might stop the fight, but I'll make sure to hurt you good, he threatened while charging towards Midoriya. I'd like to see you try, his target thought before preparing for the attack. He could see Bakugo's right coming from a mile away and had ample time to shift his position to grab it. Once again shifting his footing, he turned around on his heel and threw Bakugo over his shoulder with ease. Wow, he's like a martial arts master, Hachiko exclaimed, not knowing how right she really was. Katsuki's back met unforgiving concrete, knocking the wind out of him and forcing spittle from his mouth. In the monitor room, everyone's eyes widened at the display. The room went nearly dead silent as Midoriya stood over Bakugo. Do you even remember the journal you burned and threw out? He asked, already in a fighting stance. I had an analysis for every hero I thought was amazing, and you were one of them. I thought you were cool, so I made an entry just for you. Finally standing up again, Bakugo could see that one of Izuku's eyes had been exposed where the hood had been burnt away. There was a certain emotion his eye was displaying. It wasn't exactly sadness or anger. It wasn't happy or joyful. The best bet was regret mixed with determination. I will make sure Deku doesn't mean useless. It will mean you can do it. A wave of understanding hit Hachiko as she recalled the discussion she had held with him just the day before. That's what I've always hated about you, Bakugo said as he hunched over himself. Even though you were always scared. It looked like something was going through his mind, then he brought a hand to his ear. Just shut up and defend the weapon, he ordered. He was talking to Ida via the earpieces All Might had given both teams. What's going on? Who's he talking to? Kirishima asked. He had noticed Bakugo's eyes leave Midoriya and the hand placement. He's using the earpieces each team receives before the exercise. They're given that, the building plans, and this capture tape, All Might explained. A roll of tape was held up for all to see. Once you've been wrapped with this, you are considered captured and out of the battle. But even with a blueprint, they have no idea where to find the weapon. They're at a major disadvantage. Mina cried. Yes, but a hero should be able to make any disadvantage negligible by their own skills and know-how. You know what we always say here, he replied, which was followed by a loud, plus ultra, from everyone. Everyone! Bakugo's Aoyama started. The screen became the main focus of everyone's attention again, just in time to see the mentioned teen prepare to launch himself with an explosion. Uraraka! Go! Izuku ordered, then blocked a flying kick from the blonde teen. Achiko ran off, completely unnoticed by Bakugo. Pretty dim and confident to look away. Bakugo shouted. His own confidence was cut in half when he noticed a strand of the capture tape wrapping around his lower leg. While he didn't recognize the style, a certain teacher did. I know those moves. All Might thought to himself as the image of Aizawa's capture weapon in action came to mind. Resourceful. Without hesitation, he let go of the tape with one hand and jumped below, an explosion resulting in a punch from his victim. Wow, look at him, a yellow-suited teen muttered. Many other classmates were awed by the display put on. Yeah, he's going up against the one who finished first in the quirk assessment. Kirishima shouted back. Down in the battlefield, Izuku did something no one expected. He ran. I need to buy Uraraka more time without putting myself in danger, he thought as he ducked into a hallway. After a few twists and turns, he had effectively lost his pursuer in the maze. Bakugo tried to find Izuku, but every hall just led to more halls and rooms. His frustration built up until it exploded like his palms. Hey, did you think you could trick me forever? I know you have something that you're keeping from all of us. Whatever it is, try and get me with it. Bakugo shouted. His posture hunched again as small explosions came from his palms. I'm still better than you. He's kinda scary, isn't he? One of the viewers commentated. They watched as the angry teen went down a hall and blew down each door, looking for his target in every room. Meanwhile, another camera was focused on Izuku, who had ducked around a corner on the 3rd floor. He appeared deep in thought as Bakugo shouted out to him again. Where are you, you demon nerd? He was coming up the stairs to the same floor as Midoriya, prompting him to move further from the stairs. From the monitor room, everyone saw as the explosive teen's anger continued to grow and spread across his face. Finally, there it is. Achiko thought as she peered around a corner. Ida had his back to her, going back and forth between complaining about his teammate and attempting to play the part of a villain. He suddenly went through a speech to himself that made Uraraka lose her composure. A loud pft escaped her lips and gave away her position. So you've arrived, Uraraka? I figured Bakugo would get too focused on Midoriya to stop you, which is why I prepared. Achiko, catching her mistake, stepped into his view. I made sure to put away everything in this room, so your quirk is useless. He followed his statement with a sinister laugh that failed to put Achiko at ease. Deku, Ida found me and prepared, so I can't use a surprise attack or my quirk. We're at the middle of the 5th floor, Uraraka warned through the earpiece. Footsteps approached Izuku from behind, clearly being Bakugo's. He faced his childhood friend and caught his right grenade-like gauntlet shine red for half a second. If you know about my fighting style, then you probably know how my quirk works. It allows me to sweat a nitroglycerin-like liquid from my palms and ignite it. It's powerful, but so are these, Ketsuki started as he pointed the gauntlet at Midoriya. These store up the excess sweat for one big attack each. The oversized pin was pulled back to expose a smaller pin that popped at a right angle. All Might tried to stop him, yet Bakugo was determined to use it. I won't kill him if he avoids it. The next instant a gigantic explosion hurtled towards Izuku. Flooring, walls, and everything in between was ripped apart or melted by the sheer force. Tremors rattled all the way to the monitor room, where the teacher desperately called for both students. The smoke slowly cleared, revealing a giant hole torn out of the side of the building the two were in. Izuku had barely avoided the worst of the attack. By laying down on his stomach facing away from the blast, he had kept his head safe while making his body as streamlined as possible. There were still several holes burned into his hoodie, and the entire hood and right sleeve, which had been just outside the main blast, were completely gone. His arm was covered with burns that could have been 2nd or even 3rd degree, yet he hardly acknowledged them as he stood up. Wow, Bakugo threateningly muttered. He approached Izuku even as the left gauntlet gave a momentary red glow. Come on, Deku, Show me what you're actually capable of. If you wish, he coldly replied, then pulled the chained weapon from its hiding place. Katsuki gave a confused glance at the weapon, but remained on guard. He definitely has an advantage at longer-ranged fighting, and his close-quarters fighting is dangerous as well. I need to keep out of reach of his palms while keeping within my own striking distance. He started swinging the Kusari Fundo in a circle next to him. His arm was screaming in protest, but he put that aside and focused on his goal. Young Bakugo. The next time you use that, you and young Ito will lose, All Might warned Bakugo through the earpiece. The team looked away for a few moments, and Izuku took the opportunity to make a plan with Uraraka, who had not been doing well against Ida. Fine. Guess we'll settle this face to face, he retorted, then launched himself straight at Izuku. The chain had stopped spinning and had no momentum, yet a hard pull in the right direction sent it flying towards Bakugo. Whether or not he had been planning on avoiding the weapon, he used another explosion as a smokescreen and to redirect his flight and send himself behind his target. Another blast was used to blow Izuku forward and tore through his hoodie and shirt underneath. To perform such a precise change in lateral momentum while spinning, Yaoyorozu whispered at the display. He's clearly not one to think, yet his instincts are on point. It'll be interesting to see how Midoriya responds, Todoroki stated. Here comes my right swing, Bakugo announced, which was accompanied by a swing of the gauntlet. Izuku just managed to block it, but was almost knocked out by the pain from the impact to his already seared arm. You are? Bakugo shouted, then grabbed the arm he just hit and redirected himself with explosions. Below me. He threw Midoriya over his back much like he himself had been thrown. Whatever he is doing, he is not acting like a hero, Tokoyami muttered. Everyone gave a semblance of agreement, commenting on his viciousness and particular cruelty towards the green-haired teen. Back on the screen, Izuku stood and ran again, stopping once he had his back to a window. Running isn't manly, but it's his only option, Kirishima sadly stated. But why that way? Why not towards a hall or something? Jiro asked in response. Are you still underestimating me? Or have you learned that I will always be better than you? Bakugo questioned. His walk was almost intimidating, and would have filled Izuku with fear had he not spent 10 months with the scariest person he knew. You've always been better than me. Even before you got your quirk, you were popular. Everyone liked you, and I thought you were the best. His voice was off. It was quiet, not an angry shout. That's why we'll win. We'll show you that just because you think you're better than me doesn't mean you are. That even if you are amazing, you're not the best yet. Don't talk to me like that, demon nerd. Bakugo spat. Both opponents rushed at each other, Bakugo with an explosion ready and Izuku with a fist pulled back. Meanwhile, all the students viewing were pleading with all might, begging him to end the exercise. Both of you, STO-, he shouted. Izuku cut him off at the last second with a call to his teammate. Uraraka, hold on to something, he shouted into the earpiece. Upstairs, the girl grabbed onto the nearest concrete support and hung on for dear life. Izuku ducked under Bakugo's right-handed explosion as he rammed himself into Katsuki and brought both of them to the ground. Izuku grabbed Bakugo's unused gauntlet and pulled the safety before aiming it straight up. Too late did Bakugo realize what Midoriya's plan actually was. Thanks, Kaken, he sneered and pulled the trigger. Another massive explosion tore through the building all the way through the next 3 floors and the ceiling. Uraraka, who had braced herself, managed to stay upright whereas Ida was knocked to his feet by the shockwave. Debris and rubble was suspended in the air for half a moment, which Uraraka took advantage of by swinging the now disconnected pillar like a baseball bat. Sorry, Ida, she offered. Tenya was still on the ground, and the incoming assault forced him to stay down while his enemy floated across the giant hole and let herself fall onto the fake bomb. Got it, she excitedly, albeit sickly exclaimed. No. The weapon! Ida cried. His despair-filled echoed down to the lower levels, where Bakugo heard him loud and clear. So that was your plan? Bakugo looked at Midoriya, who had finally passed out and been blown back by the gauntlet's explosion. For the first time since the battle started, there was silence. Bakugo stood in pure disbelief and possibly horror at Izuku's burned and partially mangled body while Ida was helping Uraraka through the side effects of using her quirk on herself. The classmates above and the teacher just looked at the result of what should have been a simple training exercise. It was, to be blunt, a saddening sight. Hero team wins. All Might announced, although that was the last thing on anybody's mind at the moment. Hero team wins. Uraraka and Izuku should have been happy, but neither of them, nor their opponents, registered what had just been said. Izuku was unconscious and covered in burns, Achiko was trying not to throw up, Ida was working on getting her to throw up and get it out of her system, and Bakugo was still in shock. Less than a few minutes later, 2 medical robots carefully scooped Izuku into a medical cot and transported him out of the building. To the nurse's office, please, All Might requested, which the droids responded to with an I know. He was feeling rather guilty about having let the fight go on for so long. 2 of his students were now in bad shape due to his hesitation, not to mention how many others were possibly questioning his judgment. Deku predicted my moves. And he used my own support items against me. Bakugo screamed internally. His breathing sped up to the point of near hyperventilation. He barely even used his chain, and whatever else he may have had. Does that mean that if we both fought all out? His thoughts and breathing were getting panicked, but were luckily cut off by a large, gentle hand on his shoulder. Come with us to the monitor room, young Bakugo. It's time to review the battle, All Might requested before leading the 3 students to the viewing room. I know you may think you lost, but even losers can win if they learn from their experiences. Once the 4 had reconvened with the rest of their class, All Might gave the results. There is a lot to consider from this battle, but all in all, I would say that young Ida was the MVP. But Achiko and Midoriya won, Azui replied. Yes, but I have a few reasons. Would anyone like to take a guess as to why? The teacher asked, which was immediately answered by the Yaoyorozu. I believe I know. Simply put, Ida did the best at playing his part. Bakugo went out on his own due to a personal grudge against Midoriya, failed to effectively communicate with his teammate, and unleashed a dangerous attack that damaged large sections of the building and could have damaged the weapon. On the other hand, Uraraka and Midoriya maintained communication, but Uraraka let her guard down and lost her composure during the exercise. And like Bakugo, she could have damaged the weapon with the debris attack. Lastly, Midoriya, in my opinion, is the closest second to MVP. However, his plan was rather rash given the damage he took in his fight. In addition, he used the very same attack All Might told Bakugo not to use, and could have brought the already damaged building down on themselves. He managed to analyze and assess the situation at hand rather quickly, but that simply is not enough to overlook what could have happened, she rattled off. Everyone was surprised at her analysis, but she still hadn't even mentioned Ida. However, Ida prepared for Uraraka. He knew how to make her quirk unusable, and treated the weapon carefully compared to the others. His only mistake was assuming the fight would just be focused on capturing the weapon instead of each other, so he could have captured Uraraka and assisted Bakugo before things got out of hand. All in all, the 2 only won because it wasn't the real thing. Ida took the praise well, while everyone continued to stare at their classmate. Well, that was a lot more than I expected, yet you managed to cover everything and a few points I myself missed. Well done, young Yaoyorozu, he complimented with a thumbs up. As expected from one of the 4 that got in by recommendations, someone offered. After a little more discussing, Todoroki and Shoji were the heroes and faced Ojiro and Hagakure as villains. In the end, it was a quick and easy win. Todoroki quite literally froze the entire building in the span of seconds, trapping his opponents in place. He walked to where the 6-armed teammate told him the weapon was, and found one of his enemies stuck in ice. I wouldn't try to get out. The skin on your feet would peel off, and I have a feeling that would be rather painful, he apathetically offered, then touched the bomb. Sorry, but the difference in ability was just too great. The next thing Ojiro knew, the entire building was heating up, melting the ice and causing a small puddle to ripple with invisible hops. Wow, that was too fast. Kirishima shouted with a shaking tone. Yes, and he did not damage the weapon. Very impressive, All Might replied with shivers rattling his body. That power is amazing. As expected from a student who got in through recommendations, Azui stated. I believe we can skip review for this match. Let's move on to the third match. All Might cheered. The only one who wasn't excited was Bakugo. The immeasurable power Todoroki had displayed had crushed his confidence. He was supposed to be the best, yet within less than half an hour he had been outsmarted, beaten, put down, and overpowered. Next was Kirishima and Siro as villains against Tokoyami and Azui, followed by Yaoyorozu and Mineta versus Kaminari and Jiro. Soon everyone had partaken in the exercise and had gathered by the exit. You all did very well. I shall run through the results with young Midoriya and see you later. But for now, you must change and return. All Might started, then took a pose that looked like he was about to run. To the classroom, he shouted just as he ran away fast enough to change the air currents around his students. Wow, he really is amazing. Is it just me, or did he seem to be in a hurry? Kaminari asked as they returned to the changing rooms. Once in the separated changing rooms, the teens got back into their normal clothes and discussed each other's battles. The classmates hurried back to room 1A and took their seats, still talking amongst themselves about earlier events. The door opened and everyone quieted down, expecting a teacher. However, a certain green-haired teen walked in instead. He looked just as well as ever, except he was now wearing a gym uniform Mr. Aizawa had given them for the quirk assessment. At the moment of his arrival, he was swarmed by other classmates. Hey Midoriya. I couldn't tell what you guys were talking about during the fight, but you were so into it. Kirishima excitedly stated. You even took on the top scorer in the quirk assessment. But I guess that makes sense given you were first in the practical exam, Siro added from behind the red-haired teen. Your moves were so cool. Mina exclaimed. After seeing you guys, the rest of us had to go all out too, from Siro. It wasn't quite elegant, but Aoyama started before Mina cut him off. Your moves were so cool. Mina said again with a series of jumps in place. A few of the students he had yet to officially meet came and introduced themselves along with their own commentary from the match. Oh Deku, are you already healed? Achiko asked from behind. She and Kaminari had returned with armloads of textbooks. Yeah, just a little tired. Recovery girl really works wonders, he replied, remembering his visit in the nurse's office. Flashback. The surface was too soft for his tastes. His mind was slightly cloudy, but he could make out that much. Slowly he recovered from his unconsciousness and opened his eyes to the bright lights above. He felt tired but not like he was about to pass out again. Awake already? A voice he had heard once before asked. He turned his head to see Recovery Girl on the computer next to his bed, likely filling out some form. How long have I been out? Izuku asked while sitting up. A grunt escaped his lips and a few stretches were deemed necessary. He noticed he was practically topless, only covered by the medical bandages wrapped all over his torso. Just over an hour and a half, she responded. She hopped from the chair and gave her patient a last checkup. I've seen some kids with lots of stamina, but it's been a while since I've seen someone with as much as you, she stated. Huh. My quirk only accelerates and enhances my patient's own healing factor. By doing so, they use up lots of energy and stamina. Most students are asleep for hours after being healed from half of what you went through. You should remember, you were there when I helped those at the practical exam, she explained, then handed Midoriya some gummies. So, can I go? Or do you need me to stay? That depends. Do you think you can make it back without falling asleep? Yeah, I think so. Then put this on and you can go. Just make sure to stop in tomorrow morning so I can see if you'll require further treatment, Recovery Girl replied. She held up a gym uniform to replace his damaged clothes, which he changed into and left for where his class was held. Wow, she really is useful at a place like UA, Achiko replied. Midoriya. I am glad you are okay, but should you really be back so soon? Ida asked after quickly coming up to his classmate. Recovery Girl said it was fine, he replied, which seemed to satisfy Ida for the time. So what did I miss? Izuku asked his friend. Well, Ida was given MVP for our match. According to Momo, he was the best prepared for what he expected, while the rest of us risked damaging the building and weapon with the large-scale attacks, Uraraka explained. Oh, and All Might wanted me to give this to you. She put her bag on the ground and pulled out the chain before handing it to its owner. Oh, thanks, Izuku offered, then shoved it into his own bag. The desk in front of his was empty. Hey, where's Katsuki? He left a few minutes before your return. For some reason he's going home, Kirishima shrugged. Just after that, Izuku was running down the halls and taking the shortest route to the exit. By the time he got to the front door, Bakugo was halfway to the gate. Katsuki, he called out, rushing towards his ex-friend. Why he cared he couldn't tell, but something was telling him to intervene. Kaken, he shouted, finally getting his attention. What? He asked with a glare, voice filled with venom. Are you really going to head home because you lost? He asked. This was either going to end somewhat decently or absolutely terribly. Why do you care? Katsuki retorted. You think I have something I'm hiding? Well, you're right. I have a lot that I'm hiding. I trained to be good enough to make it in this school while you were practically given a free pass just because of your genetics. And now, just because you didn't absolutely crush me, you're just going to give up. The glare in his direction turned into a full stare, yet Izuku was unafraid. Maybe I wasn't able to beat you one-on-one today. Maybe I never will, I don't know. But my skills are my own, just like your quirk is your own. The two stood in silence. Seconds ticked by like minutes as the two faced each other. What are you trying to do? Make a bigger fool out of me? Katsuki demanded. It doesn't matter if you think you may not be able to beat me, because you did. His teeth clenched and grated, then he continued speaking. And that ice bstrd. I watched him and thought, I can't beat him. I even agreed with what that DMN ponytail girl said. He looked upwards and grabbed his forehead in frustration. Damn it! Damn it! He shouted in rage. His fingers clenched and unclenched several times, which was accompanied by a slight glistening in his eyes. And you I'm just getting started, got that? I will be the #1 hero, and a quirkless nobody like you won't stand in my way. There was determination in his voice, he wasn't just saying it. Tears started filling his eyes, making this the first time Izuku had actually seen Bakugo start crying one way or another. Good, you haven't given up yet, Izuku thought as Katsuki turned away from him and walked to the gates. I won't lose to you again, he added with a sniff. Izuku was, for some reason, relieved that Katsuki hadn't given up. The only reason he could think of was he himself had gone through so much when everyone said he couldn't be a hero, and part of him didn't wish that upon even his lifetime bully. There he is. Young. Bakugo. All Might shouted. A powerful gust blew by Izuku and the symbol of peace practically materialized behind the blonde teen, both hands on his shoulders and looking up towards the sky. Young Bakugo, you may have the abilities to become a pro hero, and you have plenty of pride. But there is still much to dash. Let go of me, All Might, Bakugo quietly demanded. I can't walk with you holding on to me. The two hands left his shoulders, and Bakugo looked over his back just enough to make minimal eye contact. You don't have to tell me, I'm already planning on surpassing you as a hero. Alright. Then have a fantastic day, he wished the departing student. It's hard being a teacher, the hero admitted to himself. Sure enough, dealing with emotional teenagers was a bit different than dealing with villains. Unbeknownst to the two, 3 onlookers had watched the entire thing from above. The fated battle between men is upon us, Uraraka stated. Exactly what that meant, Azui and Ishido didn't quite know. It seemed Midoriya was trying to encourage Bakugo in his own way though. Tsuyu added. The fated battle between men. The rest of the day went by rather uneventfully, even by UA's standards. But of course, life has a way of keeping things interesting. How are the classes at UA? What is All Might like as a teacher? These and many other questions were thrown at Ida, Ochiko, and Izuku as they made their way to the gates for their morning classes. I have to go to the nurse's office, Izuku said before running off. He's muscular, if that helps, Ochiko offered with a flexing pose. What do you think of All Might as a teacher rather than a hero? The woman asked Ida. He showed me that I attend the very best of the best. More so, his character and dignity are beyond words, yet we are able to see a humorous side as well. He went on and on, effectively boring the media that had gathered outside the entry gates at UA. Another student gained her attention, and they left Ida for a, hopefully, more interesting response. What is it, lick dash? Hey, you're the kid from the sludge villain incident. Go away, Bakugo growled. As he went inside, a man in all black came outside and approached the questioners. I bet you're kinda scruffy. Are you a hero or just another employee? He's not on duty today, so please leave. You've been disturbing classes and the students all morning, Mr. Aizawa requested with a go away gesture. Eager to get away from the attention, he turned to the giant building and walked away from the commotion. How do you put up with this, All Might? He asked himself, ignoring the woman's pleas for more answers. Come on, just give us some of your time, she begged with a step forward. The moment she put her foot down, an alarm sounded and several layers of metal barricades stood up from the ground. Waff. We call it the UA barrier. No one can get in without a pass or student ID, a newsman explained. Those who had gathered came to terms with the futility of the situation and decided to camp outside until the school day ended. Back inside, homeroom was going much better than their attempts to enter the school grounds. I saw the results from your training sessions yesterday. You're talented Bakugo, so there's no reason to act like a child, Aizawa addressed the student. Katsuki gave a dismissive, I know, and looked away. As for you Midoriya and Achiko, try to find a way to win without completely incapacitating yourselves, the teacher added. Yes, sir, the two students replied, prompting him to continue. As for homeroom today, all I have planned is, he began. Everyone's first guess was something along the lines of, take another special test? Decide on a class representative, he finished. A normal school activity, everyone happily thought. Similarly, everyone was quick to state that they wanted to be the class rep. Chaos overtook the entire class, until a particular fellow gathered everyone's attention. Silence, please. This is a serious responsibility we are all looking at. If we are to take this as seriously as necessary, let us hold an election, he suggested. His hand was raised high, and his glasses were doing that anime light-up thing. That's a good idea, but don't you think everyone will just vote for themselves? After all, we haven't gotten to know each other all too well yet, Kirishima asked. Exactly. By that logic, the person to receive even a few votes could be considered the best option. Ida explained. I don't care what method you use, just finish it before homeroom is over, Mr. Aizawa interjected, already back in his sleeping bag. The students agreed to Ida's suggestion and devised a method that would be fair and somewhat secret. Everyone found some scrap paper and wrote a name that was placed on the podium up front. Once everyone had voted, the results were counted and displayed. Izuku Midoriya had 3 votes and Yaoyorozu had 2, making them class rep and deputy class rep, respectfully. Who voted for Deku? Bakugo shouted and stood up. I think he's a better choice than you, Siro jabbed, which led into him getting a small taste of Bakugo's anger. Meanwhile, Uraraka was looking away and whistling in an attempt to be discreet. I just hope Bakugo doesn't find out I voted, she thought to herself. Meanwhile, Ida was less than happy with the results, but was holding it in slightly better than his blonde teammate. No votes. That is only to be expected of a person's calling, he grunted through clenched teeth. But you voted for someone else yourself, then? Momo asked in confusion. But if you wanted to do it too, what are you trying to do? Sato asked. Well, that settles it. Midoriya is class rep and Yaoyorozu is deputy rep, Aizawa said, still in his sleeping bag. Yaoyorozu was taking her achievement in stride, but Izuku was another story. He wasn't panicking or frightened, but he just didn't feel like he was the right one for the position. He calmly looked over the others and went over what he knew about them in his mind. There had to be someone else more fitting for the role, but no one else had as many votes as he did. For right now, he was stuck in this position. How vexing. Momo muttered at the sight of him apparently spacing out. Wow, it's really busy, isn't it? Achiko asked as she and her usual friends found some seats in the cafeteria. Of course, the management and support courses have lunch at the same time we do, Ida explained. The two looked at Izuku, who was staring contemplatively at his lunch. Hey Midoriya? Are you okay? The speedy teen asked. I guess. But I just don't think I'm the right choice, he started, earning confused stares from his friends. I mean, maybe I am if 3 people voted for me, but I just feel like there should be a better choice than me. I'm not sure if I would go that far, Ida offered. After all, I voted for you because I've seen you in action. You're a quick thinker and awfully persistent. You may come off as cold every now and then, but I'd be willing to bet you care about your classmates just as much as anyone else here. Barring Bakugo, of course. But didn't you want to be the rep as well, Ida? Achiko asked. Yes, I did, but I'm more than aware about how off-putting I can be. I come on too strong in instances, like when someone simply sits on a desk, and other times I don't have faintest idea what to do. Besides, you're the one who went back for Uraraka and Aoyama at the entrance exam, not me. I guess that's one way to put it, Midoriya said through a mouthful of fish. I'm merely trying to explain why I think you're a better choice, Tenya replied. Merely? Are you some kind of rich kid, Ida? The girl next to him asked. It's not something that's overly fun to talk about, but I guess you could say so. You may know of my brother, Ingenium. You know, I should have seen that coming given both of your quirks are engine, Midoriya noted. Half a second later an ear-piercing bell started ringing throughout the cafeteria, which was followed with an announcement. A level 3 security breach has been detected. All students are to evacuate immediately. Chaos descended like a curtain as everyone ran for the exit at the same time. No one could budge more than a few inches in the halls, and no one bothered to see who was intruding besides Ida. It's only the media? He asked himself when H got a good look at the casually dressed people with large cameras outside. So that means this mass panic is pointless. Everybody, there's no need to worry, he shouted, only to be drowned out by the crowds pushing him against the windows. Ida, a familiar voice called out, and his eyes fell on Achiko, who was trying to regroup with him and a nowhere-to-be-seen Midoriya. An idea formed in his mind, and a good one at that. I need you to make me float, he requested as he shuffled closer. She wriggled her arm free and the two reached as far as they could, finally meeting and letting her quirk take effect. Immediately he rose into the air and scanned for a good spot. I need to be in everyone's line of sight. A perfect place caught his eye and he rolled up his pant legs to activate his engines. The uneven propulsion sent him forward with a constant spin until he finally hit the wall right above the exit. Everybody calm down. All at once the rumbling and pushing stopped as the students focused on the speaker. Just look outside. It's only the press. We will all be fine, so let us proceed from here in a manner that fits the best of the best. Izuku could feel the relief wash over everyone around him as he was eventually able to squeeze himself from the cluster he had gotten trapped in. New sirens began to blare outside, and the students closest to the windows commented on the arrival of the police. It took a while for the teachers to get enough students through the halls to allow for a normal flow, but the entirety of 1A still managed to get to their class in time. Midoriya and Yaoyorozu were at the podium, the latter of whom was encouraging her superior to begin the announcements. Actually, I think Ida should be class rep, he said. He was the only one able to gather everyone's attention earlier today, and he alone quelled everyone's panic. I can live with that, Kirishima blurted. It's true, he put on a great display of leadership just now. If you insist, then I cannot help but to accept, the new class rep stated, and the two swapped places at the podium. Just don't think this means you can keep kicking us off the desks, Midoriya offered as he sat back down, earning a chuckle from those who had been subjected to Tenya's fits of authority. Congratulations, Ida, Momo offered with a noticeable hint of jealousy. The two proceeded to elect other class officials until Mr. Aizawa walked in the room. The rest of this chapter is non-canon. Just a heads up that I made up the whole thing and didn't base it off the show. Okay everyone, All Might has asked me to fill in today for your hero course, so get changed and meet in the field, Aizawa instructed with a wave of his hand. Of course, All Might would ask him instead of Mike or Midnight. Somewhat confused, the students changed into their hero costumes and gathered where they had taken the quirk assessment. What's the plan for today, Mr. Aizawa? Mina asked. Pretty much every student turned to focus on the teacher, eager for his announcement. Is it another combat training? Kirishima added. Will we be conducting another team exercise? Ida loudly questioned. Hold on, let me read his notes, Aizawa said unenthusiastically. A sheet of paper was pulled from his pocket which he quickly skimmed through. It looks like he was going to have you all spar without using your quirks. Without quirks? Everyone asked with a mix of surprise with more than a few glances at the quirkless classmate. Izuku stifled a laugh and managed to keep an interested look. Yeah. I guess he had some speech about how quirks can be detrimental in some situations, or how some quirks lack actual power. He replied with a flip of the paper. Detrimental? A few students asked. Yes. Take Bakugo, Kaminari, and Ishido for example. Your quirks are great for attack and defense, but in a delicate situation, say a hostage or crumbling building incident, your power could cause more damage than it would help. Bakugo growled and the other two mentioned students developed disappointed looks on their faces. Or there are times where your quirk is unusable, the teacher added. Excuse me, sir, but what do you mean by unusable? Jiro asked. You'll find out, but for now, let's just get this over with. He has a few rules that I'm going to read, then we'll get started. First, no support items from your costumes are allowed. Secondly, the winner will be declared once either combatant has been on the ground for more than 5 seconds, pushed out of bounds, or yields on their own accord. Third, the use of a quirk will result in disqualification from the tournament. Lastly, any student sustaining incapacitating injuries will be sent to Recovery Girl's office and will not be allowed to resume participation should they return. That is all I have for now, but they are subject to necessary changes. Any questions? Why can't we use our support items? Bakugo angrily asked as he removed his gauntlets. I don't know. He probably wants me to see your unassisted abilities. That and yours are a bit overkill for a simple exercise, Mr. Aizawa replied. Soon the students were ready. After drawing 3 large rectangles in the field, Aizawa let the first 3 pairs take their places. Mina faced Aoyama, Kaminari faced Midoriya, and Bakugo faced Jiro. And beg dash, he shouted in a bored tone, but was cut off by Izuku. Sorry, just give me a second, he requested, then reached under his shirt and pulled out the chain, which he tossed aside along with the staff. You said no support items, and I think everyone would count those, he offered. Whatever. If you're all ready, then begin, the teacher shouted. Mina and Aoyama grappled inexperiencedly, but Mina had a slight advantage in flexibility, which she was attempting to put to use. Bakugo was doing his best to push Jiro out of the arena, but she did surprisingly well at fighting back. No hard feelings, Izuku offered as he approached his opponent. Denki tried to make the first move and threw a clumsy punch that Izuku deftly caught with both hands. With a single motion he turned on his heel and threw Kaminari over his shoulder and out of bounds. The landing wasn't nice, but Kaminari was able to get up without a struggle. The whole thing hadn't lasted 6 seconds. More than one mouth dropped at the almost immediate victory. The first winner is Midoriya. Are you feeling okay, Kaminari? Aizawa asked while inspecting Izuku's weapons. Aside from my pride and a sore back, I'm fine, he replied. You couldn't have gone easy on me or something? He asked with a turn to Midoriya. Who said I didn't? He replied, then offered a fist bump, which was returned by the yellow-haired teen. But seriously, you should work on your speed. That attack was slow, Izuku offered before watching the others. The first 3 matches ended when Bakugo managed to shove Jiro out of the ring and Mina almost knocked Aoyama unconscious with a hard uppercut. The next 3 matches were Todoroki against Tokoyami, Yaoyorozu against Tsuyu, and Mineta against Ojiro. Aside from Todoroki and Ojiro, none of them displayed any real hand-to-hand skill. Most of their attacks were wide and ugly to look at, with a few lucky strikes that almost impressed the green-haired teen. Tell me, kid, where'd you learn to use these? Aizawa asked with a lift of the chain. Oh, you know, here and there, Izuku responded with a shrug. Aizawa hid an unbelieving look, but internally noted his student. You didn't make it either, huh? Kaminari asked as he and Kyoko watched Momo fight Tsu. I lasted longer than you did, she shot back with a friendly tone. After a short battle, Azui's powerful legs gave her enough of a kick to push her opponent out of bounds. Naturally, Ojiro beat Mineta, and the four walked off the arenas to join Todoroki and Tokoyami, the former of whom had won before the others finished. "Hey Deku, will you go easy on us if you face me or Ida?" Ochako asked. "Probably not," he replied with a grin. "Well, I won't go easy on you either," she shot back. "Me neither," Ida agreed, and the three shared a quick laugh. As the class went by, more and more students were beaten and joined most of their teammates on the sidelines. Some rounds, like Kirishima versus Hagakure, were fast, while others, like Shoji against Zero, took a little longer. "Wish me luck," Ochako requested as she stepped into the same arena as Ida. She had been given gloves to prevent her quirk from activating, which she flexed as she stretched her fingers. The battle between the two was not too short, but Ida's size and strength eventually brought Uraraka to the ground, and he had her pinned for 5 seconds. Due to the uneven number of groups that came in the end, Izuku, Shoto, and Bakugo were placed in a free-for-all in a larger arena. "Who do you think will win?" Zero asked Kirishima. "I don't know. Midoriya clearly has the advantage, but if Bakugo or Todoroki want to win they'll have to team up against him. Otherwise he'll probably beat both of them." "But you saw Bakugo in the training exercise. I'd be willing to bet he'll at least put up a good fight," Hagakure added. "Final round up begin," Aizawa said, almost interestedly. For all the hype the students were feeling, the beginning was surprisingly boring. None of the three contenders was willing to make the first move, yet were wary of both opponents. Suddenly, Midoriya made an incredible dash at Todoroki and went for a stomach punch, which the red and white-haired teen barely managed to avoid, taking the punch to his side rather than the stomach. Bakugo took advantage of the momentary distraction and aimed a kick toward the back of Izuku's knee, which he expertly avoided and countered with a grab and twist to Katsuki's slightly raised foot. The two got up, looking determined to win. "I'm not going to lose to you, Deku," Bakugo snarled. Izuku grinned almost sinisterly for half a second. "You won't have a choice." The two got up close and personal, but Izuku's experience gave him a tremendous advantage over even Bakugo's incredible viciousness. Todoroki attempted to get Izuku off guard, but his attack was caught and resulted in him getting thrown into Bakugo. "Get off me half and half, BC," Bakugo demanded before shoving Shoto off of him. Katsuki struggled to his feet and rubbed some of the spots that had taken a particularly nasty hit. His red eyes were almost glowing with hate, and the occasional drop of spit leaked from his mouth. Shoto, on the other hand, was maintaining a calmer attitude. A little frustration was evident in the way he composed himself, but nowhere near as bad as Bakugo. "I must say you're not half bad, either of you. I take it your old man has given you some fighting lessons, Todoroki?" the green teen asked. "Don't bring my father into this," the red and white-haired teen spat. "Did I hit a nerve?" he asked, then blocked a kick from Bakugo. "Did you forget I was here? Or are you looking down on me again?" The kick was powerful, but Izuku used the momentum to redirect Katsuki's foot's landing and left him in an unstable position. "I spent so much of my life looking up to you, Bakugo. But you never cared, did you?" Todoroki came at Izuku with another attack, but the martial arts master grabbed him and literally tossed him outside the line. "Todoroki is disqualified," Aizawa declared as the other two continued fighting. Now able to focus his full attention on one target, Izuku let loose with a barrage of strikes, but held back enough to keep the fight going. "What's the matter? Can't keep up?" he asked, then quickly jumped back and out of Bakugo's range. "Shut it, nerd!" Bakugo shouted and rushed Midoriya. He tried to feign a right swing, but his move was still blocked and he took an elbow to the chest for his attempt. "Come on, don't tell me you're losing to poor, quirkless, useless Det. I said shut it, you bitty." Small explosions rippled from his palms, but he was quick to hide them behind his back. He was not going to lose due to a stupid disqualification. "This is getting really heated," Ochako mumbled. "I knew the two had history, but I didn't think it was this bad," Kirishima remarked. "But shouldn't Mr. Aizawa end it before they go too far again?" Momo questioned with a slightly worried look. Midoriya dashed towards the remaining enemy and knocked him off his feet with a quick duck and sweep kick, then climbed on top and pinned one arm behind his back while immobilizing the other with his free hand. Aizawa started the countdown, but neither Izuku nor Katsuki paid him any mind. How's it feel to be the useless one, to be powerless against someone you always look down on? He whispered into the blonde's ear. Finally losing to his anger, Bakugo turned the palm behind his back to face Izuku and created an explosion large enough to blow Izuku a few feet back. Midoriya! Aizawa cried as he raced to the teen, who pulled himself up with a little effort. Bakugo released an angry shout and rushed towards Izuku as well, but was suddenly restrained by multiple thick strands of fabric. All eyes fell on the homeroom teacher, whose black eyes were glowing red. His hair, normally clumped into fallen heaps, had raised on end. But the most surprising thing was his scarf that had wrapped around a struggling Bakugo. We're done here. Bakugo is disqualified, making Midoriya the winner. The cloth unraveled and floated back around its owner's neck. He blinked, and his eyes were back to their normal shade once they reopened. You're Eraserhead, aren't you? Midoriya asked, ignoring the glares from his classmate. Yep. And that's what I meant when I mentioned your quirks being unusable, the teacher replied. Are you okay? I saw it coming, so I was able to dodge most of it, Midoriya replied with a roll of his shoulder. Can you go one more? I think I can get a lesson out of you, the teacher whispered, to which Izuku nodded. Okay, everyone, listen up. I have one more lesson for you all, he stated with much more energy than he normally displayed. But first, I need a volunteer. A few hands nervously went into the air, and the teacher picked Kirishima. Attack me like I'm a villain, the teacher instructed. Sir? I said attack me. The scarf once again unraveled with a life of its own, and his hair stood back up straight. Kirishima had just hardened his arms and fingers when they returned to their normal texture. The scarf wound around the red-haired teen and brought him to the ground. You may have strong quirks, but you are practically useless without them. Your classmate, however, has no such weakness. His strength is his skill, not something he was born with, Aizawa announced while letting Kirishima free. Which is why the first one of you to pin him or get him to yield within 5 minutes will receive an A on the next quiz. Many eyes fell on the green-haired teen, who came to realize what a mistake he had made. However, he will be allowed to use anything he has on him, but serious injuries are to be avoided. Are you all okay with this? Obviously the other students were riled by the idea of a free, yet some seemed hesitant to throw Izuku under the bus. Just so you guys know, I'm not going to make it easy, Midoriya let them know with a spin of the Kusari Fundo. Time's running out, the teacher noted, and Bakugo, Kirishima, and a few others were quick to rush him. However, a few whips of the chain dug out large divots right at their feet, bringing them to a halt with a spray of dirt. Go around. Get behind him, Jiro commanded, and the rest of the class formed a circle around their target. You guys are really working for that, eh? Izuku stated with glances in all directions. But he said one of you will get the pass, so what'll you do when your teamwork isn't as necessary? Fight each other or focus every attempt on me? He really didn't care how they would settle that dispute, and jumped over the few right in front of him and landed facing them. Tell you what, I'll even give you a chance, he joked as he wrapped the chain around his torso and pulled out the staff. Both ends extended and he grabbed it in a position that gave him a good balance of leverage and striking distance. En garde, he chuckled slightly darkly. In the end, no one managed to earn the free. Izuku had taken a few hits, but the group as a whole lacked the abilities to communicate quickly and effectively along with helping without getting in anyone else's way. It was, overall, a laughable attempt. Holy hell, who taught you and what's their number? Siro asked with a rub to his right arm. Yeah. I'm sure we could all use a few lessons. Ribbit, Tsuyu remarked. Sorry, but I don't remember their number. And they moved quite a while ago, so I couldn't ask them anyway, Izuku responded. More questions came his way, and he did his best to deflect as many as he could. Meanwhile, a certain blonde walked a bit behind the pack, listening for any slip-ups that would explain Deku's skill. Whoever was behind this had some serious explaining to do. Deku's words rang through his mind all the way back to the classroom. Mom, I'm home, Izuku shouted upon walking through the door. He could hear her meandering around the kitchen, most likely preparing to start dinner. Hi honey. How was your day? She greeted. It was odd. There were a lot of news reporters at the gate, and they somehow managed to set off the alarm inside. But everything's fine, the teachers got the cops on them. Oh, and we had a quirkless spar just today, the green-haired teen recalled aloud. A quirkless spar? As in a fight, his mother restated just to be sure. Yes, but it was for hero training. We were supervised and the teacher got a good lesson out of it. How did you do? Inko asked. I won. Bakugo and Todoroki were the last challenges. But they were easy, all things considered. It was still hard for Inko to believe that her quirkless son was taking the same classes that some of the most renowned heroes took in their day. Simply put, he was awe-inspiring. Anyway, I have some homework I should get started on. Let me know when dinner's ready, he requested, then walked down the hall and closed himself in his room. Most of the night went by smoothly. Izuku finished what classwork he had left before his mother had to call him. After dinner, he took another trip out and thoroughly explored stores old and new. He also made a trip to a hardware store and a few other shops that wouldn't expect business from a 15-year-old boy. After a few quick looks around each store, he returned home with a few additional combat knives with sheaths, a new All Might figurine, and a small package of chocolates for him and his mom to share. The walk to the apartment was relaxing. The air was cool with a slight breeze, but nothing too penetrating. He didn't pass by too many people, and whoever he did pass minded their own business. Before 10:30 he was back home eating candies with his mom. Any more of those action figures and you'll need a storage compartment downtown, Inko joked. But she wasn't too far off. He did have a lot of All Might memorabilia. Not to mention the few pieces of merchandise from other heroes. Maybe I should look into it, he replied. I'm going to bed. Good night, he offered. Inside his room, he pulled out his arsenal and made his usual plans regarding what would and wouldn't be usable. By now he had the items Stain had given him, the 2 knives he took from the muggers, the blades he had just bought, and nowhere to hold them all at once. The Manriki chain was obviously necessary. It had become his favorite weapon due to its speed and versatility. The staff was useful, but being retractable made it weaker than the real deal, so he couldn't afford to rely on it too much. In the end, he stuffed one of the switchblades and a new knife he bought into his bag. That was the last thing he did before wrapping himself up in his covers and falling asleep on the floor. Hello again everyone, Mr. Aizawa greeted as he entered the Hero Basic Training class. Are you in for All Might again today, sir? Hagakure asked at his arrival. Sort of. Today's class will now be taught by me, All Might, and a third instructor. Now? So it's changed within the day. Izuku thought to himself after hearing the odd wording of the response. What are we going to be doing? Mineta asked from behind the pondering teen. A card much like the one All Might had displayed on the first day was held up by Mr. Aizawa, only this one was written in blue, with the word, rescue, in all capitals. I believe you can read, he offered. The real duty of a hero, Kirishima muttered as others excitedly discussed among themselves. I'm not finished, Aizawa stated, resulting in everyone to fall silent. You can wear whatever you want, be it your usual clothes or your hero costume. Once you decide, meet outside. We'll need to take a bus to get there, he explained while pressing a button that caused the costume shelves to extend from the walls. Everyone donned at least part of their costumes. Bakugo only brought one of his gauntlets and Achiko left her helmet behind. Oh, you're wearing your normal clothes? The girl asked as the class waited to board the bus. Actually, this is my uniform. I don't really have a need for flashy details, and I have everything I need with me, he explained. To demonstrate, he reached into a pocket and let her catch a glimpse of a hilt, followed by lifting the bottom of his shirt to reveal part of the chain. A loud pitched whistle cut through the air, followed by an authoritative voice. Everyone gather round and form 2 lines based on seat numbers. That way we can board smoothly and quickly, he instructed. More whistles and hand movements continued until a small problem came up. You did not expect this kind of bus, Ida mumbled as Class 1A got on a bus with seats that faced each other rather than in rows. You can't prepare for everything, Ida. Just be glad you had the foresight to plan ahead for an equally likely scenario, Mina offered, which did little to calm the hunched-over classmate. Hey, Midoriya? Tsuyu asked from next to him. Yeah, Azui? First, call me Tsu. But you don't have a quirk. I wouldn't be surprised if you've been asked this a lot, but how did you get into UA? Lots of training, was his reply, which satisfied most of the classmates listening in on the conversation. You know, at first I thought you had some kind of augmentation quirk, like me, Kirishima offered. He raised his left hand and hardened it. Mine's useful, but it's not much to look at. I don't know. I'd say it's really cool, the green-haired teen offered. Aoyama butted in about how his quirk was powerful and flashy, until Mina reminded him and everyone around that he gets a stomachache from using it too much. Well, Todoroki and Bakugo have us all beat when it comes to strength and style, the pointy red-haired teen stated, to which the mentioned blonde grunted and looked away. But Bakugo's always angry, so it'll be hard for him to be popular as a hero, Tsu commented. What the hell is that supposed to mean? Katsuki demanded. See? Tsu said with a point at the angry teen. She has a point. We haven't known each other for much more than a week, and it's clear to all of us that what you have for a personality is crap stirred in sewage, Kaminari quipped. What's with that vocabulary? I'll kill you right after the frog you bisuri. Bakugo threatened, which only proved Kaminari's point. Meanwhile, Izuku was holding back fits of laughter caused by seeing Bakugo being the main focus of everyone's attacks. He had always been so popular, yet now he was just another student in a crowd when it came down to it. It felt good in a way. This conversation is getting pretty vulgar, isn't it? Momo asked Uraraka, who had an oddly happy smile. Yes, but I like this stuff, she joyfully replied. Stop messing around, everyone. We're here, Aizawa called from the front. Yes, sir. Those who had an unobstructed view from the window could see a large dome in the direction they were headed. A little while later the bus came to a stop in front of the dome, where someone dressed like an astronaut was standing to welcome them. Hello and welcome everyone. I've been waiting. Most people recognized the person as 13, a pro hero who specialized in rescue missions. There is much to discuss, but let's head inside first, she requested. From the walkway they got an amazing view of many different disaster scenarios, ranging from a citywide fire to a simple shipwreck. It reminds me of Universal Studios Japan. Sato commented. This is the Unforeseen Simulation Joint. It is an indoor amalgam made of all types of accidents and disasters. 13 proudly declared. So it really is, USJ, a few students thought internally. The tired-looking teacher approached the space hero, needing some space for the conversation. Where's All Might? He was supposed to be here as well. He, did a lot this morning and got too tired to come in, the hero explained while tapping 3 fingers on her left leg. Only Izuku and a few others heard the interaction, and only one saw the peculiar tapping motion. Irrational as always, Aizawa scoffed. Very well, I suppose we'll have to proceed without him. Yes, but first I have to say something. Or 2. Or 3. Maybe 4. It just keeps increasing, a handful of the students noted. Whatever. I'm sure you all know about my quirk, which is black hole. Yes, you've saved countless civilians with it, Izuku responded. Yes, but most people tend to overlook an important detail. My quirk is much more dangerous than it is helpful. Everyone was taken aback by the sudden morbidity, but 13 continued. Many of you have quirks that are similar in that respect. With how careful heroes are during battle, and how few villains there are with actually deadly quirks, it is easy to forget that any quirk can be deadly with a single mistake. So far, you've found out the current limits of your hidden powers and the danger that comes with using them against others from Aizawa's and All Might's teachings. With this class, you can learn something new, using your abilities to help rather than fight. That is all I have to say. Thank you for listening, 13 added with a bow. A round of applause erupted from the students, along with cheers of all sorts. Izuku's cheering was cut short. Time practically froze for a split moment as he was overcome with a feeling of immediate danger. Something was happening, but he just didn't know what. It put him on edge, as if he was being stalked. All right then. First, we will dash, Aizawa began. The large floodlights overhead dimmed until they were out, and the fountain in the center of the facility sputtered in and out as if the pump was being flipped on and off. The center of the fountain started to distort in a circular pattern, which turned into a dark void. The black-purple nothingness dispersed, and a hand reached through the circle of origin. A red, veiny eye peered through the void from between the fingers of another hand. Aizawa had seen the whole thing and sensed that this was anything but a drill planned by 13. Everyone, gather together and don't move, he ordered, then addressed 13. Protect the students, was all he said before a swarm of villains came through the portal. Is the class already started? Kirishima asked as he stepped forward to get a better look. Don't move, Aizawa shouted as he placed his yellow goggles over his eyes. The last of the villains came through the portal, including a giant creature with dark blue skin and an oversized smile. Just Eraserhead and 13? The intel said All Might was supposed to be here, the black mist muddled. The particulates reconvened on their own accord and took the shape of a humanoid with glowing yellow eyes. Are these the ones who caused the trespassing on UA just yesterday? Aizawa asked himself. All but 3 of the intruders advanced towards the large staircase that separated them from the students. I was looking forward to seeing All Might here. I even brought this whole crowd, the guy with hands grabbing his body complained. But maybe if we murder some of the children. The long scarf around Eraserhead's neck came alive with motion. He was clearly ready to throw himself into harm's way to buy time for everyone else. Wait, how did they get past the sensors? Momo asked 13. They could have some kind of interference quirk in the mix. Something like that would be overly helpful at getting into UA. So are they just here or all over the school? Todoroki quietly asked. To attack such a secluded area while cutting off communications is the sign of planning with a goal in mind, he added. 13. Evacuate the students. Kaminari, see if you can contact the school. There has to be an effective range on the interference, so get as far away as possible, Aizawa instructed. What about you? Are you planning on fighting alone? Izuku asked the teacher. Even if you can erase quirks, your style is a quick ambush after nullifying a single or few targets. True, but a hero has more than one trick up their sleeve. Now, 13, was all he said before jumping right into the fray. Shooters, take him out, one of the intruders ordered. 3 different villains tried, but each one had their quirk erased as they gave a short monologue about how he was foolish to take on all of them at once. Scarves wrapped around each of the 3 and lifted them into the air before slamming them all headfirst into the hard ground. Is that Eraserhead? Some the intruders questioned. Multiple attackers tried to take him on, but most lacked the skill that would be needed to hold up against someone who had spent years training to fight with a non-physical quirk. I figured the masses wouldn't hold up against a pro trained in hand-to-hand, the blue-haired intruder mused. So he's good at fighting groups as well as single opponents, Izuku noted while studying his teacher's style. Midoriya. Now isn't the time for watching. Hurry to shelter. Ida ordered from the group of students. They had all ran away with 13, except Izuku. Sorry, Izuku offered, then jumped from the stairs. Aizawa had barely seen the students' arrival and wasn't fully aware until some of the attacks coming in his direction started to falter. The small breaks were barely enough for him to catch a glimpse of Midoriya taking out some of the weaker foes with his chain. With a powerful leap, the green-haired teen landed beside his teacher and placed himself so they were back to back. I told you to leave. Do you even understand just how dangerous and stupid your actions are? Aizawa unhappily demanded. He would have to wait for an answer, as another group of villains rushed the pair. Izuku fought with grim efficiency for a child, and it didn't go unnoticed by his teacher that he was copying his capture weapon techniques with his chain. Sorry, sensei, but I couldn't just leave you. I can at least handle some of them for you, Izuku replied. There was no more time to argue, as the attacks just kept on coming. Oh, a child? This'll be fun, a villain with a Venus flytrap-shaped head laughed. He and a wave of the intruders rushed towards Izuku. Even with his back to his student, Aizawa could feel the sudden change in the atmosphere. Perhaps atmosphere was the wrong term. This change wasn't detectable by instruments or machinery. It was just. Meanwhile, the wave that had been so intent on attacking had come to a stop mere footsteps away from their target. His green eyes were staring at them. The stare was so penetrating it could have cut right through them, which is what it was feeling like at the moment. The aura around him, just moments ago barely noticeable, was redder than blood and thicker than syrup. Izuku didn't spare a look at the trembling victims he took out with pressure points and jaw blows. He was solely focused on these villains who had nothing better to do than attack a bunch of high school students. Back at the staircase. "Ida, come on," Achiko shouted from the group. Her voice almost didn't register with his mind. Izuku, one of his best friends, had quite literally thrown himself into the middle of everything that was going on. What's more, he was acting like a completely different person. There was no hint of the kind, caring boy he and Achiko went to school with. He was someone, or more likely something, completely different. "Let's go, Ida," she cried again, finally pulling him from his trance. He ran towards the group just in time for the same black mist that had brought the villains to cut off their exit. "It's a pleasure to meet you all. We are the League of Villains. I do apologize on our behalf for inviting ourselves in, but we are here to watch All Might, the symbol of peace, draw his last breath." 13 popped open a cap on his finger and prepared to use his black hole, but had to stop when 2 of the students ambushed the mist. "Maybe we'll beat you before that can happen," Kirishima cockily stated. "That was a close one," the mist stated. It blew around like the wind had caught it before taking the human shape again. "Such precious golden eggs," it whispered. "You two get out of the way," 13 shouted. The 2 boys saw the open cap and made to get out of the way. "No, my job is to separate you all, and I'll begin with them," the black-purple entity declared. The mist attacked the entire group with the force of a powerful wind. Ida shot through the storm and plucked as many of his classmates as he could from the darkness. From his perspective, the class and 13 had been swallowed by a swirling dome. The sounds of struggles came from the half-sphere, which turned into screams that slowly faded into distant nothingness. Aizawa had seen the handful of portals appear and drop some of the students into the various environments. He and Midoriya had taken out most of the lower henchmen, but the hand guy and the giant creature had yet to attack. "Midoriya, go help the other students, I can handle it from here," he shouted while kicking yet another foe in the neck. "Sir? Just go. I'll be fine, and they probably need help more than me." Reluctantly, Izuku nodded and rushed towards the nearest disaster area while making sure to at least slow down as many of the intruders as possible. The first area he saw was the mountain zone, so he ran at breakneck speed in that direction. He expected that most of his classmates would be more than capable of fighting back. The only exceptions he could think of were Koda due to his extreme shyness and lack of animals, and Mineta, who often lost his cool in the slightest of situations. As he ran towards the mountain, fights all over the USJ progressed with surprisingly positive results for the students. Todoroki, Hagakure, and Mineta had been dropped into the shipwreck zone, where the former had frozen pretty much the entire lake and started interrogating his captured foes. Tokoyami and Koda had developed a bait-and-strike strategy in the squall zone, Ojiro was using hit-and-run tactics in the fire zone, and Bakugo and Kaminari were striking down enemies left and right in the collapse zone. So physical attacks are useless and he can warp to avoid energy attacks, Siro noted after the remaining students had tried taking down the mist. "Ida, we'll buy you an opening. Run to the school and tell them what's happening." "But if I leave you all," he tried to say, but no valid arguments were coming to mind. The alarm sensors are based on infrared rays, yet despite the constant erasing done by your teacher, they are still not activating. It would be much faster for you to run for help than it would be for us to find the one causing the problems. "Don't worry, class rep. If you can get outside, you can find an alarm and activate it," Sato offered. "That's likely why they're all inside and not out there as well." "We know you can do it, Ida, so blow this fog into the wind," Siro added. The 2 took fighting poses next to Tenya. "Just like the cafeteria, Ida. Get to where you can be heard and let everyone know," Achiko said, throwing her support with the others. Ida understood the situation and finally agreed to leaving his classmates behind. The exhaust pipes extended from his legs and he got into a runner's position. If you're going to make a plan, perhaps don't discuss it in front of the enemy. The fog approached the group, but was stopped by nature's most devastating creation. Black hole! 13 shouted, hoping to slow the being down enough to get Ida the time he needed. Scatter and kill us, huh? Todoroki scoffed. You all seem more like guys wasting your quirks than you do murders. The entire group of the water-based villains had been frozen in place when the giant body of water had turned to ice. Todoroki had then created a ramp with his ice that he, Hagakure, and Mineta slid down. Are you actually a kid? This power is nothing a child should be able to handle, one of the unfortunate victims asked. The bichrome teen approached one of the villains and crouched in front of him. You probably understand the situation you're in. Your cells will die of frostbite, or you might go into hibernation if you're capable of such. Either way, there's nothing you can do right now. The villain began shaking not just because of the coldness enveloping everything from his neck down. What makes you think you can kill All Might? Todoroki demanded as he placed a single finger on the villain's forehead. More ice began to slowly spread, narrowly missing his eyes. Ah! A terrified Kaminari screamed as he avoided a strike from a large enemy. I swear I just saw the river Styx, he declared as he regrouped with Jiro and Momo. Both of the girls had armed themselves with weapons Momo created after spotting the villains. Seriously, what's going on? He shouted. The three had their backs to a rock face and were facing several armed opponents. Worry about that later. Just focus on getting away from all of these people for now. Jiro responded. Well, give me something to use. Kaminari requested. Just use your lightning. Jiro shouted back, eyeing the wall of foes in front of them. I can't release a large burst or I'll take you two out as well. The best I can do is cover myself. You two are the best bet until I manage to get some sort of signal, the yellow-haired teen retorted. Well, think outside the box, Jiro said with a kick. Her classmate fell into the larger villain that attacked him earlier and electrocuted him on contact. Oh, I can do something, he realized. More opponents tried to attack him, only succeeding in shocking themselves. With renewed vigor, the three struck down each foe with assistance from each other. Jiro used her speaker boots to deafen enemies so Momo or Kaminari could take them out. You should look into something to help you control your attacks, Jiro suggested to her classmate. Momo rushed towards her side and ejected a large blanket from her back. Kaminari, it's insulated, she shouted before ducking underneath the shield. Sweet. He let a massive shock build up, which he released all at once. The voltage created a shockwave that knocked out anyone on the receiving end and brought down the entire crowd in one fell swoop. The two classmates looked from under the sheet, observing the field. Okay, we should probably find the others, Momo suggested. Jiro, on the other hand, was doing anything not to look at her friend. Your clothes. They sort of, she mumbled, trying to find a good way to put the current situation into words. I can make a new set, she offered. Suddenly, Jiro was in front of her. Kaminari, look away. Only, looking wasn't on his mind. Jiro heard some kind of babbling, and noticed her friend was stumbling around with a goofy look. Guess he went past his limit, she muttered. Having created a new outfit, Yaoyorozu and Jiro just watched him aimlessly shuffled around, unaware of the hand punching from out of the ground behind them. Back in the large fray, the foe with the hands all over his body had finally engaged in the battle against Aizawa, counting down in his head. The final boss, huh? The teacher asked himself as the two traded blows. Suddenly, the blue-haired villain caught Aizawa's elbow and held on. With as much as you're moving around, it's hard to tell. But when your hair falls, you've finished an action, he started as the elbow he was holding began to crumble. Muscle and flesh was exposed beneath the skin as the outer layer fell away in small chunks. Aizawa butted the villain and leaped away, noting the result on his arm. Even with a useless limb, he was still able to avoid attacks, but his offensive capabilities had been dwindling for the better part of a few minutes. You're not very suited for drawn-out fights or combating a large group, right? The man asked. A few of the intruders rushed the teacher and were put out of commission, albeit slower than earlier. Still fighting strong even at a disadvantage. The things you'll do for your students. Aizawa faced the leader again, readying his capture weapon. You're so cool, he said, almost like a fanboy. But you should know. Aizawa felt a shadow eclipse him, and found himself getting stared down by the monstrous thing that had been still the entire battle. I'm not the last boss. The creature, with speed beyond imagination, reached out and grabbed the hero with a large hand. Todoroki, Mineta, and Hagakure had arrived just in time to watch the horrible strike, and struggled to stifle a collective gasp. Sickening thuds reverberated through the ground as the large being mercilessly pounded the hero in the ground. Blood splattered like a shaken soda can being opened. Mineta forced himself to turn around, and the other two just couldn't take their eyes off the devastating scene. I see, your quirk is very fascinating, the Black Fog admitted as it was getting SCD closer to the epicenter of 13th's destructive power. But as you focus on rescue operations, you lack battle experience. A warp gate opened behind the hero, which in turn sent the vacuum of black hole behind its user. Little could be done as 13th's own quirk ripped the back of her costume to shreds. The vacuum ceased, and the pro-hero fell to the ground in a heap. Ida! Run! Sato shouted, which the others encouraged as well. Ida was fast, but even he could not outrun instant teleportation. Another gate opened right in front of him with no space for him to stop or even redirect himself. Darkness filled his vision, until the darkness was replaced with one of Shoji's webbed arms. Hurry! A mouth on the end of a tentacle instructed, and Ida did just that. With another burst of speed, Tenya raced for the door as fast as his legs could carry him. You impertinent fool! I will not allow you to escape, the dark fog loudly declared. Even against Ida's impressive speed, the mist gained on him and practically overtook him again. For the second time in under a minute he was enshrouded in pure darkness. As bad as things were for Ida, anyone would say Aizawa was suffering much more. The large creature, which the leader had dubbed Nomu, had bent Aizawa's right arm in at least 2 spots that weren't supposed to bend. The creature let out a raspy, surprisingly high-pitched noise that probably was supposed to be a laugh. Die! Bakugo shouted, sending another explosion at one of the attackers. He and Kirishima had made short work of the goons meant to deal with them. Is this really the best they could send? Now that we're done here, we should help anyone else that we can, Kirishima suggested. No. I'm gonna kill that warp gate. The BSDRD's the only way they had to get in or out. Without him, they have no way out of here. While they were talking, a camouflaged villain quickly attacked them, only to get a face full of an explosion. You know, I'm surprised at how rational you can be. Before I always thought you were, die, die, die. What's that supposed to mean, you crazy-haired punk? Yeah, like that, Kirishima exclaimed. The two left the collapse zone, unaware that many others were fighting just as hard. Ida was, quite literally, running blind. The fog had engulfed him completely. But just as quick as it had attacked, it was gone. I gotcha, Ida! Achiko shouted. A metal lapel-like structure was floating, which was apparently the being's only physical essence. Another dash and Ida was at the door, putting all his might into forcing them open. With unwavering persistence, the fog made another attempt to stop the teen, only to be caught by Siro's tape and pulled back by Sato. The yellow-suited teen swung the warp gate around his head, buying Ida all the time he needed to get through the doors and give his engines full power. He made it. We don't have much time, the fog realized, then warped itself back to the blue-haired leader. Bones and muscles groaned in protest, but the giant uncaringly snapped the arm just above Aizawa's wrist, earning yet another scream of pain from the teacher. Your ability to erase quirks is amazing, but is nothing compared to overwhelming power. With a struggle, Aizawa faced the brute and erased his quirk, only for it to slam its hand down and crush his other arm. More screams echoed throughout the immediate area with very few to hear them. He has no strength quirk. He's just that strong, the teacher realized. The Nomu grabbed him by the back of the head and slammed it into the ground, adding a twisting motion for added damage. The creature was about to do more when the gate appeared beside the leader. Tamura, I apologize, But one of the students escaped with a plan to get help, it explained. At the news, Tamura started scratching his neck with one, then both hands with enough energy to leave marks. The whole time he made grunts of disapproval and disappointment. "Kurogyri, if you weren't a warp gate, I would kill you right here and now," he threatened. With that, all the scratching stopped. "We can't beat all the pros they'll undoubtedly send this way. It's game over. Man, it's game over. Let's go home," he said with a sudden change in attitude. In just a few seconds he had changed from an angry, irritated boss to someone resembling a child realizing they weren't going to get their way. But first, let's see how his pride holds up after the deaths of a few students, he excitedly exclaimed. With speed comparable to the Nomu, he was in front of Mineta, Hagakure, and Todoroki. His hand reached out for the purple-haired boy, and images of Aizawa's elbow raced through the minds of all three students. His hand connected with Mineta's face, but nothing happened. No decay, no crumbling. Nothing. "DMN it," Tamura swore. "You're amazingly persistent, Eraserhead," he offered. The mentioned hero had just enough time to erase Tamura's quirk, but received another face full of stone for his efforts. With a momentary distraction, Todoroki sent a wave of ice at the hand-covered villain. It exploded in expansion upon contact, turning into a wall of sheer ice. There wasn't an instant given to celebrate before the ice barrier was shattered. In the wake of the destruction stood the Nomu, which had blocked the attack with unfathomable speed. "No," was all Todoroki could hopelessly mutter. "You're brave for a student. Fighting me even though you knew what me and Nomu were capable of. Whatever, I don't need you." The creature's eyes turned from within its brain to focus on the student. "Nomu," was all Tamura had to command. All at once, Nomu reached with a giant hand for Todoroki's face, Tamura reached for the other two students, and both of the giant doors were blown open with explosive power. The sound echoed in the entire facility, and everyone turned to the figure standing there, silhouetted by the light from outside. Time seemed to stop, if for only a second or two. Those who were nearest to the door got the first look at their savior as he entered the facility. Gasps and whimpers of relief escaped a few lips. "I am here," All Might exclaimed. "Oh, we may have an opportunity after all," Tamura whispered at the sight of the symbol of peace. "It's All Might," one of the recovered thugs shouted. "Come on. If we kill him we'll dash." One of them started before he and all the others were swiftly taken care of. "I'm sorry, Aizawa," he offered the unconscious teacher in his arms. After as little as a look, the three students were grabbed faster than they could perceive and were gently placed down away from danger. "Get to the exit." "I'm trusting Aizawa to you," All Might ordered. "No, it's no good." "No? Good," Tamura despairingly whimpered. He stumbled around looking for the hand that fell from his face when All Might rescued the students. "I'm sorry, Father," he whispered as he grabbed the hand and reattached it to his face. The moment it was back on, his entire attitude returned to the way it was just moments before. "I can't even follow him with my eyes. And he managed to get a hit on me even when he was saving the students," the villain mumbled to himself. "But he's not as fast as I expected, so he really is getting weaker." The three students had lifted Aizawa onto their shoulders within the time the leader had been mumbling. All Might, that thing, Nomu, took the full force of an ice wall and didn't even flinch. "Be careful," Todoroki advised. "Worry not, young Todoroki," All Might offered. "It'll be fine." Todoroki nodded and the students started carrying their homeroom teacher to safety. The moment they were in the clear, All Might attempted a Carolina smash, which was all but completely shrugged off by the monstrous Nomu. "Don't think you can win by punching it hard. His shock absorption renders your strength useless," Tamura bragged as the two titans duked it out. "Thanks for the heads up," All Might replied. He quickly got behind the Nomu and grabbed it by the waist before bending as far as he could backwards, slamming the creature into the ground. The students cheered, but stopped when the dust settled. There was All Might, trapped in an odd position as the Nomu had been sent through a warp gate that allowed it to reach up and grab him with its claws. Red stained his white shirt as the claws dug a bit deeper, and the #1 hero let out a grunt of pain. A valiant attempt to stick him in the concrete to immobilize him, but that simply won't cut it. Good job, Kurogiri. The gate nodded, and the two combatants sunk into the dark purplish void. Nomu's job was just to restrain you until you got halfway in. Then, Kurogiri explained while slowly closing the gate around the hero. In a moment, the shrinking stopped as an explosion ripped through the mist. Take that! Bakugo shouted as he pinned the metal part of the villain. At the same time, a wave of ice advanced through the ground and reached the Nomu. The creature's entire right half was frozen solid in a matter of seconds. Sorry, All Might, but my dad wouldn't want to become number one this way, the teen offered. The cold was already taking effect on the Nomu's ability to keep hold of its prey, and All Might was finally able to free himself from the situation. Don't think you're the only one here to help, Kirishima stated as he joined his two classmates. The symbol of peace simply will not be killed by the like of you. Amidst the wavering emotions, Uraraka and Sato caught a glimpse of Hagakure and Mineta carrying Mr. Aizawa. Give us a hand, he's heavy, the purple-haired teen called out. Our only way in and out has been compromised. Yeah, I had a feeling you could only turn parts of yourself into gates. The fog just covered your actual body, which is why you said, that was close, when we attacked, right? The blonde teen deduced. If you so much as move, I'll blow you to bits. Kids really are something else these days, capturing our transport and taking out the thugs with no visible scratches. Nomu. At his command, the creature pulled itself out of the gate. The motion only served to shatter the iced-over limbs and left it stumbling on one leg and one arm. The pair of beady eyes twisted within the exposed brain and fell on the teens. Still moving, it was forced to use both limbs as legs just to turn around. All that and it's still moving? Kirishima asked at the sight. The layer of ice covering the thing's right side shattered as new ribs poked their way through. More white bones cracked through where the arms and legs should have been and extended as muscles and sinew grew from nothing. Thick, dark skin formed over the immense muscles and quickly restored the Nomu to its original state. Tell me, All Might, what do you think of Nomu's super regeneration? The hero just stared at the creature that had effortlessly replaced almost half of its body within seconds. Nomu, could you get our gate back? With speed only All Might could see, the creature charged at Bakugo. Faster than the eye could blink, it was right there and threw a devastating punch at the teen. The air pressure alone was enough to throw back the other students. The dust cleared, and all that was left was the Nomu standing protectively over Kurogiri. Katsuki! Kirishima shouted. The teen in question let out a confused gasp from behind his classmates. Wait, you dodged? What do you think, dumbass? He pushed me out of the way, the teen spat. The three turned to where a wall had been blown apart, and standing at the center of the destruction was All Might. You really don't understand holding back, do you? The teacher asked. Well, the red and white one was about to freeze me, so I guess violence for the sake of others is admirable, Tamura shrugged. But that's what makes me angry. Everyone commits the same acts of violence, yet some are deemed heroic and others villainous. Just like you. Violence only creates more violence. And will prove it by killing. You. Everyone, get out of here. There's no further reason for you to put yourselves at risk, All Might instructed. But if I hadn't done anything, you wouldn't be here now. The same applies to Bakugo, Todoroki argued. All Might was ready to argue, but loud alarms blared to life throughout the facility and cut him off. Red lights blinked on and off, and the same announcement that the students heard during lunch went off inside the USJ. What's this? They managed to get the sensors back online? That can only mean someone found the person causing the interference, All Might declared. There's not much time, we better hurry, Tamura complained. Nomu, Kurogiri. Kill him. I'll deal with the little brats. With incomprehensible speed, All Might and Nomu dashed at each other, their fists meeting in the middle. Winds blew with the strength of a hurricane and the ground beneath them cracked like glass. This would be a battle the likes of which none of the students had seen. There's not much time, we better hurry, Tamura complained. Nomu, Kurogiri. Kill him. I'll deal with the little brats. With incomprehensible speed, All Might and Nomu dashed at each other, their fists meeting in the middle. Winds blew with the strength of a hurricane and the ground beneath them cracked like glass. Didn't you already get the memo about Nomu's shock absorption? Tamura asked as he gracefully landed on the ground. Yes, All Might replied. Then the two titans sent strikes flying faster than anyone could see. I can't get close enough, Kurojiri grunted as he struggled to not get blown away by the resulting gales. You said it has shock absorption, not nullification. That being said, it has to have a maximum capacity, correct? Despite the Nomu's incredible strength and speed, All Might managed to begin pushing it back even as they continued fighting. If I can't beat you at 100%, I'll just have to go further than that. Impossible, he's fighting at more than 100%, Todoroki muttered in astonishment. A well-aimed strike sent the Nomu flying, and Tamura's eyes angrily stared at the sudden development. All the work his master had put into the Nomu and All Might still found a way to push ahead. The two disappeared into the forested zone, where the only signs of battle was the flying rubble and debris. Sounds of tremendous impacts continued to rock through the USJ. Both of them broke above the tree line, where All Might grabbed the Nomu and threw it back to the ground, once more creating a powerful impact. Whoever or whatever you are, I'm sure you know this phrase. His fist reeled back and flew forward with extraordinary power. Go beyond. Plus ultra. If anyone had a clear view of the fight, they would have seen the Nomu's body glow yellow for half a moment as the shock absorption reached its limit. Nomu was sent flying and crashed through the high ceiling of the USJ, sending tremors that were felt for miles. The creature kept flying through the air, not stopping until the only sign of it was a blip in the sky. In that moment, all were silent. For a moment, no one spoke until celebrations came from wherever there were students. Yeah, All Might, several students cheered. Loud shouts of yay and woo rang through the building. The dust that had been sent into the air started to clear, and the symbol of peace stood proudly, but worse for wear. I remember when I could have done that in just 5 hits, but this time it took over 300. He turned to Tamura, who hadn't moved during the entire battle, yet was angrily shaking. As for you two, I'm sure we would like to finish this as soon as possible. One of Tamura's hands reached for his neck and dug in deep enough to leave red marks. Did he use a cheat? Or was Master wrong? There's no way he's weaker than before. Earlier, in the mountain zone, the three had been caught completely off guard. One of the villains had been hiding in the ground the entire time, so he was still standing after Kaminari's unleashed attack. While the two had been discussing plans as Denki meandered around, the villain had snuck up and grabbed the short-circuited teen. Now let's be reasonable here, you don't use your quirks and I won't kill your friend, the skull-masked villain offered. We never should have let our guard down, Momo muttered. To think they planned for an ambush in case we actually got all of them. Jiro added. Honestly, I'd rather not kill another electric type, but I might have to, the villain warned. He raised his free hand and showed off some powerful discharges that scared even Kaminari, who was mostly out of it still. Wait. Was he the one jamming the communications and sensors? Yaoyorozu asked as she and Jiro put their hands up. The menace walked towards them, still holding his captive. I'm going to head over there. You know what happens if you move. A quick plan formed in Kyoka's head, and she didn't have time to rethink it. Before you do anything, aren't electricity quirks like yours born winners? The villain stopped his approach and his threatening lightning. What? What are you doing? Momo asked internally, but then noticed one of her earlobe jacks slithering down to her boot. What I mean is, aren't there plenty of jobs out there for people like you? Even besides being a hero? The plug was almost there. She needed to distract him for just a little longer. Seriously, people like you and our friend there are in great demand. I just don't get why you became a villain. The intruder placed his hand on Kaminari's head in a threatening manner. I know you're just trying to distract me, so you can give it up. Unfortunately, he didn't see the green-haired teen launch at him with a swinging chain from behind one of the many rocks. The weight connected perfectly with the back of his head, sending him to the ground where he laid motionless. Before he even hit the ground, the alarm sounded and sent the facility into lockdown. He's not weaker at all. Did the guy lie to me? Tamura aggressively asked with more scratches to his neck. The alarm, which had not stopped since its first blare, continued to remind Tamura about the dwindling time he had left. So, are you still going to finish what you started? All Might asked. The smoke around him continued to spread. Let's get out of here before they go at it again. We don't want to be held hostage, Kirishima suggested. Reluctantly, the three ran from the two villains. They trusted the pro-hero to protect them until they were out of range and back. With other students. Kirishima. Todoroki. Bakugo. Shiro called from atop the staircase. The three joined most of their class and filled in as many details as possible. Seconds after the three students got away, many of the villains started to regain consciousness. Groans and grunts signified their reappearance as several began to stand up. This is revenge for Nomu, Tamura shouted just before rushing at the hero in front of him. Surprisingly, All Might just stood there, doing nothing. Kurogiri followed his master and prepared another warp gate. What would have happened, no one would find out. Something whizzed inches away from both of the villains and lodged itself in the ground. Both of them and All Might turned to see a knife sticking out of the floor before immediately turning to where it came from. Izuku had already leapt into the air and sent his chain towards Tamura, but a familiar black circle opened a foot away from his face, and an identical one appeared in front of the blue-haired villain. The latter reached through the void and his hand appeared through the twin circle, aimed right for Izuku's face. We won't fall for another attack like that again, Kurogiri shouted. The attempted ice wave attack had forced the black fog to realize that these were not scared, defenseless children. They were willing to fight. The hand was close enough to almost graze Midoriya's skin when something tore through the flesh. The attention of everyone was turned to Snipe, who stood in the entryway with Midnight and Ectoplasm. We heard the alarm and rushed over as soon as we could, the teacher stated. Another handful of rounds were shot and punctured the other limbs of the blue-haired hero before Kurogiri set himself up as a shield. Ectoplasm spat out dozens of clones that carried away the intruders Midnight knocked out or took out the ones she missed. The second battle had barely begun when another 7 heroes appeared. I, Tenya Ida, representative of Class 1A, have returned with backup, the teen shouted. Ectoplasm and Midnight cleared the way for Present Mike, who sent a deafening scream down at the collection of intruders as Vlad King and Cementos took Aizawa off of the students' hands. Split up and find any remaining students. A large mouse-like creature ordered from Vlad King's shoulder. Half of the heroes departed throughout the facility to search for the students. In the end, Tamura and Kurogiri had escaped even before the new arrivals started fighting. The last thing he had said was a warning for All Might. Next time we meet, I will kill you, All Might, he had threatened before the black fog carried him away. And just like that, the biggest threat was gone. The only danger left was dealing with the scum that had accompanied Tamura. As the teachers searched, they found a surprising number of villains already dealt with by the students. Most of the children were okay, and besides Kaminari's temporarily fried head, the worst injuries were mere scrapes and scratches. Ojiro would need some ice for his feet and Mineta, Hagakure, and Todoroki would later undergo a psychological evaluation due to being attacked by Tamura. Midoriya had long since gotten up and was walking over towards where All Might had been standing when a wall built itself between the two. Sorry Midoriya, but we would like to check him for injuries, and I do believe he would appreciate some privacy, Cementos offered. The green-haired kid understood and left to check on anyone not already found. Tokoyami and Koda were being escorted by Present Mike and the two girls were leading Kaminari to the group, who was still occasionally pumping his arms in a thumbs-up gesture. Now that the danger had passed, Jiro was doing her best to cover her laughter at the yellow-haired teen. Far away, a black portal opened inside a disguised bar. The single occupant climbed out and instantly began shouting at a television screen. You were wrong, Master. All Might was healthy, the children were stronger than the underlings, Nomu was defeated, and I got shot in all 4 limbs. I am sorry Tamura, but you were wrong. It is true that we underestimated the students, but you full-heartedly believed you had enough to defeat the children and All Might. A confident voice replied from the blank screen. Good thing we used that lazy League of Villains name, another voice added. By the way, where is Nomu? I am eager to perform more tests, the second voice added. He was completely defeated, Kurogyri regretfully informed after a few moments of quiet. I did not have time to search, and there was no way to quickly pinpoint even a rough location. It is most unfortunate, but I suppose it cannot be helped. The first speaker responded in a tone that sounded like he was giving a shrug. Speaking of help, there was one child who attempted to assist All Might before we had to retreat. The same kid jumped into the fray with Eraserhead while everyone else ran, Tamura recalled. Interesting. I understand you have regrets and anger, but this exercise was not for naught. Collect those that are better suited for the missions. Take all the time you need. A carefully enacted plan is better than a rushed one. We cannot move freely, so you, Tamura Shigaraki, shall be our symbol. It had not taken long for the police to respond to the alarms set off at the USJ. The forces arrived minutes after the action had ceased and assisted in transporting the collected villains to holding cells. While that was going on, Detective Tsukachi was taking a head count of the students. All 17 were present and accounted for. It's a miracle that you all escaped pretty much unharmed physically, and I have no doubts that your 3 friends will recover soon enough. A hand gently slapped Ojiro on the shoulder. How are your feet doing? Froppy asked. They're better. Pretty soon I'll rub some burn ointment and I'll be fine, he offered. Where were you, by the way? I was in the landslide zone, but there weren't many villains sent with me, so I was okay, the frog girl replied. What about me? Where do you think I was? Aoyama asked with a swish of his sparkling cape. So, you were pitted against hooligans as well? Tokoyami asked Kirishima, completely ignoring the question. They probably thought we wouldn't be able to fight back, given we're kids, the red-haired teen replied with a punch to his palm. Aoyama turned to another group and asked the same question, only to be ignored once again. So All Might sent the thing into the air like it was nothing? Siro stated in awe. All Might is crazy powerful, Sato agreed. Finally, Aoyama found someone not part of a group and eagerly asked his question again. Where do you think I was? Izuku just stared for half a second. Where? He asked, somewhat uninterestedly. It's a secret. If Izuku didn't know any better, he would have sworn specks of light started flickering in and out of existence around the teen's head. Detective Tsukachi returned with a police officer. I think we should let the students head back to the school. We can wait a day or so before questioning them. Tsu hopped over towards the detective and stood up. Sir? What about Mr. Aizawa? He has already been taken to the hospital and is under recovery girl's care. He suffered many fractures and extensive damage to his face, the detective responded. And what about 13? Mina added. 13 is also being treated. She suffered a bad laceration to the back and upper arm, but she will survive. The students all sighed in relief. All Might will also be fine. He too is under recovery girl's care. Now, I would recommend you board the bus. We never know when the press will show up. The detective turned to a person with a cat head when the students started leaving. I also have business to attend to with All Might. I trust the rest to you. The officer gave a salute and, yes, sir, before Tsukachi left. The last person to move was Bakugo. He was currently standing at the entrance, reliving the last thing he had seen in the battle. In his memory, the knife flew right in front of the 2 villains approaching All Might, then Izuku soon followed, already sending his chain at the blue-haired one. Something about it just didn't sit well with him. Deku, he growled internally. Hey Bakugo, we gotta head back. Kirishima called from the bus. I know already, BT, the blonde shouted back. After the students departed, the teachers took a good, long look at the scene left over. We're going to need to make some large improvements to the security systems, aren't we? Nizu asked. Midnight and Snipe were also surveying the damage done to the USJ. A warp quirk is hard to find, but for a villain to have one. Midnight started. Nizu looked down in retrospection. Detective Tsukachi was about to enter his ride when one of the officers came running up. Sir, sorry to bother you, but we found one of the villains in a forest on the school grounds. How are they? The man asked. There were no apparent injuries from the battle. More so, it was extremely tame. Not once did it fight back or resist capture. It doesn't respond to calls or commands, so it could be mute. The three teachers emerged from the facility, where Tsukachi was ready to meet them. "Principal Nizu, I request permission to investigate the school," he requested with a bow. "By all means. As the police, you have more authority in these situations. I'm counting on you and your teams," Nizu cheerfully replied. Tsukachi nodded and went right to work on his new task. The ride back to campus was unnervingly quiet. With the adrenaline rushes and excitement from seeing All Might in action gone, all that was left were the realizations that any of them could have died that day. The class passed by Recovery Girl's office, where All Might had been moved due to lack of major injuries. Later in the day, Detective Tsukachi would visit the pro hero and the two would fill each other in with as much as they could. Present Mike had been called in to take care of the class. There were no lessons. Right now the substitute was doing his best to alleviate some of the stress by allowing the students to have a free PRD. By the time the bell that signified the end of the day rang, there had been a comfortable shift back to something resembling normalcy for the class. Tenya, Achiko and Izuku walked to the station together, where Izuku agreed to ride with them rather than walk for the first time in ages. The ride was uneventful if one were to ignore the breaking news headlines about the recent development at UA. Meanwhile, over in Hosu City, a lone figure crouched atop a water tower. The wind flapped through the long, shredded cloths of his uniform. A blade glimmered in the moonlight, and the man excitedly liked his teeth like a child in a candy store. Izuku had always known there would be opponents he just wouldn't be able to fight. Even after getting into UA, he had known he was outclassed when it came to sheer power or unstoppable speed. And seeing the Nomu and All Might in action only proved his point. Despite his skill, strength, and everything he had, he needed to find a way to level the playing field, even if by the smallest margin possible. That's why he found himself standing outside the large doors that separated him from the development studio on his day off. He had asked a few teachers who his best bet would be for support gear, and most of them recommended a Meihatsum. He knocked on the large metal doors a few times, which were pulled open a few seconds later. "How can we help you?" Power Loader asked. He was a bit shorter than Izuku had expected. And shirtless, for some reason. "I've been told that this Meihatsum could help me with a costume. Is she available at the moment?" He lifted his numbered suitcase to show the teacher with the yellow, mechanical dinosaur head. As if to answer his question, a pink-haired girl pretty much materialized in front of him. "You need a costume? Well, come right in." She was a bit too overjoyed for Izuku's liking, but he couldn't stop her from literally dragging him into the workshop. The entire place was filled with tools, large desks, and sophisticated machinery. "So, what kind of changes are you looking for?" the energetic girl asked. She had already broken out a handful of tools and looked ready to take apart the first thing he handed over. "Well, I don't actually have a costume to change. I was hoping to just look around to see what kind of support items you had lying around." "You need a costume? Well, how about this?" Somehow, despite every law of physics, he was wearing a bulky robotic suit before he could even see what was happening. "That's my baby number 49. It's a power suit that reads contractions in your muscles and moves itself for you," she explained. With a press of a button, the suit began to turn. His arms moved almost on their own accord and walking felt effortless despite the heavy metal. "Admittedly impressive, but it's too slow. And it's just not what I need," Izuku offered. Once again, all laws of physics seemed to be ignored as the suit disappeared without a trace. "Fine, let's start from scratch," Mei suggested. A large sheet of blueprint paper was pulled from a drawer and stretched out on a table. Mei began to sketch a rough outline of the costume and would occasionally have Izuku fill in finer details. "So what do you already have for gear?" "I have a chained weapon, a bunch of knives, a gauntlet for my right hand and an extendable staff." "Why don't we look through that pile there?" she offered with a point towards a mountain of inventions. The two stepped over and pulled item after item from the collection. There were helmets of all shapes and sizes, wings, gloves, and everything in between. "What's this?" the green-haired teen asked while inspecting another glove. "That's sort of a wind-directing glove. It lets the wearer shoot bubbles of air like those Erzuka toys," the yellow-eyed girl replied. Izuku slipped the glove onto his left hand. It was a little big, but he could work with it. Do you think you could change this to shoot smaller projectiles at higher speeds? You know, like air bullets? And make it just a tad smaller? He asked. Of course I can, she happily exclaimed. Izuku walked over and placed the glove on the table and returned to the pile. After half an hour he had added a metal lower half mask that had a filter and radio device along with a utility belt that held smoke pellets, first aid medical supplies, and something May called flash marbles, which were just small orbs with the power of a flashbang grenade. In addition, he salvaged a pair of cleated shoes that had shock absorbers built in to dampen long falls. So, if we attach a few sheets you can carry all of your gear you already have with these additions. Power Loader will send an application and the works to an official design company. They'll put it all together and maybe make a few changes. They typically get back within 3 days, but I'd say maybe 4 or 5 because they have to start from the beginning this time, May explained. Thanks, May. I'll see you in a dash, he began, then stopped when something caught his eye. A pair of goggles stuck out from a lower shelf of the desk. Are these another one of your projects? Yes, she answered as the visitor picked them up. They look like Mr. Aizawa's goggles, Izuku stated. True enough, the shape was the exact same. The only difference was the pair he was holding was red instead of yellow, and wires stuck out from both inside and out. He was my inspiration for them. They were supposed to be quirk nullification goggles, but they're too inconsistent. No matter what I change, there's no guarantee of the outcome. How do they work? Izuku questioned. Well, unlike Mr. Aizawa, these work based on sounds. They were designed to emit a directed subliminal stimulus, sort of like a subliminal message, that makes the target believe they can't use their quirk, or makes them forget how to use it. The only problem is sometimes they work as intended, and other times the target's quirk gets out of control until the goggles are turned off. Izuku was understandably interested in the idea and tried the goggles on. There were some kind of lenses on the inside and machinations beyond his comprehension. There's an eye tracker on the inside that works in conjunction with motion and infrared readers to determine where the target is. Izuku handed the goggles to May. Would you be willing to let me use them? He asked. The girl perked up at the question. But I told you they don't work all the time. Are you sure? Something's better than nothing. I'd be more than willing to take them off your hands if you can make some adjustments, like using the motion or infrared readers individually, he said. Absolutely. I'll get on that right now, she declared. A few screwdrivers and soldering irons were produced from thin air and the girl got to work. Well, if you're all done here, I'll send this off to our agency, Power Loader offered. He rolled up the blueprint sheet and carried the gear that would be attached to another room. Check back in a few hours. I should be done with the goggles by then, May offered. Izuku gave an okay and returned to the halls outside. Very productive, he had to admit. He spent the next few hours jogging around the campus in his new shoes and conversing with any teachers or students he recognized. In the forest he ran into Koda, who was surrounded by animals. Izuku made small talk as he pet a deer, then left the shy boy alone to continue his run. After just over 3.5 hours he returned to the development studio. Once again he knocked on the door, and this time the ever-enthusiastic May opened it for him. Good timing. I'm almost finished, she said as the two returned to the bench the girl had set up shop at. For 10 minutes he watched her solder wires and chips together until she held the finished product in front of him. The goggles had the same basic shape, but the band that went around the back of his head was thicker than before, and there was some kind of dial on the right eyepiece. When he put them on there was a noticeable lack of vision obtrusion from the shutter-like design. The dial on the right is what changes the utility. There's only 4 settings counting the off position, so I'll just let you find them out yourself, May offered. Izuku twisted the dial and was thrown into a world of glowing oranges, blues, and reds. That's infrared, the glowing form stated. He turned the dial again, and his vision went normal again. You should be on motion detection now, May said with a wave of her hand. The moving arm was highlighted in a red box that disappeared when she stopped waving. Izuku turned the dial to the last setting. The quirk nullification is kind of iffy. You need to be looking at a target for long enough for the stimulus to take effect. Izuku nodded and stared at May, who started blinking in a confused manner a few seconds later. Yep, they're definitely working, she groaned. The green-haired teen turned the dial all the way until it was in the off position and led May to a chair. Don't worry, I'm fine. My quirk is focused on my eyes. When you use the goggles, my vision started focusing and unfocusing, so I was getting a killer of a headache. Sorry. I guess I should have asked before using you as a guinea pig, Izuku apologized. May stood up and shook her head really quick. I'm fine. The effects don't last long once the subliminal stimuli stop. Just a heads up though, they only work for as long as you can keep the target in your field of view. If they get out of your vision, then the stimulus isn't directed at them, and you need to find them again. That includes blinking, due to the eye tracker. Thanks, May. Is there anything else I should know? He asked. The girl thought, and only one thing actually came to mind. I'll probably be done with the glove in a few days. And Power Loader will tell Aizawa when you can pick up your uniform, she offered. Izuku gave another thanks and left the studio. The sounds of reconstruction met his ears even before he left, and he had to chuckle at May's enthusiasm when it came to her babies. He decided to head home for a little bit. After all, classes had been temporarily put on hold due to the attack, so it would be a good chance to take a break. The goggles that had been hanging from his neck were placed over his eyes as he switched between the infrared and motion detection options. He made a mental note to not get overly used to the new gadget lest he become too reliant on them. A few passers-by recognized him from the news and stopped him to ask the usual questions like, "Are you okay?" or "Were you scared?" After a while, Izuku decided to take the quieter route and spent the rest of the trip free running over rooftops. "Hey Mom," he called when he got home. Ever since the attack, she had reverted to her overprotective self like when he first returned from Stain's training. He understood how she felt in a way. "Hey Izuku. How was it?" she asked. He sat down on the couch and turned on the television. Most of the channels were still reporting on the attack on the USJ. "It was good. The costume will take a while, but I got a few new items and another one is on the way," he replied. "Can I see?" He handed her the goggles and she put them over her eyes like a kid with new sunglasses. "They're pretty cool, aren't they?" he rhetorically asked. Finally, he found a channel that was taking a break from the USJ event. Also, the shoes are new as well. "They are. How are you liking UA?" she asked, with a tad of a worried tone. Izuku noted it and worded his response. Aside from what just happened, the worst thing that I've gone through was fighting Bakugo head-on in that combat training and being literally everyone's target in Aizawa's one class. Everyone, besides Bakugo of course, is really nice. Inko smiled at how happy he was talking about UA compared to his stories from middle school. For now, she could try to put aside her worry. Izuku's phone buzzed in his pocket. He fumbled it out and read the message. "Ayan, for now and future reference, if I have the name with a colon, then more text, it represents texting. Just wanted to give you all a heads up, but it should be introduced whenever it appears. Uraraka, hey Deku. Wanna meet up?" He thought about it for a few seconds and started typing. "Midoriya, probably. What were you thinking of?" The bubble with 3 dots appeared and was soon replaced with another message. "Uraraka, Dida, Mina and I are at the park. I think you mentioned you live near there. Midoriya, give me a sec." "Hey Mom, would you be okay with me meeting up with a few friends at the park?" he asked over his shoulder. She didn't reply immediately, mulling over her response. "If you can be back before dinner, that's fine." "Thanks. Midoriya, sure. Be there soon." He received a "great. See you" from Achiko before he reached his room. Out of habit, he wrapped the weighted chain around his torso before realizing he likely wouldn't need it. He wasn't going to classes where he would be told to fight his classmates, and Stain wasn't around to scold him for not always having a weapon on hand. He settled for discarding the Kusari Fundo and slipped one of the switchblades into his pocket. "Bye Mom, I'll text you when I get there," he offered as he headed out. His mother wished him well and he ran down to the park. He saw the 3 classmates and ran over to them after letting his mom know he had gotten there safely. "Hey Midoriya. What's up?" Mina greeted. He just shrugged. "Not much. What are you all up to?" "We were wondering if you could teach us to fight," Achiko requested. "As in?" "Yes Midoriya. We would like some martial arts lessons, Ida finished. Aizawa was right. In a situation like the USJ where our quirks aren't great for combat, we need something to fall back on. And you're the only one in the class who really uses martial arts, Achiko stated. Mina nodded and Ida simply waited patiently for his reply. Well, I don't know if I'm cut out to be a teacher. I guess it wouldn't hurt to try, but I can't promise I'll actually be able to help. We're good with you just trying. Ida offered. The other two nodded expectantly. Okay then, just give me a few minutes to think about how to go about this, the teen requested. This was a new experience for him. He knew he couldn't use the same methods Stain had used, but those were the only ones he knew. A few ideas passed through his mind, and some were better than others. Why don't you take turns attacking me? I'll stick to dodging and try to critique your form before I start teaching you fighting techniques, he suggested. Sounds good. I'll go first, Achiko replied. I know this goes without saying, but you guys can't use your quirks. You know, rules and all. The three gave varying signs of approval and Achiko lunged at Midoriya. An onlooker may have been somewhat impressed by her tenacity, but to Izuku she was moving in slow motion. He effortlessly ducked, bent, weaved, and tilted away from each attempted attack until she had worn herself out. Not bad. Who's next? Ida stepped forward and Izuku gave a short countdown. It quickly became apparent that Ida's fighting style was based around kicks, but that was already expected. His kicks were faster than Uraraka's punches, but were still slow to experienced eyes. Tenya lasted much longer than Uraraka but ended up tiring himself without scoring a single hit. Your turn, Mina. The pink-skinned girl started after another countdown with her own style. Her methods were based around flexibility rather than strength or speed. She too put up a good fight, but didn't land any blows. Okay, so it's obvious you can't fight very well without your quirks, the teen stated. Before we can begin actual fighting techniques, you should work on your general physical capabilities. I know it'll be harder to find time once classes start again, but I want you to start working and aim for 50 push-ups and sit-ups in one go and try to find time to go on runs. Time yourself and aim for longer distances with better times, he instructed. That makes sense. Is that what you did when you trained? Mina questioned. Yes, but not as gently, the green-haired teen replied. Let's get started, shall we? His three friends dropped to the ground and started doing push-ups. This could be fun, Izuku thought to himself. After all three finally finished the sit-ups, he led them on a run around the park. By the end of the session, the three were panting harder than he'd ever seen them. It really spoke volumes about the reliance on quirks in modern societies. Well, that should be enough for today. I won't push you too hard, but you will need to be pushed. During the break, the teens checked their phones for updates about school or messages from classmates. I gotta head back. See you guys later, Izuku said with a wave before departing. See you later. Bye, Deku. His mom was about to begin making dinner when Midoriya walked into the apartment. The two worked together to make the meal, which went pretty well considering Izuku's lack of experience in the kitchen. So how are your friends doing? Inko asked. They're doing fine. What did you guys do? Well, they wanted me to teach them some hand-to-hand combat. But they have other things to work on before that, Izuku offered. Interesting. The two ate in silence for the rest of the meal. Like usual, Izuku washed the dishes and his mother kept an eye on the news for any potential updates regarding the recent events at UA. Nothing new was coming up, not even regarding this League of Villains group. It was both worrying and relaxing at the same time. Meanwhile, Izuku was in his room watching YouTube videos about how to be a good teacher. The teachers had thought long and hard about their next move. Criticism was coming from all directions about how the attack on the USJ could have been avoided. The teachers knew most of the suggestions from outside parties were easier said than done. After hours of discussions, they finally agreed on resuming classes the fourth day after the attack. The campus was kept open for students and employees, but additional searches and scans were quickly put into place until the sensors could be updated to prevent jamming again. Izuku learned the hard way that getting patted down in front of his friends was not an entirely pleasant experience, but it was one the others would have to share as well. Tell me again, why are we here on a day off? Mina asked as the four students traversed the halls. All I said was I needed to check on something before our lesson today, and something got caught up in translation to, "We should stop by the school together," Izuku replied. He came to the large doors and knocked, expecting Power Loader or Mei to answer. Instead, the door was opened by someone he had yet to meet. "Hey, what's up?" the boy asked. "I'm just here to see if a request has come through." "Is Mei in?" Midoriya answered. "When isn't she?" the teen laughed under his breath. He made way for the four to enter before letting the door close behind him. The pink-haired girl was ever so dutifully working at her desk, and two other students from the support classes were present. Izuku walked up to the inventor, who was working on another new project. Ida, Achiko and Mina looked around the room, taking in the many projects that had been pulled out to be worked on. "Hey Mei, just checking in to see if the glove is done." A glance over her shoulder revealed her new baby to be some kind of. Well, he didn't know. "I just finished it a few hours ago, here you go," she offered. The glove had been stored inside one of the drawers. Most of the design was the same as before the changes, but there were noticeable differences. Many small vent-like structures had been attached to the back of the palm, and the cuff of the glove was larger than before. The color scheme had also been changed from an egg white to black with dark green highlights. So, the compressors along the wrist store up air in a fashion similar to a ball pushing against a spring. When you flick your finger, the vents along whichever finger you use direct all the air through that one path. You can use it as quickly as you want, but the optimal use is about one flick every 10 seconds. "I already tested it myself, so I can tell that you should be ready for some recoil," Mei explained. Izuku put on the glove and wriggled his fingers. "Can I still use my hand in a fight, or would that damage inner workings?" "As long as you don't take too many hits to the wrist, you should be fine. But I have the blueprints updated so I can make any repairs if needed." "Thanks again, Mei. Any news about my uniform?" "Not to my knowledge, but that's Power Loader's job. Like I said, Aizawa will pass along the message when it's ready." "See you. Have a good day," he said as he departed. The support class student waved before returning to her work. "Wow, what's that?" Achiko asked. Her eyes were glued on the new glove. "It's something I asked her to modify when we designed my costume. It launches air bullets so I can fall back on a type of long-range attack if necessary." "Oh, when will your costume arrive?" Ida followed up with. "A few more days. Aizawa will let me know, so I guess they're not expecting it to be finished before classes are back in session," Midoriya responded. "Speaking of sessions, do you think we could use one of the fields here today?" Mina asked. "Yeah, let's find out." Achiko eagerly offered. The students ran towards the teacher's lounge. When they got there, they were welcomed by Present Mike and All Might. "So, what are you kids doing here today?" the voice hero questioned. "We had to make a quick stop, but we're wondering if we could use one of the fields." "Well, normally you'd need to fill out a form to use one of the grounds, but I suppose it wouldn't hurt to let you go to the PE grounds," All Might suggested. "Sure, thanks," the teens replied, then made their way to the area. "So, here we are again. Remember when Mr. Aizawa had us take that quirk assessment?" Mina stated. "Yeah, my Netta screech is still ringing in my ears," Midoriya chuckled. "Anyway, what are we going to do today, Teach?" "Don't call me that," Izuku sighed. "And I guess we can start with some basic self-defense lessons," the teen offered. Mina and Achiko were visibly excited, and Tenya shifted into his focusing mode. "So to start, we'll do like what we did the first time, only I'll attack you. And you'll try to defend yourselves so I can get an idea of where you stand. Sound good? Will you be coming at us with your full capabilities?" Ida loudly asked with waving hand motions. "Probably not. Just enough to make you work but not enough to completely overwhelm you," the teen replied. He dragged his foot to draw a line in the earth. "You'll stand between me and this line. If I force you behind the line or onto the ground, I'll stop. So, who's first?" Uraraka volunteered to be the first target and took a fighting pose facing her friend. She had a determined look on her face and gave Izuku an "I'm ready" nod. The teen rushed in and threw a few basic attacks. He held back enough to give her a chance, but most of them still connected. A few consecutive blows sent her behind the line, and Izuku halted. "Not terrible. Who's next? Mina stepped up and said, I'm ready. She was able to dodge a few attacks and blocked a small handful, but a sweep of the feet knocked her to the ground. Ida, your turn. Like the other two, Tenya stepped to place himself between Midoriya and the line in the ground. He gave an okay gesture and came under attack. For one thing, you all have varying styles, so this may take a different path than I expected, the teen started. Mina, you seem to fight using your flexibility as your main focus. Ida, you centralize your techniques around your legs, and Achiko focuses on her arms. Because of that, it may be easier to have one-on-one sessions instead of trying to mix you all together. Izuku started mumbling towards the end and was regretting not bringing along a notebook. But for today I'll run through a few basics that aren't overly reliant on personal preferences. To begin, I'll show you a simple block and counter. Could you step forward, Ida? The teen obliged and was given further instructions. Just throw a punch at me, he requested. A fist flew in his direction which he easily caught. See how I'm holding it? This grip provides a handle on your opponent while minimizing their control for a split second. It's those short moments you need to take advantage of, Izuku explained. Do that again in slow motion. Ida threw another punch with an exaggerated slow pace. Izuku made the movements clear as he deflected the attack and returned with a counterattack. Before I continue, I should remind you that this isn't an advanced technique. Anyone with genuine practice can avoid or prevent you from countering like this, but I don't think most of our classmates actually have the experience, except maybe Todoroki or Ojiro. After he had demonstrated on Ida, he had Achiko replace him so Ida could watch what the other two had seen. Then he had the three attempt the move on him. They had the most basic concepts under their belts, but each had a lack in something when it came to pulling it off. Achiko, you should work on your grip. Ida, your strength is good, but your speed is, ironically, a bit slow in your arms, and you should try some stretches to work on your flexibility. Mina, you should work on overall arm strength. Aside from those notes, you all did well for your first times, Izuku noted. Thank you. Ida loudly offered with a bow while the other two stuck to more conventional methods. Ida, I'm not an actual teacher, so you can treat me like a classmate instead. The teen straightened and gave a quieter thanks. Say, Midoriya, will you teach us to use chains and knives and whatever weapons you know how to use? Mina asked. No. You will undoubtedly get hurt if you try to learn to use them, so I'll stick to unarmed combat. Buzzkill, the pink girl jokingly retorted. Midoriya has a point. Whatever training he went through must have been painful and injury-ridden. It is best if we do not attempt those teachings ourselves, Ida declared with more arm motions. And there's Buzzkill 2.0, Achiko giggled. Whatever. Let's move on to the move. Ida, if you would. The teen showed the proper way to avoid less advanced kicks and leg sweeps for a minute before having his students attempt it themselves. You all did pretty well today. For beginners, you're not as bad as I was, Izuku complimented. Thanks, Deku. Thank you. How bad were you? Well, let's just say the first few weeks were pretty rough. Make some of UA's teachings look like fun and games, Izuku replied. Come on, let's get something to eat. Lunchtime had passed an hour ago and the sounds of gurgling stomachs had caught his ear many times during his teachings. After another checking before leaving the campus, the group managed to find a restaurant not too far from the park. The four students chatted away the time as they ate their food. Hey guys! Wasn't expecting to see you here, a familiar voice exclaimed. The four turned to see Ojiro, Kaminari, and Hagakure. We didn't expect to see you guys either. What's up? Achiko called back. We all ran into each other at the mall and figured we'd take a trip around town. What about you guys? The three newcomers sat down at the table and made themselves comfortable. Midoriya was teaching us how to fight, Mina explained. Really? Ojiro asked with a look at the mentioned teen. So you better watch out. Achiko cheered with a flurry of punches to the air. Not with that form, they won't, Izuku retorted. Hey, maybe you could teach us as well. Kaminari suggested with a point at him and the other two he came with. Maybe, Izuku mumbled in response. Taking on more students would be a handful, Not to mention meetings would become rarer once classes restarted in a few days. By the way, what's with the glove? The invisible girl asked, probably with a point at the device. It was hard to tell judging on her short sleeves. It's something May from the support class made. I was going to try it later tonight. You know, the park isn't too far from here. We could walk over and see you try it out, Ojiro suggested. That's a great idea. You can get some experience with it before using it in training class, Ida added in agreement. Well, it's nothing special like Bakugo's gauntlets, but I guess we can head over, the green-haired teen replied. He and the others waited until they had all finished up eating to head over to the park as a group. There was a fairly long stretch of empty space, so Izuku put the glove on his hand and aimed a flick in that direction. Over the course of the 10 seconds, he could feel the stress of the air compressors working to increase the pressure until he let his finger go and sent the blast flying forward. It was powerful enough to make a visible air distortion and slowly but surely faded over the span of the empty space. May had been right about the recoil, but it wasn't too hard to control. More importantly was the fact he could trade power for rate of fire, which could solve both the recoil issue and waiting for 10 seconds between attacks. Wow, that's cool, Achiko stated. Mina suddenly grabbed Kaminari and pushed him to where Izuku had fired the first shot. Hey, what are you doing? He demanded when he saw exactly where he was standing. Okay, Izuku, let a rip. Hold on, I can't just use him for target practice, Midoriya stated. It's not target practice. We're seeing just how powerful it is for future reference, Ishido slyly countered. Come on, let's find a dead tree or something else, Kaminari pleaded. Actually, Mina's idea isn't too bad, he muttered. He removed the glove and tossed it to Kaminari. Use it. I'll see how powerful it is. Are you sure about this, Midoriya? Ida questioned. Sure. If I know how much it hurts, then I'll know not to use it at full power against other classmates. Kaminari reluctantly prepared the glove and waited until Izuku gave the order to fire. The force of the air pushed Izuku back a few meters and almost knocked him off his feet. Man, that has a lot more kick to it than I expected, the teen grunted. Are you okay, Deku? Achiko worriedly asked as he stumbled over to them. Yeah, I'll be fine, he said. Kaminari handed the glove back and helped Achiko lower Midoriya to the ground. Guess you could say you're pretty winded, huh? Kaminari asked with an emphasis on the pun. No more puns, please, Ojiro groaned. I know you can't tell, but I'm nodding in agreement, Hagakure added. It wasn't terrible, Midoriya offered. Well, at least someone's on my side, the yellow-haired teen shot with a bit of a pout. It's all in good fun, Achiko explained as Izuku stood up. The teen rubbed where he had taken the air projectile and found the pain already receding. Well, we should probably all get going. If you really want, we can meet here again around noon tomorrow. After that I'll probably get back to focusing on classwork. But what about Hagakure? You can't actually see her, so how will you fight her? Kaminari questioned. I think I have an idea. Just be here if you want to, Izuku offered, then left. The others departed one by one afterwards, leaving the park almost devoid of use. The next day was interesting to say the least. Izuku had his work cut out for him getting Kaminari to work on his overall strength, and understanding the effects of Ojiro's tail on his movements and momentum was beyond the calculations he could do in his head. On top of that, Hagakure had tagged along as well. Oddly enough, she was almost easy to deal with. So Midoriya, what's your plan? The invisible girl asked. The teen reached into the bag he had brought with him and pulled out the red goggles. He put them over his eyes and turned the dial to the infrared setting. Luckily her powers only affected the actual light around her, and not her heat signature. Wow, sweet gear, Kaminari stated. Okay, Hagakure, your turn. For the first time he actually saw the girl nod before the two went at it. An hour and a half went by before they all took a break, taking refuge in the shade of a tree. Man, I'm beat. Kaminari groaned. Just so you all remember, classes start again tomorrow, so you should enjoy your last day off, Ida suggested. By the way, we never did get a chance to ask about those goggles. What do they do? Hagakure asked. They have infrared and motion sensor vision, the teen explained. As much as he trusted them, He preferred to keep the quirk disruption a secret in case he was pitted against any of them in the next hero training class. Were they modeled after Mr. Aizawa's? Achiko asked. Yep. So, you all think you can go a little more, or should we call it a day? I'm ready to call it a day if you don't mind, Ojiro answered. Same. Agreed. Seconded. Thirded. Achiko, that isn't a word. Actually it is. It's just not commonly used. Izuku ignored the bout of bickering until the participants started leaving to do some last-minute things before school the next day. He ended up being the last one of the group at the park, where he ran through a few drills to keep himself in condition before returning home. The next morning was oddly energetic. Izuku was caught in a conversation about the short break with Shiro and Kirishima after Kaminari had told them about the training sessions. Hey man, could we join in? Martial arts would go great with my quirk. Maybe, but we should probably get ready for class. After all, the teacher should be here soon, Izuku said. Just a few seconds later the doors opened to allow Mr. Aizawa to enter. Everyone zipped to their seats before the bandage teacher had to tell them. Sir, are you really going to teach today? After all, it's clear your arms still aren't healed, Shoji asked. I'll be fine. Recovery Girl has been working overtime to get me and the others back in shape. Besides, you have more important things to worry about than my recovery. Namely, the UA Sports Festival. A loud cheer of a normal school event could be heard halfway across campus, prompting more than one teacher to check in on the class. And don't worry about recent events, the security will be much higher than previous years as a display of our commitment to keep the students safe. Sounds more like a self-gratification thing if you ask me, Izuku inaudibly mumbled to himself. Just keep in mind that there will be all sorts of pro heroes and agency scouters watching. I know you're only in your first few weeks of UA classes, but this is a good chance for you all to make yourselves known. If not this year, then you will only have 2 other chances like this in your life. There was a strong mix of excitement and anxiousness in the air. Naturally, everyone was already hyped to take part in the worldwide known event, but the fact that it was so popular is what made it so daunting. You are all dismissed. Midoriya, would you step into the hall for a quick second? Aizawa finished. The green-haired teen stood up and made his way to the hall where his teacher had a "we need to talk" look. You probably know what I'm going to say, but it still needs to be said, he started. I do appreciate your actions at the USJ. You were able to give me enough small breaks to keep the fight going, but that doesn't excuse the fact that you disobeyed an order from a teacher and put yourself right in the middle of a heated fight. You could have been hurt or even killed. His voice wasn't just angry, there was some understanding just as much as there was other emotions. I don't care how well you've been trained or who actually trained you, I have years' worth of experience and you're still a kid who's only beginning to become a hero. I've seen that dream cut short for too many people, and I don't want to see it happen to one of my students, okay? At the end, the teacher made a motion that would have resembled a hand on Izuku's shoulder if the cast wasn't in the way. Yes, sir. But please be more careful from now on. Now, get back in there, you don't want to be late for your class, the teacher offered before leaving the student in the hall. Midoriya stepped back inside and took his seat just in time for Cementos to walk in behind him. To say Class 1A was having a hard time concentrating was an understatement. Everyone was hyped for the upcoming sports festival. By the time the class was finished, Cementos doubted a single student had been paying actual attention for more than half of the PRD. Man, some of you guys are so lucky. You'll stand out even without doing much, Kaminari stated. Well, just looking different isn't the same as being good enough, Shoji offered. This could be interesting, Izuku muttered to himself. It certainly will. After all, this is a great chance to be seen, Ida said with an awkward dance. I couldn't agree more, a raspy voice added. The two looked behind Izuku to see Achiko with a scarily determined expression. Well, she's into it, Tfue commented before Uraraka started letting everybody know she wasn't going to hold back when it came time. By the way, you never actually answered our question from earlier, Kirishima noted. He, Shiro, and Bakugo had come up from the side, the latter of whom clearly wanted to be anywhere else besides where he was. I'll think about it. But with classes, schoolwork, my own training and personal life, I'm not sure if I could find time for too many more people, Midoriya replied. Hey Deku. We're heading to lunch, come on. Achiko called from the doorway. Like I said, I'll think about it. The halls were mostly empty, save the occasional straggler. The three had plenty of room on the way to Lunch Rush's eatery. Say, Uraraka? Why did you decide to become a hero? Ida asked. She was nervous to reply, and upon hearing her answer, Izuku could understand why. So, you want to be a hero for the money? Yes and no. See, my parents own a construction business, but there haven't been any customers recently, so they've fallen into financial hardships. I'm riding on scholarships right now, and they're pitching in whatever they can to help out. But when I become a hero, I'll be able to afford to care for them, give them the cared-for life they gave me. Ida and Midoriya were quiet for a little while, then the former started congratulating his classmate for her will to help her family. Izuku, on the other hand, had hit a fork in the road. Of course, he had hoped Achiko had a good reason for wanting to be a hero for money, which she did. But someone like Stain wouldn't see that. He'd probably get too caught up in their greed to hear the rest of the story. He had never truly followed Stain's morals, but this definitely was a game changer in a way. Hey Midoriya, are you okay? Yeah, I'm fine, just got caught in my own thoughts. Oh, hello there, young students, All Might greeted from behind them. He was greeted back by 3 rounds of hello, before holding a small container wrapped in a napkin to the green-haired teen. I wanted to thank you for helping me and Aizawa at the USJ. Would you like to take this? After recovering from his shock, Izuku took the offered food and thanked the teacher, who dashed back down the hall with a cloud of dust behind him. I look forward to seeing you all at the sports festival, rang down the hall, loud enough to probably deafen those who were closer to the teacher. He didn't have to do this, Izuku mumbled as he unwrapped the gift. It was one of the more expensive meals that Lunch Rush sold at the cafeteria. Now that he mentions it, what exactly did you do? I heard you fought alongside Mr. Aizawa, but what was All Might talking about? Uraraka asked as they took a spot in line for food. Well, he was getting rushed by that blue-haired guy in the portal. Anyway, I just distracted them for a few seconds. He could have taken them on his own, but I guess it wouldn't have hurt to give him a short breather. He wasn't making any moves to stop the hand guy, after all. Unbeknownst to them, there was an eavesdropper not too far away. The rest of the lunch PRD went by without a hitch, but no one was prepared for what happened after the next class. A large crowd of students had gathered just outside the 1A classroom, blocking off any exit. What's all this? Many of the students asked. It's simple. They're collecting intel on the competition, Bakugo calmly explained. Get out of my way, losers. You know, I always thought the famous 1A class would be more formal, a blue-haired teen announced as he pushed his way to the front of the crowd. His face shouted, I don't get nearly enough sleep to function. Even if they came to do some scouting, I came to warn you that there may be transfers in and out of the hero course. Be warned, this is a war to us, not just some game. There was some more commotion from other B-class students, which prompted Bakugo to push his way out. Wow, he just made enemies and left, Kaminari complained. Slowly the crowd dissipated until the trapped class was finally able to leave. Izuku and his friends were halfway down the hall when they were approached by the homeroom teacher. Power Loader wanted me to tell you that your costume came in and that you can pick it up anytime. Thanks. I'll see you guys tomorrow. Midoriya offered before changing his course to the development studio. Most of the students had left for the day, with a few still packing up and a certain pink-haired girl working like class was still going on. Oh Midoriya, I see you got Aizawa's message. The teen turned to Power Loader, who ducked into a room for a few seconds, then re-emerged with his suitcase. Izuku placed it on a table and opened it. There was a note for him, which he read as he inspected the contents. To Izuku Midoriya. Upon reviewing your design requests, we have taken the initiative to make some small modifications to your suit. Primarily, the typical jumpsuit was replaced with an experimental cloth composed of Kevlar fibers and titanium woven strands. It may be stiff at first, but it will become more flexible with use. Weight should not be an issue, but let us know if it is so we can further experiment with the materials. In addition, the radio device in the respirator has been removed and refitted with an air purifier. The last major note is the utility belt has been fully stocked with the various supplies it came with. We also rebuilt the empty slots to hold larger items, specifically your melee tools. We hope you approve of the suit. Interesting, Izuku noted. The fabric had an odd feel, but it likely wouldn't cause too many issues. It was kind of them to restock the supplies, and the air purifier may be more useful in the long run, as any missions would probably provide their own comms. Fascinating piece of work, isn't it? The teacher asked from beside Izuku. Sure is. Can't wait to try it. Thanks for letting me know, and I might see you around here or there, Midoriya said before closing the case and beginning his journey home. The following day was nothing but slow and unending for Izuku. He just wanted the hero training class to come so he could give the suit a test run. He even brought the grappling gauntlet and tools May had given him to complete it. Hello again, young students. All Might happily greeted as he entered the room. Are you ready for another day of training? You bet. Heck yeah. Shut up, extras. The plan for today is similar to the first day of training. However, there will be a few more rules set in place to prevent any incidents. Change into your costumes and meet in Ground Gamma. I will provide more details there. The sounds of cloth rustling and gadgets clinking emanated from the changing rooms as the teens donned their uniforms. Sweet gear, Midoriya. Kirishima called out from across the room. Not bad, but it's nowhere near as sparkly as moi, Aoyama added. That's the point, Midoriya quickly retorted. He preferred the dark green and black over the shiny armor and glittery cape that made up Aoyama's uniform. A few questions regarding the additions came his way, which he answered as they mixed with the girls on the way to Ground Gamma. Finally got your costume, huh, Deku? Achiko asked. I don't know. Maybe this is my business suit, he answered sarcastically, earning a friendly eye roll from her and Ida. All Might was standing at the entryway, alongside Mr. Aizawa. What are you doing here, Mr. Aizawa? One of the students asked. Am I not allowed to watch my own students? He asked in response. Let us get on with the lesson. Today will be a special case. You will partake in 3 versus 1 battles, all of which will be chosen at random. The point of these battles is to work on your abilities to fight groups or work as a team to face a potentially stronger foe, considering which team you are on. But after the last exercise like that, is that really a good idea? Hagakure questioned. She wasn't the only one who was recalling the damage done to a few particular students in the first day. Looking back, I realized that I left too much freedom in the first class. So along with the original rules, there is the modification to the rule regarding your quirks and support items. You can still use them, but any damage to the environment will be reflected in your grade for today. Aside from that, there is still capture tape and comms for the teams of 3. Sir, why are we in here rather than the buildings in ground beta? Ida asked in his usual fashion. Good question. In that exercise, the target was in a relatively small area that could be easily swept or scanned. Here, however, there is plenty of room to run and hide. So be wary, you never know where an opponent may be lurking, All Might explained. Now let's begin. Each person will be alone once, but may be part of a team multiple times. The first lone combatant is. His opponents will be Uraraka, Shiro, and Yaoyorozu. All Might declared after drawing ball from 2 boxes. Each exercise will take place in a previously boxed-off section of the grounds, so there is a chance for you to run into a wall. The goals are simple. Shoji, or the hero in our case, will have to catch the 3 villains or hold out until the 10 minutes run out. The 3 villains have to capture the hero with the tape or their own means without damaging them too much. He started with a glance at Bakugo at the mention of damaging the other students. As a handicap, the villains must be able to work together unless the situation calls for one villain to take action, be it the time limit or a perfect opportunity to strike. The villains will be given 2 minutes to enter the arena and must keep moving once the timer starts, after which the hero will enter and the exercise will begin. Any questions? Okay, then you may enter the arena. You 3. Uraraka, Shiro, and Momo approached the entryway and were each handed a radio device by their teacher. Okay, what's the plan? Uraraka asked her teammates. I think you and I should scan from higher up. Momo, could you make some kind of motion detectors to lay around the ground? Zero suggested. Sure. Give me a little bit. The creation girl began making small boxes that all three took until Shoji was told to enter. For the rest of the classmates, screens appeared like the ones in the monitor room from the first day, and each was focused on one of the participants. You two go and start searching. Use those sparingly, I may not be around to make more, Yaoyorozu instructed. In the end, Shoji used his ability to heighten his senses to avoid his foes. There were a few close calls, but he managed to win from the time limit. Very good all of you. While you were observing, I drew the rest of the groups. Next up is young Midoriya against young Sato, Ashido, and Ojiro. You three may begin when you are ready. Inside the maze, Ojiro used his tail to launch himself to a higher level while Sato and Mina searched for potential ambush spots. By the way, why are you here, Aizawa? Normally you're sleeping away in the teacher's lounge, All Might quietly asked his fellow teacher. I wanted to see what they're all capable of in this kind of test. Especially him, the teacher replied with a motion to the awaiting hero of the exercise. He is remarkable for someone without a quirk. The stinks. We don't have any means of surveillance like the last team, Mina complained over the radio. Yeah, and I'm not exactly eager to go one-on-one with him after Aizawa's class, Sato agreed. Well, we do know a little about him. He relies on martial arts and mostly close-ranged attacks with weapons. If you can, try to break those and keep him at a distance with your acid. And Sato, you could probably overcome him with your raw power. I'll do what I can, but if we put some distance between us, he can't take us all out at once. If you are ready, you may enter young Midoriya, All Might offered. The green-haired teen nodded and stepped into the labyrinth. Inside, he pulled the goggles down from a slot he had added to his hood and propped them on his forehead before wall jumping to a vantage point. Much like Ground Beta, Ground Gamma had a surplus of hidden cameras, so there was almost always a clear view of the four students. This gave the others the chance to watch Izuku stealthily zip from point to point, always keeping an eye on his surroundings. Neat footwork, Jiro commented at his agility. Who do you think will win? Mineta asked. Definitely not Deku, Bakugo immediately snapped. Actually, he probably will. He's already a great fighter, and the layout of this place only seems to be giving him an advantage, Kaminari suggested at the display. They watched as a cord of some type flew from under his right palm and suddenly pulled him into the air, where he landed in a crouch atop a higher roof. He brought the goggles down to his eyes and turned a dial before sweeping the area. Was that a grappling hook? Zero asked. He's totally taking my style, he complained. The others ignored the statements and kept their eyes glued on the screen. Where do you think he is right now? Ojiro asked his teammates with a series of quick glances everywhere. Probably just behind us, like the monsters in horror movies, Mina answered with a giggle. To be fair, I wouldn't be surprised if he was, Sato commented with a quick look behind them. Found you, he thought to himself before leaping from the roof and landing on a thick pipe that he ran across almost silently. Izuku deftly dropped a full 20 feet and snuck behind the tailed teen. Sticking to the shadows was something he was used to doing, and a long strand of capture tape was ripped from the roll as he got closer and closer to his target. With a sudden dash, he closed the distance and got the tape around Ojiro, who wasn't able to respond fast enough. Where did you come from? He asked. Where you weren't looking, Izuku offered before hopping onto a pipe that he ran on until he was at another good spot. He raised his right hand and shot the cord from beneath his palm, which quickly pulled his across a great distance and left him landing in a crouch on a small building. Surprisingly, one of the two was close enough for him to hear. The voice told him it was Mina, and from what he could make out, she was frantically trying to get Ojiro to respond to the calls. Sato didn't appear to be close, so he made the pink girl his next target and took several powerful leaps that dropped him on another pipe. For all the caution that he took, even he couldn't land on the surface completely silently. A few clunks echoed through the immediate area, giving his position away to his target. Guys, he's here. Mina called into the radio before throwing handfuls of acid at the dark green-suited teen. He easily dodged the attacks and jumped towards the girl. A glob of acid caught his shoulder, but slid off for the most part with only a few discolorations as a mark. You taught me martial arts. I can fight you now, Mina bravely stated while taking a stance he had shown her. Believe me, I haven't taught you anything yet, Midoriya responded. He dodged another volley of acid projectiles while closing the distance between them. Mina began to run, and used her acid to bring down sections of walls and leave large puddles to slow down Izuku. Sato, where are you? She asked into the radio. The two remaining teammates concocted a quick plan, which wasn't easy when one was being chased and the other was still searching for their teammate. The girl risked a look back, but was met with loneliness. Izuku had disappeared without a trace. Sato, hurry. I don't know where he went. Mina whispered into the comms. After some running around, the two finally found each other and began making a new plan. Maybe he's just waiting for the time to run out, Sato suggested. He grabbed a sugar canister from his belt and prepared to swallow it all at a moment's notice. I doubt it. I don't think he's the kind to just sit back like that, Mina responded. You're right about that, the teen in question stated from a shadow. He stepped forward and placed the mask over his mouth. Sato swallowed the sugar as fast as he could and Mina threw handful after handful of her acid, only to be blinded by a thick plume of dark smoke. In an instant the teen was in front of her and landed a hard punch to her stomach and quickly wrapped her with the tape. He then looked around the smoke with the infrared vision and moved on to the last enemy. Sato was already decently strong, and his quirk gave him the ability to turn sugar into pure strength. Because he could not see his target, he quickly swung anywhere in hopes of landing a hit. But his attempts only wore him out and made him a sitting duck when the smoke cleared, revealing his target had been standing out of striking range the whole time. Nice try, but not good enough, Izuku said, then easily wrapped his tired-out opponent in the tape. The round ended, and the four returned to outside the entry after the three were freed from the tape. Very good, All Might praised, which they took before sitting down with the other viewers. The next round will be Kirishima against Jiro, Shoji, and Mina, the teacher declared. Mina returned to the entryway and soon was back in the field with two new teammates. So, what other goodies have you got in there? Sato asked with a point to the belt. More smoke pellets, flash marbles, some first aid supplies, snacks, and a knife, Izuku rattled off. Hey Deku, where'd you get that gauntlet thing? Achiko added. It was a gift from my trainer, the teen replied. Man, you've got skills and gear. Is there anything you don't have? Kaminari asked. A quirk? Midoriya jokingly replied with a shrug. Most of his friends laughed at his response, then the four screens popped up for the next round. It went by fast enough, and soon the round was finished. Well done you four, the pro hero said upon the return of the four. Kirishima put up a good fight, but had been caught with the pinpointing teamwork of Jiro and Shoji. In the third to last round, Bakugo was selected as the hero and Izuku, Hagakure, and Mineta were the villains. I'm not losing this time, Bakugo swore to himself as he entered the maze. This time he would not let that Deku get the better of him.